I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176. See Mr. Yang for help. Get a card first. Sir, the total is 23,591, 23,000 for you. In the restaurant, the waiter walked into the private room and asked with a smile, "How do I pay?" Kuiguang quickly took out his bank card from his wallet. "I'll swipe it." But director Zhao, who was closer to the waiter, took the lead, took out his mobile phone, and said lightly, "Just scan me." Kuiguang was shocked. How can this be possible? He specially ordered expensive drinks and a table of delicious dishes this time, just to ask Zhao for a favor, but now the person who helped him paid the bill. How can Kuiguang still mix in the circle after this matter is made public? However, Zhao did not say much, and directly scanned the code to pay and left, without giving Kuiguang any chance to be polite. Alas. What should I do? Kuiguang is not a fool, and he knows that the other party's attitude actually means one thing: rejection. If Zhao eats this meal, then there will be things to talk about later. But now he really doesn't even plan to open a door. Well-known directors have their own circles, and it is not so easy to get a list of starring actors from them. Although Zhao is also famous to a certain extent, his status is still one level lower than that of a real big director. But judging from his recent development trajectory, he is the one who is most likely to grow into a big director. What's more, he is under Cheng Yu's command and has a lot of resources at hand. This makes many people scramble to get in touch with Zhao and want to integrate into his circle while this director is still in his growth period. Unfortunately, people are not willing to give this opportunity. It is not difficult to judge from Zhao's words that his resources in this area had long been monopolized by the Kuiguang group. Kuiguang walked outside, took a puff of cigarette, and sighed. Let's see what the people over at Kuiguang say. Thinking of this, Kuiguang's feet felt a little weak. Drinking is something that you can't feel in the house. As soon as you walk outside and feel the cool breeze, you will feel drunk immediately. Kuiguang, with a confused mind, took out his mobile phone directly, and with trembling fingers, he pressed a few numbers on the dial pad and dialed. Beep, beep. Hello. After more than 30 seconds, the phone was connected. The voice on the other end of the receiver was very unhappy, as if something good was interrupted. Who is it? Mr. Yang. Hello, I'm from Hangzhou Company. Hello. Hello. Kuiguang listened to the busy tone on the phone. The cold wind blew over, and he sobered up a lot. Damn, what was I doing just now? Calling a big boss in the middle of the night. Isn't this courting death? The first person he contacted should not be the company's top leader. He is the boss, and the business is in good condition. He values sustainable development performance more than the money in the red envelope. If you want to ask someone to do something, it's best to find those executives with greater power. But Kuiguang was drunk and couldn't even think about this matter clearly. He offended the company as soon as he arrived, and he was finished. No, it's not over yet. Kuiguang took a taxi and returned home, where he began to analyze the situation on his computer. This boss has too many businesses under his umbrella, so he may not be able to focus all his energy on the film project. Besides, I was in a hurry when I called just now, and I was drunk and my tongue was slurred. He may not have heard clearly what I said. We have to conquer their executives. Kuiguang hurriedly drank a cup of sobering tea and clicked on the homepage of Kuiguang Group on the search engine. Generally speaking, the homepage of a company has the front desk's contact information. If you are lucky, you may even find the phone number of the management. Click. The web page opened, and the messy layout, dense text and pop-up windows that filled the entire screen surged in, filling Kuiguang's eyes. It was obviously an unhealthy little website. Fuck, I clicked the wrong one. Drinking really messed things up. Kuiguang quickly closed the webpage and carefully typed the homepage URL of Kuiguang Group into the URL input bar letter by letter. Enter. Click. The same webpage as before appeared in front of Kuiguang. What the hell is going on? Kuiguang was furious and took out his phone. He carefully compared the URL that and Zhao gave him with the URL he entered. It's okay. Qizang, who was having trouble with everything, felt annoyed and forced himself to take a look at the webpage. On the song font text of different sizes, there were a few words: Kuiguang Entertainment Media Co Limited. Damn, this is their homepage! Exclamation mark. No, which company would make the company's homepage look like this? Do you dare to open this kind of thing at work? But due to the pressure of life, Qizang, who was obviously very tired, still forced himself to look for the information he wanted in this homepage full of slots. Found it. This corner is really hard to find. Operation Team Leader Dinghy, contact information. Operation Director Wang Ziqin, this feels a bit powerful, contact carefully. Agent Supervisor Lin Ko. Phone XXX. Qizang's eyes lit up, and he recorded the phone numbers of these managers in his mobile phone, planning to call them on Monday. After finishing all the things, Qizang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Monday, 9:30 in the morning. Qizang had several prepared manuscripts on his desk, and called the head of the operations team named Dinghy. The phone rang 3 times before it was picked up, and a spirited voice came. Just put the milk tea at the front desk, they will deliver it, thank you. After that, the phone was hung up. Qizang, who had a lot to say, was stunned. I'm not a delivery man. Can you listen to me finish my words before hanging up? Qizang was almost dizzy. He picked up the phone list in a daze and dialed another person named Yuan Desan according to the number. After the ringing lasted for more than 10 seconds, the phone was picked up. Hello, who are you? Qizang, who had learned his lesson, spoke very quickly. Hello, Mr. Yuan, I'm from Hangaiao Company. Yuan Desan, who had resigned from Hangaiao Company, immediately lowered his voice. Don't contact me, I'm afraid Kuiguang will misunderstand. Bye. After that, the phone was hung up. Qizang, who had a lot of things to say, but didn't have time to say them, was left standing in the room at a loss. After 3 calls, Qizang didn't even say a complete sentence. This was a strange situation he hadn't encountered in all these years. And Zhao was at least unresponsive, but if it was Kuiguang, he would simply block the channel of communication, right? Qizang sat down on the bed and began to reflect on the homepage of Kuiguang Group on the computer. Impossible. Are they completely unwilling to accept calls from other people? How much business will they miss? I must have opened it the wrong way. Then how to open it correctly? Suddenly, Qizang saw a noteworthy detail on the company's homepage. Wait, their company also has a fitness business? A membership card costs 120,000? Qizang slapped his thigh and said excitedly, I understand. First, let's get the membership card, then we can talk about the business. Chapter 177, Courtesy and Friendship. In the office, Lin Ko, who was preparing to sign the next artist, was making a phone call with a puzzled look on his face. Oh. Let's talk about cooperation, right? Sure. What? The location is in the swimming pool. Okay. Lin Ko hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. What's wrong with this guy? Why should he talk about business in the swimming pool? And why did he call me to talk about business instead of making an appointment with the front desk first? Since he came to work at Kuiguang Group, Lin Ko hasn't received a similar call for a long time. Usually things are conveyed through the front desk, instead of calling me directly. Weird. But I'd better report this matter to General Manager Yang first. Lin Ko picked up his phone, opened the chat box with Yang Ruoqian, and sent a message. Mr. Yang, are you free now? Just now, someone claiming to be from Hangaiao Company said that he wanted to discuss some cooperation with us. What do you think? As soon as the message was sent, Yang Ruoqian replied, rejected. Yang Ruoqian was not holding a grudge. He had long forgotten the inexplicable phone call on Friday night. He refused to cooperate simply because he didn't want to make so much money anymore. The money earned from the live streaming business is already enough to make people anxious. At this time, an inexplicable partner came to make things difficult for themselves. Lin Ko replied, okay. But Mr. Yang, he seems to have applied for a fitness card for our swimming pool. I don't know what it means. Yang Ruoqian, who was originally interested in taking advantage of the system, almost had no impression of the swimming pool project that had been abandoned for a long time. What swimming pool fitness card? Lin KO. It's the swimming pool fitness card with a membership fee of 126,000 yuan. The person over there directly applied for one. Yang Ruoqian, who was sitting in the office looking for the next artist, was stunned. I remembered that Yang Ruoqian built a swimming pool to perfunctorily handle the system expansion task and set an outrageous membership price of more than 120,000 yuan. From the opening to now, no one has come to apply for a card, and it has become a pure employee benefit. Now there are fools who spend money to apply for a card? Are you sick? If you want to exercise, you can run around the park twice by yourself. What else can't you do with 120,000 yuan? Although compared with the current company's profit, a mere 120,000 yuan is nothing. But this is not a matter of amount, but a matter of attitude. If you dare to apply for a membership card with a sky-high price of 120,000 yuan without my consent today, you will dare to transfer a huge sum of 100 million yuan to the company account privately tomorrow. Yang Ruoqian was so angry that he typed, "Forget it, go meet him and see what he wants to do with us." Okay, Mr. Yang, wait a moment. After applying this sentence, Lin KO put away his mobile phone, tidied his clothes, walked into the elevator, and pressed the button to the swimming pool. Even Lin KO, who came from a large group, was enlightened this time. I didn't expect that someone would spend this unfair money to apply for a card. Until now, Lin KO was still confused about what project this man named Kuiguang wanted to discuss. Ding. The elevator door opened. Lin KO picked up his employee card, swiped it to the access control of the swimming pool, and the revolving gate opened. At the same time, a loud voice came from a certain direction of the swimming pool. "Manager Lin, this way." Lin KO turned his head and saw a man wearing swimming trunks, with wet hair and dripping water all over his body walking towards him, waving as he walked, as if he was afraid that others would not be able to find him. So, an extremely funny scene appeared in the swimming pool. A man in a suit and a man in swimming trunks stared at each other in the swimming pool, and they fell into deep silence. Kuiguang, who had done a lot of analysis and thought that boss Kuiguang might like to talk about business while exercising, was stunned when he saw Lin KO in a suit and leather shoes. Kuiguang imagined the following scenario. He and Kuiguang's big boss would work out together. They would chat and exchange a few pleasantries, and after the conversation started, they would pass water, wipe the sweat off, and steam in a sauna with bare chests. They would go to a high-end restaurant for dinner and drinks. During the conversation, the business was initially negotiated. Then they would find another time to formally visit the boss, and the two would discuss the contract content in a serious occasion, and finally sign a contract that both parties were satisfied with in a fierce battle. As for the card fee, it was of course a kickback. But now, the scenario in Kuiguang's mind was stuck at the first step. What big boss with a towel on his back, big arms and waist? He was nowhere to be seen. He went to the swimming pool directly in formal clothes. How do you explain it? Lin KO was even more speechless. Seeing the person who came to discuss business wearing big shorts, Lin KO's young mind was deeply shocked. What's going on? Where am I? What am I going to do? Oh, yes, I'm here to discuss business. No matter what we discuss, at least we should talk with clothes on, right? Lin KO finally sorted out the thoughts in his mind and asked in a rather difficult tone, how about you put on your clothes first and we go to the company to talk? Kuiguang, who had already died socially, was so embarrassed that he wanted to dive into the water and drown himself. Hearing the other party giving him a way out, he immediately nodded vigorously and said, okay, wait for me for a few minutes. After that, he rushed into the locker room like escaping. In the afternoon, Yang Ruoqian got off work an hour early. He had completed half of the plan to restrict live streaming with goods, and the remaining half could not be completed in an hour, so Yang Ruoqian simply gave himself an hour off. As soon as he parked the car, Yang Ruoqian received a message from Lin KO on his mobile phone. Mr. Yang, that person is called Kuiguang, an agent of Hangaiao agency, and he wants to ask for a role in a new movie for his actor. As for the swimming pool card, he said it was a gift for you. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Can you give me any gift next time? The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. Who are you fooling? Yang Ruoqian was so angry that he replied, just give him a small role with basically no scenes and a complete supporting role. Don't agree to any other conditions. The salary is 240,000, not a penny more or less. Don't cooperate with this company in the future. You like to make money for me? Then spend it all back intact. As for the role, Yang Ruoqian doesn't like this kind of people who don't think about fair competition and always do some crooked things. Obviously, you can make an appointment at the front desk and go through the formal process, but you have to go around it, which means that Kizang also knows that his artist's acting skills are not good enough. Putting down the phone, Yang Ruoqian walked to the door and suddenly saw an exquisite cloth bag hanging on the door handle. Inside was a brand new Zuwei mobile phone, and it also came with a slightly fancy mobile phone case. A note was stuck in the bag, with a line of beautiful handwriting on it. Yang Ruoqian tore off the note with some surprise and took a quick look. Landlord, this is a gift for you. I played arcade games for a whole day to get it, although the prize was given by the company. And the phone case is made by me, the only one in the world. It's not very valuable, but the thought is great finally. Thank you for taking care of me, and I wish you a prosperous business. Shanghai and Ayu. Chapter 178. Offending everyone. Yang Ruoqian took the phone and glanced at the door opposite. He felt something indescribable. He actually noticed that I didn't have time to change my phone. Yang Ruoqian took out the things in the bag and looked them up and down. This kid is a little silly, but he is a very good person. After all, with the difficulty of the game he designed, it is rare to be able to change a phone after playing for a whole day. How clumsy he must be. The difficulty of the anniversary celebration can be lowered, but it cannot be completely no difficulty. Giving away all the items for free without any threshold is an act that violates the system regulations. Although he is clumsy at playing games, the phone case is pretty beautiful. He is stupid and skillful. Sure enough, he was right to sign Shanghai Anayu out of weakness. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and finally did not return the phone that this silly kid had worked so hard to get. First, he really wanted to change his phone, and second, he could compensate others with salary and benefits, and there was no need to pay out of his own pocket. However, verbal thanks still had to be expressed. Yang Ruoqian took out his phone and sent a polite thank you to Shanghai and Ayu. He also checked his mailbox, which was always full every day. After deleting a bunch of messages, Yang Ruoqian suddenly saw an email from someone named Black Robe Inspection Team Crew. Invite me and the actors to the crew tomorrow, have a meal, read the script, and if there are no problems, we can finish the preparatory work and start filming. This is quite efficient. It should be rushed out by working overtime. The arrangement of the actors of Kuiguang Company has been prepared long ago. Except for Shanghai Anayu who signed a long-term contract, the other short-term leading actors tried to choose actors who are not famous and whose temperament is not quite in line with superheroes. Especially the male leading actor. At first glance, he looks a bit like a superhero, but there is an indescribable weirdness, like a hypocrite. But once he smiles, the whole style changes. The face that was originally a hypocrite immediately becomes hideous, which meets Yang Ruoqian's requirements. Yang Ruoqian even had that scene in his mind, wearing a costume that looks 60% like the original superhero, but with a sinister smile on his face all day long, doing dirty things. Wouldn't he be scolded to death by the original fans? Other superheroes, such as Sprinter, Ocean Man, Transparent Man, etc., all have a spoof connotation, and Yang Ruoqian invited the most suitable actors to play them, and signed short-term contracts. In short, if you want to offend people, then offend everyone, and don't leave any blind spots, lest the people who have not been offended spontaneously come out to whitewash the movie, stir up the heat, attract all kinds of people to eat melons, and increase the box office. A short-term contract is a contract that is limited to this play. Generally, the actor signs it directly with the crew. However, since Zhao has packaged all matters related to the actors to Kuiguang, the current situation is that Kuiguang will select the actors and then bring them to the crew to sign. Okay, then I'll take them to the crew tomorrow. After cleaning all the mailboxes, Yang Ruoqian looked at the time and found that there was still half an hour before the end of get off work, so he quickly edited a message and sent it to all the contracted actors. Please all personnel related to the new movie arrive at the set before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. All travel expenses can be reimbursed. Time to get off work. In Kayanda Plaza, in the restaurant around the Yutang team, Shanghai Anayu was looking at the big screen while showing off to fans. Wow, the landlord's team is going to win. Shanghai Anayu's beautiful eyes widened. It's such a thrilling win. After this game, will the team be guaranteed to enter the World Championship? Although Shanghai Anayu is clumsy at playing anything, it doesn't affect her being naive and playing. And she also likes to watch games while eating. When Ruoqian wiped the rice grains from the corners of her junior's mouth with a tissue, lowered her voice, and said helplessly, "You are an artist now, an actor. You have to pay attention to your image in front of the public in the future, okay? Even if you are not famous at all now, you have to start to develop good habits. If you don't manage your image better, you will be short of breath when asking for resources from the company." Although Shanghai Anayu is not famous at all, after all, he has good looks and a good figure. He will get a lot of attention when walking on the street. If he becomes famous in the future, it is hard to say what impact this fan showing photo will cause if it is posted online. Hey, my phone is on. Shanghai Anayu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he saw that the screen of his phone connected to the power bank lit up. He quickly grabbed it and said, "Let's go and see if the landlord has received my gift." Is he moved to tears? In order to give the landlord a surprise, Shanghai and I rushed home after get off work at noon and hung the gift on the door handle. There are 2 households on one floor of the house. You must swipe the access card to press the elevator floor button, so Shanghai Anayu is not worried that his phone will be stolen by others. Seeing that his schoolmate didn't listen to his words at all, when Ruoqian could only sigh, "You are so moved, but the landlord may not even accept it." Nonsense. Look, the landlord is obviously very moved. Shanghai Anayu pointed to the screen of the mobile phone and said proudly, "I have seen it for a long time. He actually wants that phone." When Ruoqian continued to complain, that can only be said that our boss has a high egg. A person of the level of the chairman of Kuiguang Group can probably earn the money for a mobile phone in an hour, right? What's more, Shanghai Anayu gave the prize awarded by the company to the boss. Yang Ruoqian was able to express his gratitude for the act of exporting to domestic sales. Isn't this a high-egg behavior? Why are you scolding me in a roundabout way? Shanghai Anayu put down his chopsticks and said very dissatisfiedly, "You know I'm scolding me. It seems that you are not completely stupid yet." When Ruoqian sneered, Shanghai Anayu retorted unconvincedly, "The landlord also told me that I have to go to the set tomorrow. Look how considerate the big boss is. Can you learn more?" That message was sent to a group, and I received it too. When Ruoqian closed her eyes in despair and said, "This silly kid actually thought that the big boss had the time to send messages one by one. Was it sent to a group?" Shanghai Anayu was stunned, his eyes blank. "Then why didn't you tell me just now?" Shanghai Anayu forgot to charge his mobile phone while working during the day, causing the phone to turn off when it was almost time to get off work. When Ruoqian shook her head, swallowed the food in her mouth very reservedly, and then said, "Because I want to see how forgetful you can be, and whether you will lose yourself one day. You must perform well when you go to the set tomorrow, understand? The performance of this movie can determine the upper limit of your future acting career. It is very important." Shanghai Anayu straightened his chest and was full of confidence. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Chapter 179. What? Just being a figurehead gets paid? The next day, in the morning, Yang Ruoqian arrived at the set 3 minutes early. Inside the studio, several actors had already started preliminary auditions. All the actors, including Shanghai Anayu, were already dressed neatly, wearing fancy superhero uniforms, which looked quite impressive. These costumes were specially customized by the crew for the corresponding superheroes. Although the shapes were not very similar, it was easy to tell which prototype they were paying tribute to. The props in everyone's hands were also of various kinds, very delicate, without any sense of roughness. From a distance, they looked quite realistic. Especially Shankai Anayu, who had only been a supporting role in the crowd before, looked at her appearance in the mirror with stars in her eyes, and was obviously very satisfied. Although these costumes and props were very exaggerated, they were really beautiful. In the previous films, from modern films to costume films, Shankai Anayu played a supporting role with a few minutes of appearance at most. In order not to affect the status of the leading actor, she even had to deliberately use makeup to make herself less conspicuous. When the film was bad, Shankai Anayu could only play one of the corpses. This was the first time for him to have such an experience. The actors had never filmed a similar script before, so they were very excited and motivated. The filming staff, encouraged by the high salary, also worked hard. And Zhao also changed his easygoing and modest appearance in front of Yang Ruoqian, and directed the scene with a serious face. Even the slightest mistakes and errors could not escape his eyes. Obviously, everyone had high hopes for this movie. Of course, Yang Ruoqian, who was formulating the general direction of the script, was not panicking at all. He deliberately maintained the quality of the costumes and the level of special effects at an excellent level, because if the special effects and the plot were too bad, the audience would watch it as a comedy. And if the special effects were too powerful, the audience's requirements for the plot would be lowered accordingly, because they would feel that, even if the plot was bad, the special effects alone were enough to pay the price. Yang Ruoqian got out of the car and looked at the busy set, the actors and staff coming and going, and suddenly felt a little apologetic. Everyone is looking forward to the new movie. How disappointed will they be if it fails at the box office? How much damage will such disappointment cause to them? They have to pay more. Director and Mr. Yang is here. The boss is here to inspect. Everyone cheer up. Landlord, I'm here. Yang Ruoqian didn't want to disturb the actors and staff too much. He waved his hand casually and walked to the side, watching the filming on the set curiously. This was the first time he watched the filming of a movie at such a close distance. Yang Ruoqian was also on the scene when the web drama was filmed last time, but the scale was obviously not comparable to the one that invested 100 million this time. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from behind. Mr. Yang, go sit upstairs. It's so hot here that you can't see clearly. Yang Ruoqian turned his head and found that it was a man in his early 30s, holding 2 bottles of mineral water and a bag of fermented bean curd peanuts. What's your name? As the financial sponsor, Yang Ruoqian basically accounted for more than 95% of the expenses here, so he didn't say anything polite. Cui King, you can just call me little Cui. Cui King, who is several years older than Yang Ruoqian, smiled and said, I'm the associate producer. In simple terms, the producer of a film is the person who is responsible for all related projects of the entire film, including the director, leading actors, and the selection of various teams during the shooting stage. It also includes supervising post-production, publicity, distribution, and so on. The associate producer is the role of assisting the producer. Originally, this associate producer was to be given to Yang Ruoqian in name only, but Yang Ruoqian directly refused, because even if it was just a name, some things could not be avoided. The two walked all the way to a temporary room with a good view, and Cui King smiled again and said, I'm very grateful to Mr. Yang for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely treat you to a meal next time, when I'm free. The position of associate producer can choose someone who does real work or someone who is just a name. Since Yang Ruoqian gave up the name, naturally there will be someone who does real work to take over, paving the way for his future career. Oh, it's nothing. Yang Ruoqian shook his head indifferently. He had no interest in being famous. It doesn't mean much to me to have this name. Now he just wanted to enrich his own coffers. Cui King laughed twice and gave a wink to the assistant beside him. Everyone says that Mr. Yang is generous. Today I really saw it. Yang Ruoqian took the script from his assistant, glanced at it casually, and asked casually, what's so generous about this? Well, I feel that this script is not bad. It basically matches Yang Ruoqian's general direction. For example, superheroes fly to the top of skyscrapers and do some indecent actions, and if you want to become a superhero, you must first accept the unspoken rules. Such extremely uncomfortable plots can actually appear in the script. Not bad, not bad. After the filming of the dragon son-in-law protecting the country, Chen Gui's crew has obviously been much more relaxed in the compilation of the plot. In the past, they would never have been able to shoot such a plot. Although the work the dragon son-in-law protecting the country was successful, it led the entire Chen Gui crew to failure. In the long run, it was still a failure. After Yang Ruoqian comforted himself in this way, he felt much better. The assistant looked at Yang Ruoqian's somewhat careless look and continued to compliment him. 300,000 salary. You said you don't want it. Isn't that generous? Well, yes. Yang Ruoqian responded subconsciously and suddenly felt that something was wrong. What the hell? Salary? 300,000. How much? Exclamation mark. Before Yang Ruoqian asked a question, Sui King immediately frowned and scolded the assistant. Look at what you are saying. Does Mr. Yang need these hundreds of thousands? Mr. Yang kindly gave us the opportunity and wants to cultivate us. Hundreds of thousands. Look at your vision. You are so vulgar. Shame on you. Mr. Yang is a man of high moral character, understand? Yang Ruoqian, a complete layman, had no time to care about the two people playing a double act in front of him to flatter him. The only thing left in his mind was that big number. It turns out that being an associate producer can earn 300,000 yuan! Exclamation mark. Damn, 300,000 yuan. Yang Ruoqian has been busy with this broken system for so long, but in the end, the money that landed in his wallet was less than 300,000 yuan. Yang Ruoqian was faced with the idea that he could get a salary of 300,000 yuan just for a nominal position, but he kicked it away without knowing the value of it. Is it too late for me to say that I regret it now? No, that's not right. Yang Ruoqian, who was almost defeated, suddenly calmed down. This investment was made by the company. Can I get this salary? Will it violate the system rules? Thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian opened the system panel and began to look for relevant regulations from various regulations. Chapter 180, Backdoor. Soon, the system panel appeared in front of Yang Ruoqian. If the project funded by the host, the project party actively invites the host to become one of the project staff without being guided by the host and offers the host a salary. It does not violate the relevant regulations. Note that the host cannot hint to the project party in any direct or indirect way, otherwise it will be regarded as vicious competition. It's really possible. Investing funds in others and then letting others hire you to get a salary. It's actually a feasible way. What it means is that he really rejected a job with a maximum of 20 minutes of work per week and a total salary of 300,000 a few days ago. Listening to the annoying buzzing sound like a fly in his ear, the smile on Yang Ruoqian's face became more and more stiff. If he didn't have to save face in front of others, he would have wanted to get up and leave this damn place. Okay, I know you are very grateful to me for taking 300,000. Can you stop talking? How come some bad signs have appeared just after the filming of this movie? Mr. Yang, who is always backstabbed, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He lost 300,000 yuan just after the filming started. Was it a sign that Yang Ruoqian could not earn subsidies from the system by relying on this movie? No, these are all superstitions. Although he did not make money this time, he pointed out a clear way and gave Yang Ruoqian a new way to make money. How could it be a bad thing? In the long run, it is obviously a good thing and a good start. Producer Sui, let's talk about the details of the movie. After his mentality stabilized, Yang Ruoqian waved his hand to stop the two from continuing to say some meaningless words. I read the script and there is no big problem, but I think the current opening is a bit bland. There should be a more shocking opening. Sui King's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, please wait a moment, Mr. Yang, I'll ask editor Zhu to come over, who in the entire crew doesn't know that Kuiguang Group has a screenwriter team with strong creativity, clear ideas, and great achievements in themes other than traditional themes. The opinions they put forward are of great reference value. Soon, Yang Ruoqian saw Zulenian hurriedly walking out of the shooting site from his room, and walked straight to the small room where Yang Ruoqian was, which was equipped with air conditioning, snacks, and rest. As soon as he entered the room, Zulenian greeted him, "Boss Yang, long time no see. Last time I saw Kuiguang Group holding an annual meeting at Kayanda Plaza. It was a pity that I didn't find you. I heard that you have some suggestions for improving the script." Zulenian took it for granted that Yang Ruoqian had just told the general information of the script to the screenwriter team of Kuiguang Group. As the boss of a large group, such a small matter must be handed over to his subordinates. As for why Boss Yang did not let his screenwriter team design the plot of this movie, it may be because of other considerations. For example, they are preparing the plot of another movie and have no time to be distracted. Yang Ruoqian nodded, pointed to the beginning and said, "The beginning of our movie is still the same as the traditional superhero, but the plot is the opposite and the tension is slightly insufficient. If the plot is not designed to be explosive from the beginning, and the audience is gradually adapted to the existing plot, what if they accidentally adapt? Just like a novel, if the plot at the beginning is good enough, even if the quality of the subsequent content slowly declines and finally declines to an unbearable level, the reader's acceptance is still not low. On the other hand, it is very difficult for a novel with a bad beginning to attract readers with subsequent content, and it will be twice the result with half the effort, even if the subsequent content is gradually becoming excellent. This is the importance of the beginning." Zulenian nodded and asked, "How do you think the plot should be cut in at the beginning?" After Yang Ruoqian said this, Zulenian also realized that his beginning cut was indeed fine, but it was a bit too slow to get started, and it took a lot of plots before getting to the point. It is indeed not eye-catching enough. Yang Ruoqian thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to him. Isn't our theme anti-superhero? Then just throw out the relevant plot at the beginning. Don't give the audience any chance to react. Throw it out at the beginning. Zulenian was a little surprised. Don't you do any foreshadowing? Without any foreshadowing, wouldn't it make the audience feel a little confused? At least there should be some settings, and talk about the worldview, right? However, this is the suggestion of the screenwriter team of Kuiguang Group, and they must have some reason. Yang Ruoqian's thoughts are clear. Yes, I hope the beginning is like this. The male protagonist and his girlfriend are walking on the road, loving each other, discussing what to eat tonight, and what to do tomorrow. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and our superhero sprint man sprinted too fast, and knocked the male protagonist's girlfriend into a pile of pieces. Then turn the camera to the big screen on the street, on which hangs a slogan touting Sprint Man. Only in this way can the audience know what we are shooting. That's about it. When Kuiguang, who was in the same room, first heard it, he always felt that something was wrong. The protagonist of this movie was already very aggrieved, and now this beginning has been changed. Wouldn't the protagonist be aggrieved from beginning to end? The girlfriend was hit and killed by the superhero as soon as she appeared on the stage. The new girlfriend joined the company responsible for the superhero and was subjected to various unspoken rules by the company members, and her head was covered with green oil. Throughout the plot, the protagonist stands in the dark and the villains are in the light. No matter in which aspect, the villains can beat the protagonist. Doesn't it sound shocking? As an associate producer, Kuiguang can understand that the intention of this film is to criticize the over-mythologized individualism, to explain the true reaction of ordinary people after they have transcendental power, and the profound idea that capital does not treat people as human beings. But, isn't it a bit too forced and too impatient to let the protagonist's girlfriend be hit and killed? If a movie wants to have a good box office, it sometimes needs to make concessions to the audience. It is not uncommon to win awards, but have average box office. Good. When Kuiguang was confused, Zulenian next to him couldn't help but applaud and said with some emotion, "Mr. Yang is worthy of being Mr. Yang. The pattern is big. Directly enter the climax at the beginning of the story, reverse and attract a wave of hatred by the way. Perfect. Too perfect." Kuiguang and his assistant were a little confused. Such a frustrated and cuckolded script really deserves such a high evaluation? This is not the previous comedy The Dragon Son-in-Law Protecting the Country. The audience really can't laugh when they see the protagonist being cuckolded. What's more, the villain is still the one who did it. Editor Zoo, are you sure? Is there a problem? Zoolenian, whose literary youth disease had completely broken out, nodded excitedly. Absolutely no problem. How sad, profound, and ironic is this script? As a screenwriter, you should tell a meaningful story, and you shouldn't deliberately cater to the market and shoot what the audience likes to watch. Zoolenian, who was completely self-satisfied and had an intracranial orgasm, turned to look at Ruoqian and said excitedly, "Okay, then for this actor who was added temporarily, I will notify the crew to find a temporary extra. You don't have to worry about this matter." Ruoqian said lightly, "I brought one more person here today and let her play the role of being hit and killed by the villain. Want to use the back door of Kuiguang and send money to the door? Then let's finish the first 3 minutes of the first episode." Chapter 181. I'll tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. While several bigwigs were discussing the direction of the entire movie in an air-conditioned room with an excellent view, other people on the set were not idle either. At this time, a man and a woman who seemed to be unable to fit in were leaning against the wall and talking. "You must seize this opportunity, understand?" Kizang, the agent of Hangyo company who came with him shamelessly, said to his actress with a cold face, "No matter what role is assigned to you, you must play it seriously." In order to get a chance to participate in a movie, Kizang traveled to other places, treated people to meals, and applied for a sky-high gym card. The total cost was close to 200,000 yuan. He just received a notice that the role he got was the ex-girlfriend of the male protagonist, and the salary was 240,000 yuan. Both the casting and the salary gave him a big surprise. Originally, Kizang had no intention of making a profit, but just wanted to take advantage of director An's east wind to gild his own actors and pave the way for future acting careers. Anyone with a discerning eye in the industry can see that after continuous accumulation, Zhao, who has made the web drama The Dragon Son-in-Law of the Guardian of the Country, is likely to make another hit movie. Kizang did not catch up with the limelight of The Dragon Son-in-Law of the Guardian of the Country, and this movie, which has not even been released yet, must not be missed by him again. When Zhao's name is completely well known, and the actors of Kuiguang Group have become famous one by one, it will not be so easy to use money to smooth the relationship. Think about it, in the work of the great director Zhao, the role played by his own actor is the ex-girlfriend of the male protagonist. Although it is not one of the leading actors, it is definitely an important supporting role, which is enough to scare people. With this identity, it may be easier to get a role in the future, and the money spent for this can be earned back later. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the actor has a certain level. After all, it is not an ordinary company or an ordinary project where employees can slack off. It is easy to tell whether an actor's performance is good or not, and whether he has made great efforts. So Kizang repeatedly urged his actors to perform well. But who knew that the crew was so generous that they were willing to pay 240,000 yuan for a minor role? Not only did they not lose money, but they also made a small profit of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Kizang didn't know that Ruoqian only paid 240,000 yuan not because he only wanted to pay 240,000 yuan, but because this was the upper limit of the system. It is impossible to offer a higher salary for a role that can be played by anyone on the street if it weren't for the fact that the other person had a 120,000 yuan gym membership. The 240,000 yuan salary would probably be judged as a violation by the system. Brother Ki, don't worry. Seeing that the studio had already started to urge, the pretty actress said confidently, and then walked towards the shooting location. Watching his actors walking towards the studio full of green screens, Kizang was worried, and at the same time he sighed that the people of Kuiguang Group were really honest, and they would really do things as long as they were paid. Originally, after being rejected by Zhao and meeting the leaders of Kuiguang Group in shorts, he had already lost all hope and was ready to return empty-handed. Who knew that the matter would be successful in the end, and he would get so many benefits? Should I give Lin Ko a kickback? Suddenly, a message popped up on the top of Kizang's mobile phone screen. The sender was a colleague with whom Kizang had a good relationship in the company. "How is it? Have you settled your matter?" I told you that Anzao will take off soon, and it is difficult to smooth this relationship with money. Kizang proudly recorded a video at the venue and sent it to his colleague with a voice message. Anzao's matter has not been settled, but I know an inside gossip. I spent tens of thousands of yuan to treat director and to dinner, and finally got it. Do you want to hear it? The matter of inviting Anzao to dinner was completely nonsense. In the end, the three of them paid for the meal and drinks AA. Anzao did not take advantage of Kizang at all. But this little episode did not affect Kizang and his colleagues bragging. The colleague was not polite at all. Hurry up, I still have work here, don't talk nonsense. The two of them had a relationship where they could borrow money from each other, and they were not so unfamiliar. With first-hand information, they would naturally communicate. Kizang said mysteriously, I'm telling you, although it's hard to smooth out the relationship with Director An, he has a very close relationship with Kuiguang Group. As long as you smooth out the relationship with Kuiguang, Director An's problem will be half solved. Although the role he got was uncertain, at least there was a role, and the pay was not low. A minute later, a colleague sent a message, don't keep us in suspense. Kizang glanced at the actors who had already changed into costumes, and then looked around furtively. After making sure that no one was eavesdropping, he quietly sent a voice message, apply for a card. Kuiguang Group has a hidden swimming pool project. The card price is 126,000. Do you understand what I mean? Apply for a card? Yes, it's about applying for a card. I can't say more. It involves confidentiality. In short, you can guess it yourself, and don't tell anyone. Just after sending the voice message, Kizang saw his own actors coming from the studio, with a confused look on their faces, and at a loss. Kizang, who was originally proud of showing off in front of his colleagues, suddenly had a brain bump. Why did he come out of the studio so soon? It's been less than 10 minutes since she entered. Kizang's heart sank. Could it be that she was kicked out by the director because of her poor performance? Exclamation mark. He walked up quickly and asked nervously, what's wrong with you? Did you offend the director? If she offended Anzao, it would be difficult to deal with it. No. The actress was still confused. The director said that I shot it very well and I can leave. What do you mean by shooting very well and I can leave? Kizang was also confused. Is your role today over here? As the ex-girlfriend of the protagonist, there are so few scenes on the first day. Can it be finished in a few minutes? In order to keep it confidential, all actors will not get the entire script at once. Because the beginning of the plot was just changed, Kizang and the others have not seen the latest version of the script. The actress shook her head, and the confusion in her eyes did not subside at all. Not today, but all. The director said that all my scenes are over, and I can get my salary and finish shooting. But she only shot a dozen seconds of the plot in total. The progress of the whole movie is probably less than 3 minutes, right? She was directly smashed into pieces by the villain Sprint Man, and then finished shooting? Kizang was even more confused. What the hell? All the scenes are gone. The actress did not start filming immediately after entering the studio. She had to read the script and wait for other actors' clips. Some clips might even have to be reshot. The scenes that could be completed were less than 2 minutes at most. For a scene of less than 2 minutes, she could get a salary of 240,000. A small supporting role, and the salary was calculated by the second? No, Kizang spent so much effort just to gild his own actor and use the high exposure of the movie to make everyone pay attention to this supporting role. But there are only so many scenes, and there are actors named Kizang in the list of actors, but it doesn't play the role of gilding at all. Other companies are not fools. They can still see whether this actor has some real skills. But how can such a small part reflect the ability of an actor? A salary of 240,000 is a small matter, and the small profit of 20,000 or 30,000 is also a small matter. Kizang may not even make this money, but the more scenes, the better. Otherwise, the company, the actor and the agent would have to share the dry 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, which would be meaningless without any stamina. Kizang couldn't understand or accept it at all, and wanted to have a good argument with the director. The issue of the film remuneration was easy to talk about, but could the role be a little bigger? But he had just taken 2 steps forward when the security guard on the set came over and said politely, "Please move outside, because the following plot is confidential. Please understand." After that, the two relatives were politely escorted out of the set by the security guard and looked at each other. Chapter 182 Super Double. Unrelated people left the set, and the crew continued filming in the studio. After the first few pre-plots, the scenery can no longer be limited to a few streets and a few cafes and restaurants. This city protected by the superhero should also show its entire appearance. Of course, most of the various large scenes in this city still rely on post-production special effects synthesis. Generally speaking, the props that need to be used are some very detailed small objects, such as benches, trash cans, neon lights and other things on the street. Because these objects look small, but there are many details, it is not only difficult to restore the sense of reality with special effects synthesis, but also very expensive. It is better to spend a little money to buy a real object. After all, the system does not allow deliberate waste of money, otherwise Yang Ruoqian might really make a special effects trash can. Similarly, the costumes and props of the actors are the same. And some grand visions and the cool skills of superheroes either do not require amazing details, or can be played at will, so they can be synthesized with special effects. The scene being filmed in the studio now is not much different from a modern metropolis, with only some differences in details. In a certain area of the metropolis, the streets full of lights and wine are full of smelly garbage. Most of the people are skinny and sick, and nearby billboards are hung with billboards of superheroes, praising them to the utmost. This not only uses the first plot of killing the protagonist's ex-girlfriend to establish the villain image of the superhero, but also expresses through these details that they are not only villains, but also hypocritical hypocrites. After a simple change to the script, Zhu Lenian left the room and went to the set. Yang Ruoqian, who stayed in the room, looked through the glass window and observed the movement in the studio boredly. Watching the filming of a movie in person was a bit fresh at first, but after watching it for a long time, it was just like that. Several people surrounded a pile of props, with a circle of green screens hanging around them, rehearsing lines, and performing stunts with machines if necessary. If they were not satisfied with the shots, the director would ask them to do it again. Maybe this may not be a big deal for an actor, but for an outsider, a person who just comes to join in the fun, it is too boring. In the corner of the room, Kuiguang King, who had just answered a call, put away his phone, looked towards the studio, and smiled. The girl named Chang Qianayu from General Manager Yang's company is very good. She is beautiful, has a good personality, and is very motivated. That's called being stupid. Yang Ruoqian, who has some knowledge of this girl, couldn't help but complain in his heart. The two chatted casually, and time soon came to noon. The first shot of the movie was finally shot, and director announced that the actors and staff could go to lunch and rest. Chang Qianayu excitedly whoosh, regardless of the props and costumes on his body, ran straight to the outside of the studio, and came back with Wen Ruoqian holding a large insulated bag. Yang Ruoqian also packed up his things, and prepared to leave the room, to go back to the company to slack off. He had read the script, and confirmed that there was no problem, and he didn't want to stay on the set all the time. Anyway, whether he was there or not, it would not affect the progress and content of the movie. Just as Yang Ruoqian walked out of the room, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Landlord, this way." Yang Ruoqian looked back. On the empty space of the studio, when Ruoqian helplessly placed the thermos bag in her hand on a table that was originally a prop. Chang Qianayu used the scissors of the props group to cut the thermos bag open, and several chocolatiers rolled out of the bag that was still emitting cold air. After a busy morning, the crew members who were tired and hungry and whose takeaways had not yet been delivered, their eyes lit up. "Zio Shang, can I have one?" Chang Qianayu smiled and said, "Didn't I buy so many, just for everyone to eat?" As soon as these words came out, many people who were around came up and hurriedly took the ice cream out of the thermos bag. This kind of thing melts too easily, and the taste will be much worse if you open the package a few minutes later, so everyone was not polite. "It's a big expense. How much does such a big bag cost?" A slightly older crew member came over, picked up an ice cream cone, and couldn't help but sighed. "You are beautiful and kind. Is Zio Shang in love?" I want to introduce my son to you. Oldly, Xiao Shang will become a big star in the future, but he may not be interested in your son. Chocolates. It's much more cost effective than those ice cream assassins. I like it. Thank you, big boss. Shankai smiled sweetly, with two shallow dimples on his face, and selectively responded to these jokes. One per person, don't take more. At this time, Yang Ruoqian also came up, took a look at the environment on the scene, took an ice cream cone, and asked jokingly while unpacking it, "You are so extravagant after just getting paid? Do you have enough money in your pocket?" The slight coldness, the bitterness of chocolate and the sweetness of sugar lingered on the lips, which really dispelled a little fatigue. The crew members who were not very familiar with each other soon became friends, talking and laughing. When Shankai saw the boss coming, she quickly took out another cone from the thermos bag, and said solemnly with a stern face, "This is to thank all the seniors for taking care of me." Perhaps because of her personality and appearance, she doesn't look serious when she is stern, but a little cute. But after all, she was still eating someone else's cone, so the crew couldn't laugh directly, so they all pretended to be listening attentively. Shankai coughed twice lightly, and stuffed the extra cone in her hand into Yang Ruoqian's other free hand. "But the boss took such good care of me, you have to get my double thanks." "Double thanks, double gifts." Yang Ruoqian was still eating the cone in his right hand, but before he even finished half of it, another one was stuffed into his left hand. So he was stunned for a while. Being treated specially by others is of course a very pleasant thing. But why does it feel a bit weird to have an ice cream in the left hand and an ice cream in the right hand? Seeing this scene, the crew finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although Yang Ruoqian is the sponsor and the boss, they are young after all, so they are not so restrained, and just start joking. "Xiao Shang, how can Mr. Yang open the car door later if you do this? You are so ignorant. Mr. Yang needs to open the car door himself. By the way, is Mr. Yang single?" Yang Ruoqian looked at Shankai with a smile, waved the ice cream cone in his hand and joked, "Just two? Can I take one more?" Shankai said without thinking, "If the landlord wants to take it, the whole bag is yours. This one in my hand is yours too." The landlord gave her a place to live, paid her salary, and gave her the leading role of such an important movie. There was even a housing allowance in the salary composition, which was a disguised way of exempting the rent. There were no extra requirements, and no taking advantage of the fire, to bury mines in the agency, contract when she was rejected by the two giants, and was in financial difficulties. In the entertainment industry with a lot of unspoken rules, Kuiguang Group is as clean as a paradise. Shankai bit off a chocolate from the cone, and chewed it in his mouth. His shiny clothes trembled slightly. What's a few chocolate bars? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. You are always reliable in this aspect of unreliability. The others were all laughing when they heard the conversation. Ha ha ha. You gave the boss a bag of ice cream as a gift. You are worthy of it, Xiao Shang. You should at least give him a cigarette, right? When has Mr. Yang ever smoked? It's better to give him tea or wine. Those things are valuable. The expensive ones cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Shankai said unconvincedly. What do you know? This is called the gift is small, but the thought is great. The boss doesn't need this little money. Who said that? What if I do need this money? Yang Ruoqian finally got the chance, and said what was in his mind while joking. Ha ha ha, President Yang is really good at joking. I still remember that last time President Yang treated everyone in our crew to a meal, and that meal was probably equivalent to my annual income. After a while of joking, Sui King saw that the time was almost up, so he stepped forward and said in a serious tone, okay, a few jokes are enough. There are so many tequilats at the door. Go and get them, if you know whose they are. There is still a lot of work to do in the afternoon, so save your energy for some serious work. President Yang will have an important dinner later, so don't bother him. Yang Ruoqian just threw the last bite of the ice cream cone into his mouth, and was a little surprised when he heard this. When did I have an important dinner? Why didn't I know about it? Kuiguang stepped forward and whispered in his ear, President Yang, I'll treat you to a meal. Get in the car. Yang Ruoqian was a little puzzled. Dinner? Is there anything you want to talk about? There shouldn't be many important projects between him and Chen Guiyu, right? It's just a small matter. Kuiguang took Yang Ruoqian to the car and said with a smile, we'll talk on the way. Please. After saying goodbye to the crew, the two got on the co-pilot seat and the VIP seat on the right side of the back seat respectively. The driver locked the car door, started the car, and quickly left the set. Yang Ruoqian glanced at the scene passing by outside the car window, and his tone was a little unclear. Producer CUI, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. The reason for the unclear emotion was not because Yang Ruoqian had any dissatisfaction with Chen Guiyu, but from the direction the driver drove. If nothing unexpected happened, the destination would be his own restaurant. According to the traditional habits of Chen Guiyu's company, since they have driven to the restaurant, it means that the payment must have been made. It is not very meaningful to dissuade them now. I don't know how much money will be deposited again, alas. It's not a big deal. Kuiguang took out a bottle of iced mineral water from the car refrigerator and handed it to Yang Ruoqian, who had just finished eating ice cream. It's just that President Cheng asked me to ask you if Sing My Motherland needs our help. Chen Guiyu headquarters, that is, President Cheng's father, happens to be one of the sponsors of this variety show. We can talk. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Ruoqian certainly understood. Isn't it that the artists under the sponsor can be specially paid attention to by the mentors? Even if the singing is not so good, the mentors who are responsible for screening and eliminating can forcibly press the button and take the singer under their command. As early as the God of Cooking competition, Yang Ruoqian understood the nature of these talent show variety shows. Of course, the Voice of China and the God of Cooking competition are not talent show variety shows of the same level. The traffic of the former is more than one order of magnitude higher than that of the latter. It is not strange that Chen Guiyu headquarters sponsored this variety show. However, Chen Guiyu headquarters is not an agency, and the sponsorship is mainly for advertising. Of course, Cheng Fei can just mediate and give this behind-the-scenes quota to Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian understands the reason. The only question is, when will someone from Kuiguang Group go to participate in the Voice of China? Why did Kuiguang ask this? Well, I understand, but what does this have to do with us? As the boss of the entire company, Yang Ruoqian does not have to pretend to be familiar with all the company's business. After the company grows, it is normal for the boss to be unclear about some things. If a company cannot operate at all without the boss, then there is a big problem. Kuiguang laughed and said, look at me. I didn't tell you the whole story. We heard that the duo that performs in your restaurant is going to participate in Sing My Motherland, so we came to ask. Haha, our company's professional team likes this duo very much, but for this kind of talent show, just having strength is definitely not enough. It just so happens that we can help a little in this regard. Don't worry, there are no other additional requirements. A duo that performs in the restaurant? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a long time before he finally remembered that there was indeed a man and a woman who performed regularly in his restaurant. They even got the restaurant's 10% discount, which was indispensable for the right time, place, and people. Yang Ruoqian still had some impression of the woman who took the initiative to talk to him. It seems that Chen Guiyu had some misunderstandings about these two singers, thinking that they were singers under the Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian was about to explain that this unknown duo just happened to come to the restaurant frequently to eat the 10% discount big set meal and to perform to make money, and they were not artists under the company, but as if he remembered something very important, he swallowed what he wanted to say. You said your company's professional team likes this group. Yang Ruoqian asked tentatively. To be honest, Yang Ruoqian has heard the songs sung by this group. It can't be said to be bad, and he can even praise it, but there is always something wrong. It's a bit rustic and weird. Can this type of group perform well on The Voice of China? Kuiguang nodded. Yes, our company's team all praises you for your good vision and always finding some unusual talents. After a major change, the related business of Chengaiyu Group is much more mature than before, and it is no longer as chaotic as when it was first established. However, President Yang didn't know this. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he first met the singer of Chengaiyu Group. In his mind, a young man sang passionately in a crowded place like a comic exhibition and created a no man's land with his unpleasant voice. What does this mean? This means that Chengaiyu's professional team is a bunch of useless people. The impression left by that comic exhibition was too deep. In terms of unreliable singer selection, Yang Ruoqian has always felt that Chengaiyu Group is reliable. Since such an unreliable team thinks that the duo in their restaurant is reliable, doesn't that mean that this duo is actually unreliable? The next month is coming, and new artist recruitment quotas are coming soon, and Yang Ruoqian is just worrying about the super high profits from live streaming. The shady Sing My Motherland also sounds like a good money making project. Otherwise, why not just sign this duo? Chapter 184 Double Happiness, Two-way travel. The luxury car parked outside the restaurant in an orderly manner, and Yang Ruoqian and Kuiguang walked out of the car one after the other. Yang Ruoqian took another sip of water to wash away the last bit of sticky sweetness in his mouth, and then said to Kuiguang, "Producer Kui, please go into the room first. I want to talk to Wei Ling and the others." The smart Kuiguang naturally knew that Mr. Yang meant to ask him to step aside, so he smiled politely and said, "Okay, I won't be polite and order the dishes first." The dishes had obviously been ordered, and he can use this incident to give himself a perfect excuse for his behavior. This is the smart people in a normal big company, unlike the employees of Kuiguang Group, who can't appreciate the true meaning of the boss, and every day they are encouraged to stab in the back. Yang Ruoqian nodded with a smile, turned around and walked towards Wei Ling and the others who were eating. "Boss Yang," Wei Ling shouted cheerfully, stroking the suitcase at hand. "Thank you for taking care of me these past few months. We will leave Jinhei in 2 days and will not cause you any more trouble." It just happened to correspond to what Kuiguang said just now, that the two of them were going to participate in The Voice of China. Since they were going to participate in this program, why not just help themselves lose more money? Yang Ruoqian waited for Kuiguang to enter the box before asking the waiter to add a pot of tea to the table. He sat on an empty chair and asked, "Do you two know what I do?" After saying this, Yang Ruoqian complained in his heart that this bad line was really like the opening remarks of the black-hearted capitalist villains in those TV dramas when they were committing fraud. In the early stage, he always gave various small favors, and the seemingly decent restaurant owner suddenly came to the door and kept it a secret. But in fact, he had ulterior motives. Wei Ling was obviously stunned for a moment, but the smile on her face did not fade. "Of course I know, Boss Yang of Kuiguang Group. You can find it by just searching on the internet." "Boss Yang, do you think we are good at singing? Do you want to sign a contract with us?" As expected of a group that has been in the society for so long, it can be said that they have not made any achievements, but they are definitely smart enough in terms of being a person. Much smarter than that little fool Shankai and Ayu. "Yes." Yang Ruoqian nodded and looked at the faces of the two people. "Why, do you two already have a contract?" "Not really." Wei Ling glanced at the man next to her and said jokingly, "But we have too many requirements and are too difficult to serve. It is not suitable to sign a contract." Boss Yang will definitely not agree. There are many rumors about Kuiguang Group on the internet, all of which are very positive. Moreover, they often give the two people a 10% discount on meals, so Wei Ling did not have the kind of emotions that Yang Ruoqian imagined. "Don't worry, tell me." Yang Ruoqian immediately became interested. "Difficult to serve? Definitely won't agree." He likes difficult employees and likes to sign contracts that other bosses are unwilling to sign. Perhaps because they have been to many places and seen many things, the two people's attitude towards Yang Ruoqian cannot be said to be bad, but compared with employees and partners, they are more casual. "Boss Yang, do you really want to listen? You can't kick us out after listening. I heard that your restaurant has more than one store in Jinhei." Wei Ling made a joke. "Can I be such a stingy person?" Yang Ruoqian became more interested after hearing what Wei Ling said. "Just say it." Seeing that the big boss opposite wanted to talk seriously, Wei Ling thought about it and said, "First of all, if you want to sign the agency contract, you have to sign both of us together, and the treatment must be the same. It's not that no scouts found the two before, but they only wanted to sign Wei Ling, and didn't want to take the two away. After all, Wei Ling's singing skills are still very good. But Zheng Yi, who is in the group with her, always has a feeling of paddling. He raps a few words, hums and ahs, and the whole song is over. What's more, Wei Ling also asked for the same treatment for the two. Oh, that doesn't matter." Yang Ruoqian poured the tea into his cup. "I thought it was something else. Is there anything else? What kind of request is it to sign two people together? How can it be difficult to serve if the treatment is exactly the same?" Yang Ruoqian wanted to have more people and pay more. Seeing that Boss Yang agreed so readily, Wei Ling was really surprised. But on second thought, Boss Yang is the boss of the company, not those agents who are responsible for their own performance. Signing one more person is just a small matter for the company's cost. The employees of big companies are not equal. Paying one more person's salary is nothing for a company with strong funds, but it may be a very fatal blow to an employee with a low base salary and high commission. The surprise in her heart soon dissipated. Boss Yang is really as generous as a legend. Wei Ling couldn't help but say, "But the two of us are used to being wild. We like to go to various places to collect materials and find inspiration. Sometimes we can't participate in the company's various arrangements." In fact, what she said was already quite tactful. If it were a big star, it would be understandable to make such a request. But Wei Ling and Zheng Yi are singers at best and self-employed workers at worst. What qualifications do they have to make such a request to the agency? The agency spends a lot of money to train the artists, but the artists don't obey the arrangements. What kind of contract is it? So, Wei Ling saw Boss Yang sitting in front of her nodding his head, and said very seriously and even impatiently, "It's a very reasonable request. Anything else?" "Yes, that's it. After signing the contract, you can go wherever you want, and do whatever you want. You can refuse all the arrangements of the company, and don't do anything to make money. This is an employee who perfectly meets the employee code and thought guidance. Ready-made. If Yang Ruoqian asked the company to deliberately not operate its artists, it must be passive operation. But what if the artists themselves refuse these operations? The system will definitely not be able to determine that it is a violation. Isn't it a two-way rush?" Wei Ling and Zheng Yi, who were originally prepared to be rejected and left after a few jokes with Boss Yang, never thought that the answer they would get was an unthinking agreement. After all, it was a bit ungrateful for two people who were not famous to ask for such conditions that only big names could ask for. But there was not even a trace of dissatisfaction on Boss Yang's face. The smile on her face finally disappeared. She couldn't believe her ears, so she confirmed again, "Boss Yang, can I understand your meaning as that Kuiguang Company is willing to sign a contract with us under such conditions?" Yang Ruoqian nodded gently, "Yes. I may not sign with you without these conditions." Wei Ling took a deep breath. Boss Yang is a straightforward person. If these conditions can be agreed, the contract can indeed be signed. But we are not shameless. It's embarrassing to shamelessly ask for so many resources under such conditions. Boss Yang, just give it as you see fit. Just give it as you see fit. Yang Ruoqian was unhappy when he heard this. Chapter 185. 50W for turning the chair once. How can this be possible? Yang Ruoqian rejected it immediately. If you have signed a contract with Kuiguang Company, you are the company's artist. In the company, every artist is equal. Just chase your dreams boldly, go anywhere to find inspiration, and take materials in any way you want. The company will reimburse you for all expenses. Yang Ruoqian really likes employees who choose to exile themselves like this. If Xiaoyuki could have this kind of awareness, it would be great to travel on his own and not interfere in the company's management affairs. Even the cool and casual Wei Ling was a little confused after hearing what Boss Yang said. Boss Yang, are you kidding? To be fair, the conditions we offer are actually quite excessive. They are not worthy of your good cultivation. Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Wei Ling to say such a thing. As expected of a singer who has been in various cities, she can say such things directly to the boss. If it were a confused fresh graduate, he might think that old companies are like this, and the working conditions should be so good. If it were a seasoned veteran in the workplace, he would not mention these out of specification treatments, and would constantly emphasize his own value, and try his best to match himself with the job. If it were a silly kid like Shankai Anayu, he would just forget it. It's better not to say anything. Yang Ruoqian, who had not instilled his perverse ideas into others for a while, finally found a trace of his previous feelings and immediately began to improvise. You too, didn't you know much about our company's artists before? Wei Ling blinked and nodded. It's not that I don't want to pay attention. There is only one artist in your company, right? Previously, the main business of Kuiguang Company was in the live broadcast sector, and Shankai Anayu, who was recently recruited, was not well known. Naturally, Wei Ling only recognized Guan Yunpeng, who became famous for the dragon son-in-law who protects the country. And this is an actor, not a singer. Our group emphasizes the personal development of artists, inspiration, and creativity, and never forces them to grow. If you refuse the company's unreasonable arrangements, in order to find inspiration, adjust your mindset, or rest your body, we are absolutely in favor of it. As if he felt that just saying these empty words was not enough, Yang Ruoqian thought about it, and then, while forcing himself to endure the pain of being stabbed in the back by the anchors, he gave some examples. If you have followed our anchors, you will find that each of them is so unique and has his own personality. For example, Gaonayan, our company's opening star, is famous for her unique skill of lip dissection. Another example is Huang Rushi, the leader of our company's dance area. His masterpiece is already the most played video in the history of Station B, and it is expected to become the first video on the station to have a playback volume of over 100 million. For example, Yang Ruoqian gave several examples that stabbed him in the back, and he felt a little sad. Each example was a ridiculously low income and a ruthless mockery of him. Wei Ling and the others listened, but felt that something was wrong. No matter how unique other anchor artists are, they are only unique in content or personality. The two of us, not to mention the strong personal style of the content of our singing. Now we are so free to do whatever we want at work. How can we be confused with other people? And what about finding inspiration, adjusting the mindset, resting the body? Such subjective things, don't they mean whatever the artist says? I accidentally played games all night and slept late that day. I directly explained to my leader that I was adjusting my mindset. How can the leader collect evidence? Zheng Yi, who had been watching the show from the sidelines from the beginning until now, couldn't stand it anymore. He felt that it would be a bit too bullying to sign according to this contract, so he said, "Boss Yang, we..." Although Zheng Yi always kept silent, he was Wei Ling's leader at the beginning. "Oh, yes, are you going to participate in this year's Sing My Motherland?" Yang Ruoqian took over the conversation forcefully, "Then find a time and sign the contract quickly. The company will bear all the expenses at that time, and you can save some money. You have been frugal and saved so much money. If you put it all into this variety show, you may not be able to get ahead. How risky it is, how not worth it. I will talk to the company's hours and your agent in a while, and you can find a time to go to the company to sign the contract." What's wrong with people nowadays? They don't accept such a good thing that comes to their doorstep, but refuse it. It would be impolite to refuse again. Wei Ling's smile finally returned to her face. She glanced at Zheng Yi and joked, "What should I do? My curiosity about Boss Yang's company has exceeded participating in Sing My Motherland. So, does this mean that you agree? Very good. After the company has a singer, many related money-losing businesses can also be carried out." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "You will have plenty of opportunities to learn more about the company in the future. Now your most important task is to create a good work without distraction. The company will help you solve all other difficulties. Remember, I said create good works, not create good works, as soon as possible. Kuiguang Group adheres to the principle of slow work and fine work. As long as you can produce good works, the company can wait for a year, 3 years, or even 10 years. Well, it would be best if you can wait for 100 years. After saying this, Yang Ruoqian felt that it was about the same. Looking at the two people in front of him who were shocked, Yang Ruoqian was full of confidence. He knew too well what all kinds of creators, including literary creators and music creators, valued most in their hearts. Nothing more than a stable creative environment and a boss who could understand them. But the problem is that many agents and companies can't wait that long. If you don't produce high quality works quickly and frequently, you may fade out of the public's view in a few years. There are many singers who are short-lived, and now, someone who doesn't put pressure on them for performance and time has appeared. Who can resist? At this time, Yang Ruoqian saw the waiter bringing a plate of high-end dishes into the private room, reserved by Kuiguang, so he took the opportunity to end the topic. Okay, I have another dinner, so let's talk about it later. Waiter, this table and this bill are waived today. After pretending to be cool, Yang Ruoqian stood up and followed the waiter into the private room. As soon as he entered the room, Kuiguang stood up and poured a cup of tea for Yang Ruoqian and said with a smile, Mr. Yang is personally cheering for his artists? Yang Ruoqian didn't want to explain this misunderstanding. He picked up the teacup to moisten his throat and said casually, yes. Cheering up is not enough. Kuiguang smiled mysteriously. I heard from internal staff that, even if the singing level is good, if there is no sponsorship, there will be various difficulties, such as not giving shots, such as limiting the flow, such as singing well, but being accused of singing badly. And even if the singing is bad, as long as the sponsorship is enough 500,000, you can get the mentor's right to turn around and advance. Has Mr. Yang thought about it? The supernatural is revived. Demons and evil spirits are wreaking havoc on the world, but all the evil spirits dare not approach a snack bar hidden in the alley, because it is rumored that this shop will cook evil spirits as ingredients, and I'm the owner of this snack bar. Chapter 186, Kuiguang Ecology. Yang Ruoqian was slightly stunned after hearing what Kuiguang said. He had also heard of the variety show The Voice of China. The first stage is the stage where the mentors are divided into classes, that is, the blind selection stage. The promotion mechanism is probably that the contestants sing below, and during the singing, the four mentors with their backs to the stage will choose whether to turn around or not according to their own judgment. If they turn around, the singer can join the team of this mentor and successfully advance. If multiple mentors turn around, the contestants can freely choose which mentor to follow. Now Kuiguang said that 500,000 can make a mentor turn around, which means that 500,000 can guarantee advancement in the first round. Of course, the role of this 500,000 is limited to the first round. After the blind selection stage, there will be a team civil war. Each team will be divided into 7 groups in pairs and sing the same song. The winner will stay, and the loser will leave. After that, there will be various elimination mechanisms and various money-making links waiting for the contestants to open their eyes. Kuiguang watched Yang Ruoqian fall into silence, smiled and comforted him. Boss Yang, don't worry, let me tell you, at least the first stage of the turnaround is not a problem. You don't have to pay. In Kuiguang's view, although Yang Ruoqian is very successful, he is very young after all, and he has been on some upright paths. He may not have a deep understanding of the dark norm in the entertainment industry that requires secret operations. Extending an olive branch to him now is like sending charcoal in the snow. Yang Ruoqian was silent for a long time before he slowly asked, Producer Kuiguang, I have a question. Can I ask it? Here it comes. Kuiguang was a little excited. It seemed that a boss with outstanding abilities was finally going to become a real capital tycoon who could plan and strategize under his guidance. Perhaps, he was now witnessing the rise of an entertainment giant. Mr. Yang, you are too polite. Just ask whatever you want. Yang Ruoqian nodded and asked curiously, doesn't Sing My Motherland have 4 mentors? Yes, Mr. Yang knows it very well. Then can I spend 4.5 million yuan to let all the mentors turn around together? Yang Ruoqian asked excitedly. If each mentor could only turn around once, Yang Ruoqian would have asked them to show what a big spinning top is on TV. Think about it, if you want to advance, you only need one mentor to do it. The 4 mentors turning around just gives the contestants more choices, and the impact on the subsequent schedule is minimal. This is called spending a lot of money to do small things. And there are enough reasons to do this. What if the contestants and mentors are not compatible? One more mentor turning around means one more choice. Kuiguang, who was waiting for Yang Ruoqian to complain about the program team, was stunned by this question. He didn't react for a long time, and the teacup in his hand also hovered in the air. He thought for a moment, thinking that maybe he didn't make his words clear, so he smiled and said, "What? Mr. Yang, you may have some misunderstandings. You only need one mentor to advance." "Oh, I know." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand arrogantly. "I mean, can you pack up the 4 chairs and take them away? I want them all." Kuiguang had already forgotten why he called Yang Ruoqian to dinner. He sat in a daze, his mind in a mess. Yes, it should be possible. But, if you want a mentor to turn around, just give him 500,000 to turn around. Why do you have to ask all the mentors to turn around? It is definitely possible. The program group is so shameless that they have clearly marked the price. Will they mind charging more money? What's the point of wasting money like this? No matter how rich the Kuiguang group is, it can't just burn it like this, right? Yang Ruoqian said with a serious face. What if the singer feels that another mentor is better? What if they regret it after observing the mentor's performance during the selection stage? Wouldn't that harm them? We must give them enough choices. This is the responsible attitude towards singers. Kuiguang murmured to himself. Yes, is that so? Then contact the program team. Should it be okay? I thought I would see the young and promising boss get angry at this kind of program team, but Kuiguang never expected that Yang Ruoqian not only did not get angry, but was even a little overjoyed. Is this the reaction of a normal person? Why do I feel that Mr. Yang is not playing by the rules? Okay, then I'll let the company contact the program team. I appreciate your help, no need to bother. Yang Ruoqian got a positive answer and was very satisfied. But he didn't just spend money to turn the chair. Yang Ruoqian hated this kind of program that was under the banner of talent show based on strength, but actually saw who could spend more money. Giving money to such a program team, even for system tasks, would make people feel uncomfortable. So he planned to do some big moves after Weiling and Zhengli finished the competition. The first plan was to directly expose the shady dealings of the Voice of China on the internet as a participant, and use the company's financial resources and influence to quickly stir up the topic. Even if the shady dealings of this program are already known to everyone on Earth. But putting something that everyone has assumed in their hearts directly on the table is another concept. The program group that can host such a variety show on TV must have extraordinary strength. After Kuiguang's revelation, the two companies naturally became enemies. In order to compete for the high ground of public opinion, both sides must have spent a lot of money buying hot searches, buying water armies, and even inviting some big names to support themselves. There was no time when this hot topic could not cool down at all. After all this, Kuiguang had to pay a lot of money, and the program group also didn't know how much money it would spend on public relations. Yang Ruoqian also breathed a sigh of relief, which was a win-win situation. Yang Ruoqian, who had already won 3 times in his mind, was confident of victory and poured himself a full cup of tea. Come on, producer Cui, cheers. Celebrate our success. Kuiguang raised his teacup blankly. Cheers, cheers. What success? The movie hasn't been released in theaters yet, and your singer hasn't participated in the competition yet. It hasn't even started yet, and President Yang has announced that he has succeeded? Is this the confidence of the big boss of a big company? While Yang Ruoqian was making every move carefully, all employees of the Kuiguang group were working cautiously as usual. They were afraid that the workload would exceed the limit accidentally and trigger the punishment of a mandatory half-hour break. In the noble and atmospheric conference room, Yuan Dezhen, who was in charge of peripheral affairs, held a meeting with his employees, who were stronger than the other. The company has entrusted such an important business to us, and the general direction is very simple. We want to create a Kuiguang ecosystem that combines all businesses. After you go back, come up with a relevant plan within 3 working days. Well, anyway, that's the thing. If there's nothing else, you can adjourn the meeting. Chapter 187 Rectification Operation. After the meeting, Zhu Changming, a top student who returned from overseas, and Wu Yu, who had changed jobs from Xianyu, walked out of the meeting room side by side, both with thoughtful expressions on their faces. As candidates of the same class, the two had similar test scores, and were both admitted in the second round, so they naturally became familiar with each other. Why do I feel a little confused? It was the first time that Wu Yu heard zero useful information in a meeting, except for the Kuiguang ecology. Why do I feel that the person didn't say anything? When I was working in the old company, although the leaders always talked nonsense in meetings, at least one useful sentence could be heard in 10 nonsense sentences. And in terms of assigning tasks, the leaders have always been able to make the goals clear. Unlike this meeting, it was simply a lonely one. Zhu Changming also complained, yeah. He didn't explain clearly how to deal with the Kuiguang ecology specifically. What if the plan we make doesn't meet the requirements? Or, let's ask the old employees what to do in this situation? Wu Yu suggested. The old employees who have worked in Kuiguang Group for so long should have faced similar situations to some extent, and they might be able to give them some valuable reference opinions. Zhu Changming shrugged his shoulders. I asked as soon as I left the meeting room, and the answer I got was, think carefully about what Mr. Yang's intention is. The two walked back to their workstations, sat down on the left and right, and began to discuss the topic of what is Mr. Yang's intention with the people in the group. This extremely complex group, which was a mixture of top students from home and abroad, experienced old hands, confused fresh graduates, and old idiots who were just slacking off, soon began to pop up messages one after another. Everyone expressed their opinions. But because what the idiot Yu and Desin said was too broad and general, after chatting for several minutes, they still couldn't completely reach a consensus. At this time, Zhu Changming finally spoke. I think we should not think about the problem so complicated. Let's put the whole thing aside and return to the underlying logic. The old man in the employee group typed and asked, what underlying logic? Zhu Changming typed, making money, no matter what Mr. Yang's intention is. The ultimate goal must be to make money and profit. Everyone should have no objection, right? No objection. I definitely have no objection to this. Who starts a company to lose money? Either to expand the scale or to make money, and expanding the scale is essentially to make more money in the future. I agree. Seeing that everyone agreed with his opinion, Zhu Changming continued typing. We are a newly formed team, and the company should not let us do things that are too risky. This should be everyone's consensus, right? Yes. That's for sure. Too risky plans will not be accepted by Mr. Yang, let alone Brother Yuan. I agree. After almost laying the groundwork, Zhu Changming finally expressed his thoughts. Then our task is actually to optimize the current surrounding projects, right? Then what kind of optimization can be called Kuiguang ecology? I just checked the surrounding businesses of the company. Basically, the operating conditions of each project are very good. Whether it is the location selection or the product, it can be said to be very professional. But I found a very interesting data in this pile of reports. Wu Yu asked curiously, what data? Zhu Changming quickly replied, a large part of the users who apply for membership cards in our stores are different people. In other words, although these stores are now under the Kuiguang group, the customer groups are very different. Why don't we think of a way to let these customers circulate in our different stores? As soon as this was said, as long as the people in the group discussion group were not fools, they would understand what Zhu Changming meant. Use some small tricks to gather consumers from different groups of people in all surrounding stores. Even if the overall customer volume remains unchanged, the customer flow can be increased. The simplest method is the universal mechanism of membership cards. As long as it is an industry under Kuiguang, the membership card can be universal. In this way, when a customer is tired of eating in the restaurants around Kayanda Plaza and wants to change his taste, the first thing he thinks of is not other restaurants, but that kitchen which is also under Kuiguang. This is the true meaning of Kuiguang ecology. This is what Mr. Yang intended. After Zhu Changming's explanation, the new employees who had just joined the company understood it thoroughly. That makes sense. Let's start making a plan now. Okay, I'll be responsible. I agree. At this time, Mr. Yang had just finished drinking tea with Kuiguang and had just returned to the office. It was not clear what the newly recruited employees had done for him. Hurry up and make a plan to rectify the live broadcast today. Yang Ruoqian sighed. There are too many brands looking for the company's anchors to bring goods, and they are very profitable. There are countless orders for each live broadcast. After a while, the 100 million invested in the movie will be earned back. What is the most profitable thing these days? Platform. Now that the Kuiguang Group has a monopoly on live broadcasting, it has begun to have a taste of the platform. When Shoyuki started the project, he made the business of his anchors cover all aspects, from luxury goods to daily necessities to various snacks, directly and violently seizing almost all the markets, catching everyone off guard. Many other anchors also wanted to eat this bowl of rice, but after broadcasting several shows, the effect was not very good. Seeing that the company was making more and more money, and other anchors could not squeeze in, Yang Ruoqian was jealous. The rectification action could not be delayed. Yang Ruoqian turned on the computer, perfected his malicious rectification plan, and sent it to the operation. In short, there are 3 points. First, squeeze out some manufacturers and customers, and don't want Kuiguang with slightly worse quality, and let go of some of the market as much as possible. After all, monopoly is really profitable. Second, increase after sales costs, such as 7 days of no reason return, 10 times compensation for fakes, and 3-year warranty and lifetime warranty. The more difficult and the more like to find fault customers, the more welcome Yang Ruoqian is. Third, reduce the commission, so that manufacturers can get more profits. By the way, these excellent employees were also given a wave of salary increases. In Yang Ruoqian's plan, with these 3 axes, the profit of the live broadcast business is estimated to be directly cut in half. Looking at the successfully sent file, Yang Ruoqian leaned back in his chair comfortably. It's not difficult for me at all. Want to take the company down a road of making money? You employees are still too naive. Just when Yang Ruoqian was complacent with his perfect rectification plan, the door of the president's office was suddenly knocked, and the voice of esports god Ruoqian Minor came from outside. Boss, there is an emergency. This prehistoric world is too dangerous. Steady flow plus prehistoric world. When the world was first created, the innate gods fought for the way, and fierce beasts were rampant. With one blow from the golden immortal, billions of Hengsha worlds were destroyed, and trillions of lives fell to ashes. Tai filled with the long river of time, and swept away all enemies. This is the prehistoric world? It's outrageous. Yuanlian looked at this dangerous prehistoric world, and began to silently stack up defenses. Chapter 188 Your customer service is a bit unique. Ruined Minor. Yang Ruoqian has been very busy recently and has not paid attention to the relevant matters of the esports team. The girl sounded anxious, and it seems that it is not good news. Mr. Yang, who was exhausted by all kinds of good news, breathed a sigh of relief. Ruined Minor, come in. As soon as the voice fell, the little girl hurried into the office. Boss, do you know how to apply for a tourist visa to go abroad? Ruoqian Minor asked breathlessly, and it seemed that she had just rushed over from the training hall. Hearing this, the sensitive Yang Ruoqian became alert. Foreign visa? What is this girl going abroad for suddenly? Could it be? Is the team's performance good enough to play in the World Championship? Exclamation mark. This is the only explanation. Mr. Yang, who thought that Ruoqian Minor would not bring him good news, wanted to get up and rush to the competition venue at this time and slap those esports players hard. No, what do you professional players do for a living? You can be killed by an internet cafe team all the way to the World Championship. If you dare to lose to the internet cafe team today, you will dare to lose to the anchor team tomorrow. Yang Ruoqian could already hear his heavy breathing at this time, but he still tried to control his facial muscles and remained calm in front of his employees. He must not show surprise, nor show unfamiliarity with the company's business. The boss's face must be maintained. He pretended to deal with company documents, but in fact he quickly searched the domestic league rankings and recent situation of the Yutang team on the web. YTG, second in the domestic league, lost to a team in its prime in the finals. It is said that this first-ranked team defeated teams from various countries in the World Invitational Tournament in the middle of the season, won the first place, and aimed at the World Finals Championship. The momentum is huge and everyone's expectations are fulfilled. It seems that the first domestic championship trophy is about to be brought back by them. Although the Yutang team led by Ruoqian Minor is second, almost no one is optimistic about their performance in the world competition. The only task is to play as many trump cards of other teams as possible. After all, the championship trophy has been monopolized by others for 5 or 6 years. A mere second place in the country will not make a difference in the world championship. Seeing this information on the webpage, Yang Ruoqian breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the analysis of various websites, media and authoritative figures, the possibility of YTG winning the world championship is very small. If they can't win the championship, everything will be fine. In esports, the winner takes all. Teams that can't win the championship will soon be forgotten in the garbage dump of history. Yang Ruoqian quietly closed the webpage and said with a calm smile, "Ruoqian Minor, don't be too nervous. The most important thing about a competition is participation. After all, this is your first time in the world competition. Just play your best. As for the visa issue, there are many people in your team, and I don't know how to do it. Ask the people in the operation and legal department. If you really don't want to bother, just find an agent and outsource everything. The company can reimburse all the expenses. All you need to do is save trouble and focus all your energy on adjusting your state, not saving money. Ruoqian Minor is an anchor after all. After joining a professional team and having management rights, she spent most of her time in the training hall. She is not very familiar with the company's backstage business, so it is understandable that she made some small mistakes. Thank you, boss." Hearing that she could leave everything to others, the internet-addicted girl suddenly felt much more relaxed. Since she had absolute control over the training hall and the team, she realized how tiring it is to be a manager. It's much more tiring than playing games. After only 2 days of management, Ruoqian Minor, who was exhausted, hired a professional manager to hand over most of the affairs. Only then could he play games with peace of mind. Yang Ruoqian nodded. "When you get there, don't be nervous. If you can't adjust to the time difference, the climate, or you are too nervous, or if there are any other emergencies, the company has no performance requirements for you. Boss, can't you say something nice?" At the same time, in a room, Meng Zhi, a customer service girl of a certain company, was looking at her phone with a frown. "Black-hearted leader, Meng Zhi, are you stupid? You quit when they asked you to? Can't you prevaricate? Can't you let them find the problem themselves? Can you delay it again? How many times has he scolded you this month?" Even through the screen, Meng Zhi could imagine how the fat-headed and big-eared leader was spitting and venting all the problems of the product on herself. She is just an after-sales customer service, and everything is done according to the platform regulations. As a result, the product has not been strictly controlled recently and has been complained by many customers for refunds. What can she do? Meng Zhi really can't stand it anymore. She typed several lines in the chat box, explaining the platform's regulations, compressing the video taken by the customer with ironclad evidence, and preparing to send it to the leader. During this process, the black-hearted leader's insults were sent one after another, as if no matter how much he insulted, he couldn't vent his anger. Finally, as if seeing that Meng Zhi was typing, but the message was never sent, the black-hearted leader added, "Deduct 200 from your salary this month." Meng Zhi was stunned when she was halfway through typing, and her fingers stopped on the keyboard. After more than 10 seconds, she silently deleted all the content she had entered before, and typed a line of words concisely, "Then I quit. Give me the salary, and I will leave immediately." The black-hearted leader was furious. "If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Who cares about you? Get out. Still want a salary? Not a penny. Is that how you talk to your boss?" Meng Zhi responded tit for tat. "Then let's go to labor arbitration. Anyway, I work in customer service, and I'm not afraid of wasting time with you. Finally, since you are a decent person, I will spit at you before I leave. Bye." After the sincere blessing, Meng Zhi was too lazy to talk nonsense with such a person and directly put him on the blacklist. She could tolerate everything, but she couldn't tolerate the deduction of salary. Customer service is a job that is scolded, and Meng Zhi has long been accustomed to it. As long as there is a salary, everything is fine. After being scolded by customers and leaders every day, and then having their salary deducted, whoever wants to do it can do it. Who is not a post-90s generation, who is not an only child. Of course, after venting her temper, Meng Zhi still had to consider the issue of eating. Hey, let's see if there are any companies recruiting customer service. It's so hard to find a job in the past 2 years. It's hard to find a job, and it's even harder to find a good boss. After complaining, Meng Zhi clicked on the online recruitment platform and began to screen her next job. Suddenly, a recruitment message caught her eye. Meng Zhi raised her eyebrows in surprise. Well, is Kuiguang Group also recruiting customer service? Aren't they in the entertainment industry? Hiss, why do these recruitment requirements feel a bit unique? Chapter 189 Wrong idea, correct answer. Meng Zhi looked at the screen of her mobile phone and was very surprised to see the content on it. Kuiguang Company is now recruiting 20 pre-sales customer service staff and 20 after-sales customer service staff. There are still many people needed. Meng Zhi skipped the pre-sales customer service information that she didn't care about and directly focused on the requirements for after-sales customer service recruitment. After-sales customer service. 20. Job responsibilities. Job requirements. No academic requirements. No work experience requirements. No need to have any prior knowledge of the company's products. Work patiently and meticulously. Strong sense of responsibility. Put customer needs first. Do not embarrass customers. And maintain an excellent service attitude for customers who deliberately make things difficult for the company. Be good at guiding customers to click the refund only button. And try to meet any customer needs as much as possible. After reading this cognitive requirement, Meng Zhi suddenly felt that her Chinese level was a bit insufficient. The first few sentences of nonsense are easy to understand. It's the requirements at the end. Why do they become more and more outrageous the more you read them? Good at guiding customers to click refund only? That means refunds but no returns, and the company gives the goods to customers for free. If the refund is made without reason due to non-product quality reasons, in most cases a customer needs to bear the round-trip shipping costs, and the company will not suffer any loss on the books. But if it is just a refund, it will be a big loss, because it means that the goods sent out cannot be received back. What should I do if I encounter someone who returns goods maliciously? Meng Zhi is not worried that a hostile company will use this to attack the Kuiguang Group, this kind of big company in the entertainment industry. The public relations and legal affairs are not vegetarians. If a hostile company really dares to do this, the Kuiguang Group will directly adjust its after-sales policy and refuse to refund or only support returns and refunds. Wouldn't the hostile company have to lose a large amount of shipping costs at once? But if it is an individual behavior, it is difficult to prevent. Meng Zhi, who has been working in after-sales customer service for a long time, has a deep feeling about this. The workload of a difficult customer is greater than the workload brought by 100 normal users. What's more, there are many people who deliberately find fault and make things difficult for customer service. This behavior of Kuiguang Group is tantamount to telling this kind of people to hurry up and make things difficult for me. Is it because they want to build a good reputation in the early stage of the project? That should be the case. Meng Zhi guessed it himself, and soon it was not strange. In this day and age, it is quite common to want to quickly seize the market and make a profit at the beginning by losing money. Thinking about it, Meng Zhi set his eyes on the last column, which is the item of salary and benefits. Salary and benefits. After silently reading this column of information for a long time, Meng Zhi suddenly threw down his mobile phone, sprinted to the computer, turned on the computer, and opened the email, updated his resume as quickly as possible, and sent it directly to Kuiguang Zhao's as required. Why not use a mobile phone? Because typing on a mobile phone is too slow. With this job treatment, I'm afraid that if I submit my resume a few hours later, it will be snapped up. In order to make himself look different from other applicants and highlight that he is more in line with the above requirements, Meng Zhi also deliberately added a paragraph at the end of his resume and marked it in bold. The reason for being fired by the previous company: too attentive to customer service, too much for the customers. Isn't it the customer service who wants to obey the customer in everything? I am. Choose me, choose me, choose me. After the email was successfully sent, Meng Zhi simply washed his hands and boiled a bucket of noodles. While the noodles were still not softened, he planned to find some videos on his mobile phone as electronic pickles. Eat, and then I'll just leave it to fate. What the hell? Kuiguang Group sent a reply. Meng Zhi just washed his hands and boiled some water. It took less than 10 minutes at most, and Kuiguang replied, "What kind of amazing work efficiency is this?" Meng Zhi didn't even have the mind to eat, let alone find electronic pickles. He immediately opened the mailbox with a nervous mood. "Hello, Ms. Meng. After careful screening by the Human Resources Department, we believe that you meet the recruitment requirements of our company. If you are interested in the job, please attend the interview on. Thank you for your attention to our company. Accepted?" Meng Zhi was overjoyed and almost knocked over the bucket of noodles next to her. "I was accepted after 10 minutes of careful screening. Will I be able to earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, work 8 hours a day, and have 2 days off a week from tomorrow?" "Yes, the interview time marked in the email is tomorrow. It seems that Kuiguang Group is more anxious than me, but this should be just a coincidence. They are a big family with a lot of business. How can they lack a customer service representative who has no employment threshold? And they just invited me for an interview, not that they were directly accepted. You can only believe half of what is said in the email. You must prepare well for the interview. Some personnel may not know much about after sales work. Kuiguang Group is an entertainment company. Selling things is at most a side job. The staff in the Human Resources Department may not know much about it." The next day, after making some preparations and intending to perform well in front of the company's personnel, Meng Zhi was taken into the president's office with a dazed look on her face and saw the very young helmsman of Kuiguang Group. Until the girl at the front desk quietly left, she still couldn't figure it out. "No, isn't it just a customer service position? As for asking the company's big boss to come for an interview in person, what virtue do I have? Don't be nervous, I'll just ask you a simple question." Yang Ruoqian was eating snacks in the office yesterday and accidentally discovered such a person who was forced to resign because he cared too much about customers. He suddenly felt that he was so lucky and a pillow was delivered when he was sleepy. Isn't this the talent he urgently needs? Meng Zhi nodded nervously. Although she was extremely tough when facing her former leader. After all, that was online, in the WeChat chat box. The person standing in front of her now can decide her own destiny. As long as she can get this job, the pressure on her life will definitely be reduced. Yang Ruoqian asked casually, "If you encounter a customer who deliberately finds fault and asks for a refund, what would you do?" Meng Zhi did not answer immediately, but thought quickly in her mind. Under normal circumstances, the after-sales customer service can only ask to check the integrity of the product and then return the product for a refund, or refuse to refund the refund with various reasons, such as the customer has contaminated the label. But thinking of the content in the previous job requirements, Meng Zhi felt that such an answer was obviously not in line with the boss's requirements. Now, Kuiguang Group should be in the stage of burning money to grab the market. Cost effectiveness and reputation are more important than profit. You can't be too picky with customers. When the market is monopolized by the company in the future, that's when you can make a lot of money. So she said, "Let the user find as many defects as possible in the product and guide him to choose refund only." Yang Ruoqian was shocked when he heard this in this day and age. There are people with such high ideological awareness? Other employees gradually understood the style of Kuiguang Group after experiencing several deceptions. But this person named Meng Zhi even came to the company for the first time today. It's really a pity to meet each other too late. How come such a talented person has only just started working at the company? Yang Ruoqian nodded with great satisfaction. Go to the our department to sign the contract. I will give you the position of customer service supervisor. All the customer service staff of the company are your subordinates. Remember, you must pass on your ideas to every customer service staff. If the system had not explicitly prohibited the act of deliberately sending products, Yang Ruoqian would have wanted to directly close all after-sales channels except for refund only. Meng Zhi heard the boss's reply and knew that her job was finally settled. At this moment, she almost cheered. Will she be a high-paid person in the future? And she will also be a grassroots manager? Why does it feel as unreal as a dream? Meng Zhi has been working for so long, but this is the first time that she can't wait to go to work from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Can I go to work today? At this time, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Tomorrow when you go to work, remember to take a copy of the employee code of conduct from the front desk. When you go back, after signing the contract. Yang Ruoqian put his hand on the phone. Close the door when you go out. Thank you for your trouble. After speaking, Yang Ruoqian answered the phone. Back in 2008, Jiang Chen, who was about to graduate, decided to make a movie. His filming philosophy is, the most suitable person plays the most suitable role. For example, the blind sister plays the blind, the beggar plays the poor, the top scholar plays the top student. What is highlighted is a reality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Life is not easy. Mr. Yang performs. Along with the sound of the office door closing, a familiar voice rang out. Kuiguang, who had just met a few days ago, asked in an inexplicable tone, Boss Yang, this is Zio Cui, do you remember me? Brother, you are older than me, okay. Although Yang Ruoqian has spent more than 30 years in his two lives, it does not prevent him from being a young man in his 20s now. Producer Cui, you are joking. I don't have Alzheimer's disease yet. Yang Ruoqian made a joke. What's the matter? The two of them were not familiar with each other at all, so Yang Ruoqian decided to get straight to the point. The remaining trivial matters of the crew had basically been completed and finalized during the last meal. Now they called again. There must be something new. Kuiguang smiled and said, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask if you are busy recently. We have a special internal event and would like to invite you to participate. When he talked about the second half, Kuiguang's tone gradually became mysterious. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably be looking forward to what this mysterious event is. A large company like this, that is not short of money, usually organizes events such as cruise parties and nightclubs. Mr. Yang, who has lived to live, has seen all kinds of temptations. He immediately said with some caution, I'm a family man, so I will not participate in such activities. Also, you should restrain yourself and don't lead Zhao Shang astray. That child has little experience. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Mr. Yang, the event here wants to invite you to play a small role. Kuiguang's tone was quite embarrassed. There happens to be a role that suits you. You can make a cameo appearance. There are not many shots, and no acting skills are required. I see you always running to the set. I also asked about the guest actor 2 days ago. I thought you should be interested in this. We happen to have a small role here. Do you have any ideas? As an adult, Kuiguang certainly knew what Yang Ruoqian misunderstood his words. Does Mr. Yang give employees a lot of benefits every day, thinking that the crew can be so arrogant? In fact, from the perspective of funding, it is not impossible to be generous, but unfortunately Chenggai's senior management and directors are very concerned about the performance of the film. They are unwilling to spend too much money on insignificant things, and did not reach into the film remuneration. Oh, you are talking about guest appearance in the film. What role is it? As a boss, especially when facing a partner, even if the situation is already very awkward, you must maintain a calm attitude. The reason why Yang Ruoqian did not put on a rejection attitude at the first time was that he had missed hundreds of thousands of dollars last time because he refused the deputy producer. What if he didn't ask clearly this time and missed another astronomical figure? Although Yang Ruoqian would not make money by acting or singing as a profession, it is not impossible to guest star in a useless role and shoot a few small shots to satisfy his addiction. It sounds quite interesting. Kuiguang sighed. Yes, I want to invite you to guest star in the film. The role is a top leader of the villain company in the movie. But don't worry, just treat it as fun. We won't waste your time, and the crew will also give you a red envelope. Finding non-professional actors with status and position to guest star in a role, giving money is generally not a sloppy matter. The bosses make hundreds of millions of yuan every minute. If they are paid according to the regular salary, how much money should be paid to reflect their status and to reasonably occupy their time? If it is spread out, it will be like embezzling funds, which is embarrassing. So it is better to invite these bosses to play in an informal way to support the movie, and then give them some red envelopes of tens of thousands of yuan to express their gratitude afterwards. Moreover, the money for these red envelopes is not from the filming funds. The reason why Kuiguang asked his partner Yang Ruoqian to make a cameo appearance is because Yang Ruoqian himself looks good. Moreover, this high-level role does not require any acting skills. Yang Ruoqian himself is the boss of the company and can play his true colors. Of course, for Mr. Yang, whether it is a red envelope of tens of thousands or a salary of hundreds of thousands or millions, it makes little difference. Compared with these material pursuits, Mr. Yang, who has long achieved financial freedom, should pursue more advanced and interesting things. For example, honor, fame, and his previous hobbies and dreams. And all of these can be realized in a movie. Red envelopes and the like are just a token of appreciation. When the movie is released, Mr. Yang's name will be placed in a slightly more prominent position to highlight his sincerity. How about it? Can you spare the time? Kuiguang felt that his thinking was very correct and his flattery was extremely accurate, so he asked confidently. Yang Ruoqian immediately replied, I have time. I must have time. By the way, I'm curious about the red envelope. How much money is there? Kuiguang didn't even think about it and blurted out, don't worry, your name will appear in A. How much money is in the red envelope? How much money is in the red envelope? Exclamation mark. Is this something that can be said? No, Mr. Yang's reaction is not right. Such a young and promising person, he is concerned about money right away. Is there something behind his words? Reminding himself and the crew? Just when Kuiguang was thinking about it, he heard Mr. Yang on the other end of the phone add, I'm just curious. I'm an outsider and don't know the rules of your industry. Oh, just curious. Kuiguang's heart was relieved, and he smiled and replied, about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, just for the sake of presenting it. 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Just a few shots can earn 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, which is not a small amount. Moreover, the system has not issued a warning, which means that it is recognized to make some unplanned income. Yang Ruoqian, who was eager to earn some extra money, immediately agreed and said, okay, when? Do you need to make any preparations? Kuiguang listened to Mr. Yang's very interested tone and confirmed his judgment in his heart. Sure enough, the big boss likes this. It can't be for the red envelope money, right? Kuiguang said, Mr. Yang, you are playing the leader of the villain company. You don't need to prepare any costumes. Just wear the clothes you usually wear to work. You don't need to deliberately perform anything. Just act like you usually work. Tomorrow afternoon, are you free? If you are not free, it's okay. You are shooting an independent shot, and the scene can be set up in more than 10 minutes. You can come anytime. With only 1 day's notice in advance, the time is too tight. Mr. Yang has to take time out of his busy schedule to make a cameo appearance, and he may not be able to make it. So more time must be reserved. Yang Ruoqian thought for a moment and asked tentatively, does it have to be tomorrow or later? Is this afternoon okay? It's not that Mr. Yang is greedy for money, it's just that the subsidies issued by the system in the previous wave have almost been used up, and this wave of red envelopes can make a lot of money back. Although Chang Ziking is responsible for the expenses of the family, as the chairman of such a large company, Yang Ruoqian can't avoid many daily expenses that need to be paid out of his own pocket. Yang Ruoqian has almost been praised by others as a billionaire outside, and he can't ask his wife and employee for pocket money, right? I didn't think it through. Mr. Yang should have important arrangements after tomorrow, right? See you Viking laughed. Okay, the crew is free this afternoon. There is still a long time before the afternoon, and the shots of Yang Ruoqian are also very simple. When the time comes, he can discuss with director and's props team and change the plan quickly. Basically, it won't delay things. Okay, see you later. Yang Ruoqian hung up the phone, picked up the clothes from the chair, looked at himself in the mirror for a few times, and walked out of the office in high spirits. As soon as he walked out, Yang Ruoqian almost bumped into Wang Zikin, the director of operations, who hurried over and knocked on the door. Time flies. A year ago, Wang Zikin was just an operations girl, but now she has become a senior executive of the company. Wang Zikin made way, pinched the information in her hand, and looked a little worried. Boss Yang, after the direction of the live broadcast business changed, other anchors took advantage of the situation and seized a lot of market share. The girl looked quite anxious. Under normal circumstances, if an employee almost bumped into the leader, even if the two were very familiar with each other, they would more or less apologize symbolically. Now Wang Zikin came straight to the point, indicating that the situation has indeed deteriorated a bit, and a lot of market share has been lost. And this is indeed the case. After Wang Zikin followed Yang Ruoqian's orders, strictly screened merchants, and even sent special personnel to inspect the manufacturer's production base, the originally thriving live broadcast business immediately showed a significant decline. What is more terrifying than the decline in revenue is the emergence of competitors. Originally, under the careful arrangement of the employees, the company's business coverage was extremely wide, but in order to complete Yang Ruoqian's task, they had to terminate cooperation with many businesses. And these businesses that were ejected turned around and found other anchors or guilds who were determined to get a piece of the pie. The two hit it off and soon snatched the market vacated by Kuiguang. Yang Ruoqian straightened his collar and turned it down again, saying with a relaxed expression, just maintain the current policy and don't make any changes. The company is now on a healthy and correct path. Okay, I have another major project to catch up. You should follow the original plan for live streaming and selling goods. You can discuss other details with other responsible persons without asking for my opinion. After that, Yang Ruoqian hurried to the elevator and disappeared from Wang Zikin's sight in a blink of an eye. Wang Zikin actually had a lot of things to say, but she still kept them all in her stomach. They're always generous and generous. Mr. Yang just said that he had a big project to discuss. How could I take up his time again? You know, the three words big project were uttered from Mr. Yang's mouth for the first time. At least it was the first time he expressed it directly to the employees. Seeing Mr. Yang's indifferent expression about the live broadcasting project, Wang Zikin couldn't imagine how important this project was. At least, a live broadcast can sell hundreds of millions of goods, which is nothing compared to this mysterious new project. Maybe after it is done, it can bring 50 million, hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions of profits to the company at one time. Employees who have become numb to Yang Ruoqian's ability to create miracles now try to guess in an exaggerated direction when guessing numbers. In the eyes of many old employees, Yang Ruoqian is already a mythical existence. In just 1 year, Kuiguang Group has grown from nothing to a local entertainment giant. All kinds of projects worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions are not a big deal in the company. Recalling when she first joined the company, Wang Zikin felt very satisfied. Even if she could make 50,000 yuan, and she would be so nervous that her palms would sweat when she heard about a project worth 10 million yuan. We are a big company now. Even a strong person like Mr. Yang has to be so cautious and hasty. I think the minimum is 500 million. 50,000? Shameful. A 50,000 project in Kuiguang Group would be laughed at by everyone in the company for half a month. I'm here for the 50,000 big project. Yang Ruoqian started the car and rushed to the set without stopping. What live streaming? Whoever wants to bring it can do it. A few minutes later, Yang Ruoqian arrived at the set early. However, unlike last time, this time he did not run to the comfortable room where he could clearly see the panoramic view of the studio, but went directly to the shooting site. The shooting site, various props, and various high-end shooting equipment were all arranged in an orderly manner. The crew is still on lunch break. Some people are busy eating, while others are taking the time to take a nap. But there are still a few sharp-eyed people who noticed Yang Ruoqian. Boss Yang is here. Landlord, you're here again. I heard that I'm going to film a scene with you today. Don't sleep, the sponsor is here. Yang Ruoqian looked over there and found that not only the actors were standing in the crew, but also the Chengdu executives who went to the peninsula for business trips and studies had returned. Counting it up, it seemed that half a month had indeed passed. A certain employee who won the God Prize finally ended his exile. You look good. Have you gained a few pounds? Yang Ruoqian looked at Shaoyuki, who was in a trance and getting thinner, and patted his shoulder with a smile. Did you enjoy this trip? Haha, it was really great. Shaoyuki rolled his eyes, looked around, and whispered to Yang Ruoqian, can you please not give me this kind of reward in the future? Do you think I'm short of money for traveling? Yang Ruoqian checked the time, and refused to admit that his behavior of traveling in the name of traveling was actually exile. That was the prize you won yourself. What does it have to do with me? Our lottery is open and above board, without any shady dealings. Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you. I still have to shoot a few more shots later. At this time, the lunch break was just over. Anzao walked in from outside the studio with a striped black and white clapperboard in his hand. Director An, who was in the shooting state, had a different temperament from Anzao at the wine table. Even for a few simple shots, he thought very carefully. Even if there were only a few simple lines, he prepared a teleprompter for Yang Ruoqian and personally edited the relevant script. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for a big boss to recite lines for hours and still be clicked all the time. Even the script is very simple. A normal person only needs to take a look to know how to play this villain leader. What's more, Yang Ruoqian is the leader of the company, and there is no threshold. Mr. Yang is a practical man, so I won't talk nonsense. Here is the script. Please take a look first. The story of a science and engineering man who takes care of his son alone and strives to start a business. When the protagonist is getting along with his son, he accidentally obtains a child raising and old age protection system, and his life has completely changed since then. The story is mainly about getting along with children. The auxiliary line is the protagonist's career development, and the branch line is the emotional entanglement between the protagonist and the child's mother. Chapter 191. Why should we make money when others lose? Mr. Yang, the scenes you want to shoot are very simple. You don't need to memorize the script, and you don't need to worry too much about the lines. If it takes up too much of your time, we can also dub it later. Yang Ruoqian took the script and nodded slightly. I have to say that director An is really good at talking. He said if it's not shot well, we always stop and start over as it takes up too much of your time, which really takes care of Mr. Yang, an amateur. Although Anzao gave the script to Yang Ruoqian, he could recite it by heart and could remember every detail of it even without reading it. The role you play is a director of the villain company. The first shot is the scene of your appearance. You carry a rocket backpack and fall from the sky. Don't worry, the backpack is a very light prop, and the scene of falling from the sky is also completed with the equipment in the studio. There is no difficulty at all. While listening, Yang Ruoqian glanced at the prop table with his peripheral vision and saw a very cool rocket backpack and a high imitation razor. Very simple props. The second shot is the scene in the office where you and Shankai Anayu sign the contract. You only need to show your calm demeanor when you are working normally, and there is no need for too much acting. The demeanor when you are working normally is to stare at the documents on the table from beginning to end, with the corners of your mouth slightly raised, and your tone flat with no emotion in your voice. That's really simple. Every time Yang Ruoqian heard employees report good news and resisted the urge to break down, he had this expression. The third shot is a little more complicated, and the scene is also in the office. After Shankai Anayu signs the contract and leaves, you calmly call the company's executives, and when that person enters the office and closes the door, you get furious. First, sweep everything on the table to the ground, then take the contract and question the manager why the content of the contract is so unfavorable to the company. and Zhao talked eloquently with his hands behind his back, and he didn't get stuck at all, because he didn't have a script in his hands. Your lines are very simple, just a few sentences. Our company seems to be open for these people to create superheroes. A new employee who just came in dared to take 80% of the share. My money. After saying this, you crumpled up the contract in your hand and threw it casually and said, they get 5 million, I get 1 million. Do you still want me to thank them? You should have criticized and educated your employees before, right? Just act that attitude a little more exaggerated. Every boss has more or less lost his temper with his employees. Even the most elite team is made up of individuals, and it is inevitable that mistakes will be made. So there should be no threshold for Yang Ruoqian to play this role. Yang Ruoqian looked down at the script and roughly understood the background of the movie plot. Listening to director An's words as a matter of course, Yang Ruoqian couldn't help but complain in his heart. No, I have never lost my temper with my employees. Employees who make a lot of money cannot lose their temper for both emotional and rational reasons. Employees who lost a lot of money are Yang Ruoqian's money-making treasure trees, and they can't get angry either. This leads to a strange phenomenon in Kuiguang Group. No matter whether an employee does a good job or not, he will get praise and encouragement from President Yang. Seeing that Yang Ruoqian didn't say anything, Anzal added, if you have any questions about the plot, you can ask me. Now the plot of the movie has developed to the time point when the superheroes under these companies are arrogant and domineering and begin to disdain the company and constantly put forward higher conditions. Even the status and treatment of the newly joined superheroes in the company are largely determined by the superheroes who take drugs. Therefore, the conflict between the company and the superheroes is about to break out. Yang Ruoqian nodded slightly, indicating that he could understand this part of the plot. It doesn't look very difficult. When can we start? After shooting these shots, the remuneration can be settled on the spot, and Yang Ruoqian can quickly get 50,000 yuan and leave. Yang Ruoqian was somewhat self-aware of his acting skills. Compared with professional actors, his mediocre skills were a joke, and it was impossible for him to make money by filming. At most, he could only make cameo appearances. Shanghai Anayu, who had already changed into a beautiful prop costume, nodded desperately. Boss Yang, director, I'm ready to. To be honest, it was a fresh experience to film a scene with his boss. In the movie, they were superiors and subordinates, and outside the movie, they were still superiors and subordinates. Okay, let's start. Boss Yang, please stand on the machine. Be careful. Shanghai Anayu. Yang Ruoqian had very few shots, and his total appearance was less than a minute. The most challenging part of his acting skills was the last part, where he spoke the lines. But these were not a big deal for Boss Yang, he could just act as he was. For these employees who were always talking nonsense, trying to make up their minds, over-interpreting their meanings, and making millions or tens of millions of dollars at any time, Yang Ruoqian had long wanted to be a desktop cleaning master like in the plot. Especially when he shouted my money, Yang Ruoqian felt a deep sense of identity. Completely genuine feelings, without any acting. After getting into the mood, he casually posed in a few poses he would normally do in his office work. It took no more than 20 minutes to shoot all the shots. He was stopped and reshot once in the middle, but the problem was not with Yang Ruoqian. In short, it went unexpectedly smoothly. Mr. Yang, all your shoots are over. If you have something to do, you can go ahead and do it. If you don't have anything to do, you can continue watching in the studio. It's over already. Yang Ruoqian was a little reluctant. Those few shots just now really helped him vent his crazy mood over the past year. It's a pity, his role is just that small. The system also does not allow Yang Ruoqian to actively mention things like adding scenes or arranging a paid position to the crew. He can only wait for the crew to actively invite him. Shanghai Anayu, who was acting with him, suddenly slipped away from the studio, ran to the boss, chuckled twice, and flattered him. The landlord's acting is really good. Amazing acting. Have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry in person in the future? Yang Ruoqian took off the high-end imitation of the mask on his hand, put it on the table, and glanced at Shanghai Anayu. If you really don't know how to flatter, then you don't have to flatter. When Ruoqian who was worried about her silly schoolmate, was relieved when she heard Yang Ruoqian's joke. This girl really doesn't treat the boss as an outsider. Given the difference in their status, if she approached and talked to him like this, anyone with a bigger temper would have to scold her on the spot. Fortunately, the boss is very young and is the landlord of the two of them. They will meet each other sooner or later. Shankayanai was totally unaware of this and was still shamelessly chatting away. I've praised the landlord for his acting skills. Can the landlord please praise me for my acting skills? Encourage your poor little employee from the bottom of my heart. Judging from the simple scene just now, Shankayanai's acting skills are indeed very good. But is there a possibility that I hope your acting skills are as bad as possible? Fortunately, the subject matter of this movie is rubbish enough. Yang Ruoqian muttered in his heart, then shook his head and laughed. It's really good. Not like a newcomer. Keep it up. Keep it up. After perfunctorily speaking, Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and walked towards the bathroom. Hey, Sister Wen, did you hear that? The boss just praised me. Shankayanai stood on tiptoe and made sure that President Yang was far away before bragging to her senior. I'm so proud of myself, and I'm praised by my boss right after I started working. You'd better have some shame. At this time, Director Zhao just came over with a calm expression on his face. He said to Shankayanai, who was still feeling smug, Zhao Shang, I have something to tell you. You may not like to hear it. I'm not your boss, but in the crew, my words still carry weight. No matter how naive Shankayanai was, he was not really stupid. He knew from the director's tone that he had something serious to say. The little girl immediately put away the playful smile on her face and said seriously, Director N, please go on. And Zhao sighed, your acting skills are indeed good. You are outstanding among newcomers, and you are not inferior to many veteran actors. But with your attitude and personality, you still need to polish them if you want to survive in the entertainment industry. Mr. Yang praised you, but because he is not an insider, his praise for you is limited to the first glance of an outsider. In fact, you still have a lot of room for improvement. How can you be so proud and complacent now? Shankayanai's face was tense, and he looked like he was listening carefully. Director N, you are right. I was wrong. Seeing that the little girl was not unconvinced, aggrieved, or perfunctory, and Zhao's expression relaxed a little. Don't think that Mr. Yang is busy planning all day long. In fact, he is under a lot of pressure. You must not become a burden to him, understand? Shankayanai was startled when he heard this. He glanced in the direction where Mr. Yang left, and his voice became much smaller. You said, the landlord is actually under a lot of pressure? What if it is not? And Zhao snorted. Don't think that Mr. Yang has been successful, or on the way to success, since he started his business. He strives for perfection in everything, and plans everything in place. But he is also a human being after all. He gets tired, makes mistakes, and fails. The entertainment industry is such a cannibalistic place. It can be said that he alone has relied on his own abilities to block the ups and downs outside. Now your Kuiguang group is in its rising period. How many people's lives are related to this movie? If the box office is not good, your development momentum is likely to be interrupted. The problem is that box office is something like metaphysics. No one can predict it. Even a big director with a big production and big publicity may still make a flop. Do you understand what I mean? Shankayanai's face became more serious as he listened, and he nodded vigorously. I understand, Director N. That's good to understand. And Zhao looked and found that Yang Ruoqian had gone to the toilet and was walking back, so he didn't say anything more. So you have to polish your temper, make a good work down to earth, and don't add unnecessary pressure to Mr. Yang. Let him feel at ease, understand? I know it all, Director N. Shankayanai stood at attention, his eyes firm, as if he was going to be down to earth from now on. Okay, keep it in mind now, and use your actions to tell Mr. Yang that he didn't choose the wrong person when he chose you. Go back and have a good rest. Director N nodded with satisfaction, packed up his things, and left the set. Shankayanai, who was instilled with a head full of new knowledge, stood up straight. After washing his hands, Yang Ruoqian, who walked back to the studio, asked Shankayanai curiously, what did Director N say to you just now? Why are you so serious? Was Shanghai Anayu scolded for not filming well? Nothing, Mr. Yang. Shanghai Anayu shook his head. I'm sorry, this is the first time I know you are under so much pressure. Yang Ruoqian was puzzled. What is stressful or not? What has this kid imagined by himself? Now Yang Ruoqian doesn't owe any money and his life burden is not heavy. His only goal is to make the company lose more money so that he can get a huge subsidy from the system. Of course, the profit looks good, but from a proportional point of view, it takes dozens or hundreds of times of profit to catch up with the profit of losing money once. As long as you can lose a lot of money once, the profit is more than making a lot of money dozens of times. Speaking of pressure, maybe losing money once is Yang Ruoqian's only pressure? What did Zhao say? Don't lead my employees astray, okay? Okay, don't listen to director and nonsense. You just need to remember the company's employee code of conduct. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Isn't today's shooting over? Shanghai Anayu, who was wearing a performance prop costume, lifted the bag in his hand. Everything is inside. Change when you return to the company. Yang Ruoqian was stunned when he heard it. Is it really okay for you to just wear the props and costumes of the crew? Can you take this with you? As if seeing Yang Ruoqian's doubts, Shanghai Anayu quickly added, landlord, don't get me wrong, I bought this dress with my own money because I thought it was beautiful. I'm not a thief. How long are you two going to gossip? Xiaoyuki, who was standing aside, finally couldn't help but interrupt. Shouldn't we go back to the company or get off work directly now? Perhaps in order to reserve enough time for Yang Ruoqian. After shooting this shot, the crew's work for the day was completed, so there was still a lot of time in the afternoon. Yang Ruoqian's eyes lit up, and he didn't bother to talk to the silly boy. He turned to look at Xiaoyuki. Do you really want to get off work? I just happen to have. No, I don't want to get off work at all. Don't arrange a trip for me anymore. I want to work. Mr. Yang, can I call you Mr. Yang? The four of them talked and laughed and got in the car and returned to the company. Yang Ruoqian, who had had a good time acting, was ready to return to the president's office. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Wang Zikin, who had been looking for him for something before, waiting early, as if there was something urgent. What's going on? Is it the problem of live streaming again? Alas, didn't I tell you not to worry too much? Yang Ruoqian sat down, called Wang Zikin over, and said earnestly, Xiao Weng, you are also a veteran employee. You should take a long-term view when it comes to live streaming and selling goods, and don't be impatient. Boss Yang, it's not about live streaming, it's about esports. We made a lot of money this time. Wang Zikin's face suddenly showed an expression, as if he had won 5 million. Just now, the domestic league champion lost to a foreign team in the world finals. Now our Yutang team is the last hope of the domestic league. I was overwhelmed by a lot of things today, so it's a little late. Sorry. Chapter 192. Good luck is also a kind of strength. Mr. Yang, who had just received a transfer of 50,000 yuan and had not had time to reward himself, was stunned at his desk. If other teams were embarrassed on the international stage, it would be good news for Kuiguang Group, and it was great news. I haven't done my best, but I'm already resigned to fate. Yang Ruoqian took 2 deep breaths, told himself that he was not on a movie set, forced a smile, and said, then we are lucky, but we can't always rely on others to perform poorly. We must know that the iron must be hard to forge. If you want to win the championship, you must guard against arrogance and impatience. As he said, Yang Ruoqian clicked on Station B and opened the competition column of this game. Not long ago, the world's #1 team that was touted by various experts and media and had already booked the championship was unexpectedly defeated by a foreign weak team that no one was optimistic about. They were highly expected, but they were eliminated in the quarterfinals, which surprised everyone. Almost overnight, everyone's expectations turned into anger and disappointment. Wang Zikin straightened her back and said proudly, Boss Yang, don't worry, they are very competitive, and defeated the other favorite to win the championship, the Galaxy battleship composed of an all-star team. Now there are basically no strong teams blocking them. It can be said that, if nothing unexpected happens, the championship will belong to us. When Zikin said this, and Yang Ruoqian happened to see a lot of videos posted by video bloggers. One team was full of pride and looked down on the opponent and ended up losing the game in an extremely ugly manner. The other team played to the extreme of their individual strength, fought a full 5 games of the best of 5 game, and defeated the super strong team at home in the away game. Sometimes, I'm afraid of comparison. The most important thing is that Ruin Miners team is the only surviving domestic team, and other teams will no longer have any chance to appear in the world. What will the sponsors choose? Do I need to say more? The most popular game in the world today, the most watched game, the semi-finals and finals with the most viewers have not yet started. At this time, how much exposure will be spent on an advertisement? The two old sponsors, one selling computers and the other selling cars, have to come up with more powerful renewal contracts, and other new sponsors have to squeeze in. Yang Ruoqian set a very high threshold, but in the face of a large number of sponsors, there will always be one or two that meet the requirements. The sponsorship fee. So, Yang Ruoqian looked at the many praises for YTG on the forum with a broken heart. That's really not easy. Convey my opinion, so that the boys don't have so much pressure. Why did Yang Ruoqian choose to form this team at that time? Oh, yes, it was because of Ruin Miners' performance in the city competition. It was difficult to win against the improvised no-name team. In addition, esports clubs are really expensive, so Yang Ruoqian figured that it would be a sure loss, so he waved his hand and hastily built a team. He even built a training hall in a large shopping mall full of temptations. As a result, Ruin Miner, who had a rough time playing in the city competition, immediately became a different person when she entered the official professional arena. She won victory after victory, swept the secondary league, entered the top league, and rushed into the world finals. These are not the most important. The most important thing is that the only domestic team that can pose a huge threat to Ruin Miner and has a high probability of winning in the civil war actually killed itself. When Yang Ruoqian summed up the lessons of success afterwards, he could only say that he was unlucky in this situation. Because of his bad luck, a lot of money suddenly fell from the sky and hit him on the head, and he lost a lot of money. The most important thing is that the settlement date of the second quarter of the system is about to come, and it is not enough to invest now, and it is not allowed at all. The bigger the project, the longer the various processes, and it must be planned a long time in advance. With so much money coming in at once, even if you invest in various entertainment projects without risking your life, you have to invest for half a month. It's over. This quarter is over. Wang Zikin looked at Mr. Yang and continued to smile. Mr. Yang, I came here to tell you the good news. I still have a lot of sponsors to deal with, so I'll leave first. The operation girl who was busy helping the company make a lot of money said goodbye to Yang Ruoqian and left the office happily. There are still a lot of sponsors to deal with. Mr. Yang, who was already overwhelmed by the sudden good luck, was directly stabbed in the heart. Damn it, this time I really saw a ghost. Why do I feel that the whole world is targeting me? In the past, I could still write a summary and try not to make the same mistake next time, but what do you want me to do this time? Press other people's hands and tell them to win quickly? Winner bullshit, as if who doesn't want to win? Yang Ruoqian sat up from the sofa chair and paced in the office. No, don't be too nervous for the time being. Things are not completely irreversible. After all, the team has only made it through the quarterfinals, and there are still 2 games and 2 opponents away from the championship. Although these opponents don't look like they can beat them, what if they are upset? I have to go to the scene on the 2 days of the game, and as the boss, I will personally give them the greatest encouragement and greetings, so that they will feel proud. Didn't the other team lose the game because of pride and looking down on the opponent? As the boss, I will personally praise the team players, congratulate them on winning the championship in advance, and open the champagne debuf in the first half. Maybe it will have a little impact on the game. Go and apply for a visa. After Yang Ruoqian made up his mind, he did it as soon as he said. He just took out his mobile phone to contact the visa agency and spent a lot of money on a small matter, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. When it is determined that it is unlikely to lose money this quarter, spending a lot of money on a small matter will only make the system's already small commission even worse. After silently calculating in his mind, Yang Ruoqian finally put down his mobile phone and planned to handle this matter personally. At the same time, after a careful analysis, Mr. Yang also comforted himself in his heart. It doesn't matter, failure, success is only temporary. This time, Yang Ruoqian was actually very close to losing a lot of money, but because of bad luck, a team that had nothing to do with him lost the game unexpectedly, which led to the sponsors having nowhere to go and could only choose him, and finally failed. No matter how you look at it, it is just a coincidence that cannot be replicated. Luck is something that cannot be seen nor touched. Can it be that it can always favor a person? The money earned by luck this quarter, Yang Ruoqian will double it with strength next quarter. In the evening, Yang Ruoqian got off work early and went home. After dinner, he sat on the sofa and watched TV absent-mindedly. Of course, this was only in the eyes of Chung Ziking on the side. In fact, Mr. Yang is now looking at the system panel, waiting for the quarterly settlement. Artist Training System 2.0, overall profit status of Kuiguang Company in the second quarter of 2016. 50,048,913.26. The company's profitability is very healthy. After experiencing losses in the first quarter, the host quickly learned how to manage the company scientifically and effectively, identify high-quality projects, increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and finally led the company to grow in the entertainment industry. Congratulations. Congratulations to the host for making a profit this quarter. The system will issue a huge commission at a ratio of 1,000th. The commission has been issued. The host and the company have received a commission of 50,050 yuan. I hope the host will continue to work hard while making huge profits. The host company has a relaxed working environment, benign competition, and fair resource allocation. It has the potential to develop into a clean entertainment industry. The company is rewarded with a passive skill. Your company's attractiveness to the powerful is slightly increased. Current buff. 1. The company's popularity is slightly increased. 2. The company's attractiveness to the powerful is slightly increased due to the host's outstanding personal ability and excellent performance in the first 2 quarters. The system determines that the host has a very high willingness and profitability, and the demand for funds is gradually decreasing. Therefore, the following adjustments are made to future rewards. The host's profitability is very strong, and subsidies and commissions are of less and less help to the host. The proportions are reduced to 1/10 and 1/10,000 respectively. As compensation, the system will be upgraded to version 2.1, and more practical props will be added to the rewards in the future to help the host make profits more conveniently. To avoid the company's bankruptcy, if it loses money, the company can still get a 1/1 subsidy, and the 1/10th subsidy is only for the upgrade of personal projects. This function upgrade takes 1 day. The current overall profit of the company. 0. After reading this message, Yang Ruoqian received a transfer message on his mobile phone. 5205000 yuan has arrived. Well, after more than 3 months of busy work, the money I earned is about the same as taking a 10 to 20 minute shot. This system has now learned to round off and give itself a few cents more. It's really heartwarming. Heartwarming shit. Bullshit system. Not only does it not do human things, but it also doesn't speak human words. What do you mean by judging that there is no lack of funds, so the useless money is replaced with useful profit props? Exclamation mark. How did you judge it? And why is it a mandatory upgrade? After the upgrade, doesn't it mean that you have to make a profit of 100 million in the future to get a commission of 10,000? It also provides tools that make it easier to make money. Does the system think that I really work hard for the company's profits? Yang Ruoqian seemed to have suddenly found the problem. It's broken. After a long period of profitability and repeatedly cultivating successful artists, the system seems to have judged himself as a business genius and a sharp-eyed entertainment industry investor. Forget it. I'm also aiming to lose money anyway, so the change in commission won't have much impact. The subsidy amount for losses has also changed from 1/1 to 1/10, which seems to be bad news, but it's actually not bad. As the company grows bigger and bigger, there will be more and more money in the capital pool, and the money spent will increase, and the losses will also increase. In the past, the company only had 10 million yuan. No matter how hard it tried to spend, at most it would lose 10 million yuan and get a subsidy of 10 million yuan. But now the company has hundreds of millions of funds. As long as the money can be lost scientifically and reasonably, even if it can only get a subsidy of 1/10, it will still be more than before. As for the 1/10,000 commission, Yang Ruoqian chose to ignore it. This ratio, even the most black-hearted capitalists would call it an expert. When he was at the company, Yang Ruoqian had already analyzed that the money he made this quarter was just bad luck and had nothing to do with his own operations. As long as he continued his thinking, it was only a matter of time before he got the subsidy. Just as Yang Ruoqian was calculating in his mind, the clothes on his shoulders were suddenly lifted. What are you daydreaming about? Isn't the company's financial report for this quarter pretty good? Relax and have a good laugh. Chang Ziqing glanced at Yang Ruoqian and felt a little distressed. When the company was close to bankruptcy, this man was busy and worked overtime every day. But why is he still absent-minded all day long when the company has grown to this extent? The employee handbook forbids employees from working overtime and forbidding employees to think about anything related to work after work. But when he gets home, he thinks more diligently than anyone else. Yang Ruoqian suddenly came to his senses and closed the system panel. No, I was thinking about the esports competition. If the other team hadn't lost the game, would we not be able to get so much sponsorship now? Ruan Minor and the others have done their best, but whether they can get these sponsorship fees depends on the competition between two teams that have nothing to do with them. In this, strength certainly occupies the most important position, but the element of luck cannot be ignored. Yang Ruoqian was upset about missing the subsidy because of luck for a whole day. It was his wife who asked the question, so there was no need for him to hide it. Chang Ziqing lifted her long legs and snorted softly. Sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. If you don't have the strength, you can't catch this luck even if it comes. But she said this, but she suddenly realized it in her heart. It turned out that it was because of the luck problem, and she was worried that the company's development would not be sustainable. That's true. Yang Ruoqian put all the problems behind him, turned off the screen of his mobile phone, and said with a smile, "You just said there was a joke." "What joke?" Chang Ziqing was right. As long as he insisted on losing money, no matter how lucky he was, he couldn't catch up. Apart from anything else, he definitely didn't have the ability to make money. In this case, what was there to worry about? It's better to listen to a joke to relax. Chang Ziqing raised her beautiful chin towards the TV screen. Watch TV. Didn't you find a big author's science fiction novel to adapt it? Find a big director and find many traffic stars claiming to open the door to domestic science fiction movies? Oh, yes, there is such a thing. What's the matter? Yang Ruoqian remembered and nodded. The box office is very bad. Everyone applauded but not popular. There are many movies with high reviews, but low box office. In Yang Ruoqian's intuition, a movie made with this lineup may not make back the investment, but it will never fail. Chang Ziqing randomly clicked on a video of a film critic complaining and pointed at the screen. It's not that the film is not popular, it's that it's not popular. This movie was criticized by everyone as soon as it was released. It received a score of 2.9 from Daochi, which is comparable to the previous Thunder Soldier, and is known as the two heroes of Yufu. What? A score of 2.9! Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian suddenly became energetic. Although Yufu is not a good company, it does have a lot of advanced experience in making bad movies that is worth learning. Thinking about it, the video on TV started playing. "Hello, darling, I'm Zioliu. The ancients often said that seeing is believing. Ever since I watched the movie Fortress of Devil City, I have been shouting to the sky, the ancients were right. This movie was released less than 5 days ago, and the theater screening schedule dropped to 0.2%. It was withdrawn from theaters nationwide less than a week after its release. It is really a terrible movie." After David passed the test of life and death and joined the sun god cult, he found that in addition to the knowledge of mages and alchemy, he also had to learn geometry, 3D modeling, engineering drawing, mechanics. Chapter 193. I heard you have good benefits. Liu, who previously criticized Thunder Warriors and praised the Dragon Son-in-Law, naturally paid the highest attention to Yufu's big budget new movie and went to watch it as soon as the movie was released, so as to make a video as soon as possible. A familiar voice sounded in Yang Ruoqian's ears. To be honest, I personally like Sister Lu, who starred in this movie, very much. After all, she has advertised Crazy Thursday and found a cheap and high-calorie meal for poor people like me. Every time she lets me know the latest discount strength of Grandpa Ken, she is very conscientious among this group of traffic stars. I'm his Iron fan. I originally wanted to give this movie 0 points, but seeing the discount strength of Grandpa Ken, I still chose to give it 1 point. First of all, the general plot of this story is that the Earthlings discovered a treasure that can produce unlimited energy, but they were targeted by aliens, and cities all over the world were destroyed one after another. The Magic City became the last line of defense for mankind. Yang Ruoqian listened with relish while eating peanuts and melon seeds. These are all valuable experiences. Kuiguang Company can recruit people every month, and it is impossible for them to only make one movie. In order to reach a new height and a new level of badness, Yang Ruoqian, as the general manager, must not rest on his laurels. Liu's voice continued to come through the speakers at home. The protagonist, our Sister Lu, naturally becomes the key to victory against aliens. This seems to be an okay story, right? But the actual movie is not like that at all. First of all, the whole movie feels like it is still stuck in 20 years ago in terms of the visual and artistic level. They crazy turned up the blue tone to highlight the sci-fi style. Do you think the audience can't see it? The plot of this movie is a Kuiguang drama in the guise of sci-fi from beginning to end. There are all kinds of dog-blooded and inexplicable emotional dramas. It is petty everywhere and has nothing to do with the grand theme of sci-fi. In addition, in the 4-member team of the protagonist, the other 3 are the protagonist's tools. They don't exist, and I can't even remember their names. After watching the movie, Liu kept talking, and he kept criticizing the whole movie from all directions and angles, from the script to the actors. Yang Ruoqian watched very attentively, nodded from time to time, and remembered these criticized points in his heart. Chang Ziqing turned her head slightly and saw Yang Ruoqian, who had just been deep in thought, was so enthusiastic about watching others complain about Yufu's new work that she couldn't help but smile. Still holding a grudge? Are you so happy to see Yufu suffer? The final battle is a decisive battle. Many people feel that they can't hold on and plan to retreat. Didn't you say at the beginning that the Magic City is the last line of defense for mankind? Where are you retreating to? Where do you want to retreat to? This decisive battle doesn't have the tragic and heroic spirit of a desperate battle. Our hero, Sister Lu, is even struggling over whether to send a text message to the heroine to confess her love. I really want to go to the toilet on the spot. It's too awkward to watch. At the end, the cannon's aiming system was destroyed by aliens. Our hero, Sister Lu, personally acted as a target and guided the cannon to shoot. Do you know what Sister Lu said before she died? This sentence can be said to be the finishing touch of this movie, which makes this bad movie break through the bottom line and become a shit movie. He actually said, "Fire at me. You are qualified to say this?" Do you know who said this? Disgusting. Although it's not as disgusting as Thunder Soldier, the shit smell is very strong. At the end of the movie, I have never felt that the cast list was so friendly. Thank you, dears, for watching this episode. Remember to follow and triple like. See you next time. Yang Ruoqian looked at the black TV screen and fell into deep thought. Originally, in his impression, science fiction films, even if the plot was really ordinary, would attract many people with big scenes and actors with their own traffic. It would not be a problem to make back the box office. But now it seems that it is not the case. The fact that Fortress of Magic City was so bad shows that the quality of movie has little to do with the theme, and compared with movies of other themes, science fiction movies will spend more on special effects. It is a bottomless pit when it loses money. In terms of loss efficiency, it is much better than other themes. In fact, the original novel of the same name of the movie Fortress of Magic City has a good reputation, and the author himself is also a very famous old author, but once it was remade into a movie, it became a pile of shit. However, the dragon son-in-law protecting the country, which was ignored on the novel website, became popular after being remade into a TV series. If the old path of Fortress of Magic City could be reproduced, would it be a bloody loss? Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian, whose commission subsidy ratio had just been lowered by the system, was somewhat tempted. After all, making movies is indeed the best way to spend money. As if seeing what Yang Ruoqian was thinking, Chang Ziking picked up the remote control and turned off the TV and asked, "What's the matter? Do you also want to invest in a science fiction movie? I have this idea." Yang Ruoqian did not hide it, but a movie can't be made just like that, not to mention that we haven't finished shooting this movie yet. Let's talk about it later. The most urgent task now is to find a new project for the idol artists under his company. As for the new signing quota in the new month, Yang Ruoqian didn't have any good ideas for the time being, so he simply signed the male lead of the Black Robe inspection team. Okay, you decide on the company's affairs. Chang Ziking disconnected the Bluetooth of her phone and TV. Aren't you going to the peninsula to watch Ruin Miners competition in 2 days? Take care to rest, and don't let the jet lag ruin your health. Yang Ruoqian got up and went back to his room, yawning. Don't worry, I'll go there and come back the same day. I'll take a plane after watching the competition and won't stay overnight. The second quarter has just started. How could Yang Ruoqian put too much thought on a project that he can't basically influence? You have to know that the talents of Kuiguang Group are young and capable. Yang Ruoqian dared to leave the company for a few more days. When he came back, he would probably see the grand scene of full line profits. However, Yang Ruoqian actually had a plan for the future. The focus of the next step should be on Wen Yiling and Zheng Yi, who participated in The Voice of China before, to tailor a core industry for the two wild singers. Yang Ruoqian thought about the future development direction of the company. Lying on the bed, he downloaded the latest episodes of The Voice of China into his mobile phone, planning to kill time on the road when he took the plane. Of course, Yang Ruoqian was unfamiliar with the place and could not understand the language of the peninsula, so it was very reasonable to spend a lot of money to find a trilingual translator to accompany him. A few days later, Yang Ruoqian sent Chang Ziking downstairs of the company, gave a few instructions, and let the driver drive away. In order to increase the company's costs, Yang Ruoqian naturally hired a driver, but because he usually liked to drive himself, the driver's daily job was basically to do nothing in the company all day, except for special circumstances. He basically didn't have to drive. Since Mr. Yang had to take a plane and couldn't drive himself, the company's driver naturally came in handy. This afternoon is the semi-finals of the World Championship, and YTG led by Ruin Miner will face the foreign team that defeated the domestic league champion in the quarterfinals. Although from the analysis of various professionals, YTG is very likely to easily defeat the opponent with a large score, but Yang Ruoqian still has a little fantasy in his heart. Since it can be upset once, who says it can't be upset a second time? The driver first drove to the designated location and took the translator to the car. The translator is a girl with a very good temperament. She is proficient in many languages and can interpret in 3 languages simultaneously. Yang Ruoqian spent a lot of effort and money to hire her. In fact, it is just to watch a game and go out for half a day, so this level of translator is not needed at all. But Mr. Yang never considers cost performance when doing things. A new look is needed for a new quarter, especially after the system reduces the profit subsidy to 1/10,000th. The translator Yang Janayu opened the car door and sat on the left seat in the back row. She stretched out her hand to Yang Ruoqian and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Yang, I'm Yang Janayu. I have seen the itinerary this time. If you have any other needs, please feel free to ask." Simultaneous interpreters like her have monthly salary of at least 30,000 or 40,000. If it is not a long-term employment, calculated by the hour, the price is calculated by hour or even minute. It is more or less a luxury to be able to afford such a translator just to watch a game. Yang Ruoqian, who was wearing casual clothes, shook hands with her and nodded, saying, "Hello." After that, Yang Ruoqian continued to look down and look at his mobile phone. On the screen of the mobile phone, the stock and futures market were displayed. When Yang Ruoqian was just reborn in this parallel world, he found that many things here were different from his previous life, so he was cautious and did not speculate in stocks and futures. And now it seems that his decision was extremely correct. Even for companies in the same ecological niche, the trend of stocks is very different from that in the previous life. Obviously, at this time point, some stocks have begun to soar, but now they are not only not rising, but are falling. The two internet companies that were supposed to be the only ones have also appeared competitors that they had never heard of in their previous lives, and the trend of project business is completely different from that in their previous lives. Fortunately, there is no stock speculation. Yang Ruoqian sighed, and seeing that he had arrived at the airport, he put away his mobile phone, picked up his luggage, and went into the terminal with Yan Jinayu. After checking in the luggage and completing the security check, he entered the exclusive waiting room for first class and business class. Originally, Yang Ruoqian planned to spend more money and directly rent a luxurious private jet to maximize his expenses, but he couldn't catch up with the time and route, so he had to give up. After waiting for a few hours, Yang Jinayu, wearing a slim work uniform, followed Yang Ruoqian's side and back, walked into the cabin with the warm welcome of the crew, and found her seat and sat down. The first class cabin of international flights of major airlines is spacious and comfortable, with rich and luxurious menus, very considerate service from the flight attendants, and you can also connect to their Wi-Fi for free at all times on the plane. Unfortunately, it only takes 3 hours to fly from Jinhai to the capital of the peninsula, and even if you sit in first class, the airfare is less than 5,000 yuan. The two of them together only cost 10,000 yuan. It was too cheap, and Mr. Yang was very dissatisfied. But he couldn't find the more expensive way anyway, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After putting away the luggage, Yang Jinayu, who was sitting dignified in her seat, secretly glanced at Yang Ruoqian, and secretly marveled in her heart, this young boss is almost always staring at his mobile phone. He is really busy. Before being hired, she had the habit of getting to know the employer in advance. After reading the development history of Kuiguang Group, Yang Jinayu admired Yang Ruoqian. Now that she saw him in person, and saw that Yang Ruoqian was so young and successful but always working, she felt that the success of Kuiguang Group was natural. Really hard work. Yang Ruoqian was watching the Voice of China cached on his mobile phone with relish, and he praised the design of various links and the exquisite mechanism in it. It was the first time for Mr. Yang to watch this kind of talent show, and it was really enjoyable. Even though he had already used money to ensure that Wei Ling and Zheng Yi passed the mentor selection stage smoothly, the trash talk before the game, the various problems encountered before the game and the mentor's comments after the game were still very good to watch. Especially when deciding the winner, the long suspense made the audience's appetite even more. But I heard that this variety show format was imitated from abroad. Abroad. Yang Ruoqian suddenly had an idea. Wait, as the company's business gradually expands, will Kuiguang Group be able to cooperate with some multinational companies in the future? Even if there is no demand in this regard for the time being, relevant departments can be established in advance to burn money first. No, it's better to be prepared. Yang Ruoqian double-clicked the screen, clicked pause, and asked casually, "Miss Yan, excuse me, how much is your monthly salary now?" As if she didn't expect Yang Ruoqian to ask such a question, Yang Jinayu said and unconsciously straightened her back. "Boss Yang, it's only 45,000 after tax. Sorry to embarrass you." Having said that, Yang Jinayu is still very satisfied with this salary. An annual salary of 500,000 is considered upper in China. So little? Yang Ruoqian frowned when he heard the number and couldn't help but look up. "I heard that simultaneous interpreters don't easily earn $1 million a year. Doesn't your boss exploit employees like this?" The smile on Yang Jinayu's face rose. "No, I'm just being polite. You really think it's too little? What level are the simultaneous interpreters with an annual salary of $1 million? That is the top level for official negotiations with foreign countries. Although Yang Jinayu is also very good, there is still a big gap between her and that level of simultaneous interpreters. Good guy, an annual salary of more than 500,000 is actually exploited in the eyes of Mr. Yang. Yang Jinayu smiled awkwardly. Haha, Mr. Yang. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. How about this? Kuiguang Group is just about to expand its overseas market, and you don't want to be wronged in your old company. After returning to China, come to Kuiguang Group to work. How about it? From what he said, it seems that Mr. Yang wants to increase salaries to poach people. However, salary is only one of her generous treatment. Yang Jinayu thought about it and declined. Mr. Yang, although the salary at my old employer is a little lower, the benefits are very good. I may have to think about it before I can give you an answer. Good benefits? Hearing the word benefits, Yang Ruoqian was no longer sleepy. Do you have the strength to compete with Kuiguang for benefits? What benefits are there? Tell me about them. Thank you for the reward, master. It's a big deal. Thank you very much. After David passed the life and death test and joined the Sun God cult, he found that in addition to the knowledge of magic and alchemy, he also had to learn geometry, 3D modeling, engineering drawing, mechanics. Chapter 194 How can employees and leaders talk about their dreams? Yang Jinayu smiled and said modestly as always, actually, these are all commonplace things, probably 5 social insurances, and 1 housing fund, 2 days off on weekends, overtime pay on time, 5 yuan a day for 1 meat and 2 vegetables. It's commonplace, but how many companies can really do all these things? Not to mention 2 days off on weekends. Even unpaid overtime is common. Especially in some private enterprises, it can be said that there is no such thing as welfare, and it is already precious that the old boss can do all the basic things well. As for the emerging private enterprises like Mr. Yang, no matter how high the salary is, many welfare systems should be imperfect. Of the above, Kuiguang can only do 1 or 2 of them at most, right? Yang Ruoqian listened and nodded until Yang Jinayu stopped talking. He continued to ask with some expectation, well, what else? Kuiguang Group also has all these things, and there is no such thing as overtime, let alone overtime pay. It didn't stir up much waves in Yang Ruoqian's heart. I hope this translator can talk more about the benefits of other companies, so as to give Yang Ruoqian more inspiration to spend money. Yang Jinayu was stunned. Ah, what else? The company is a place to work. So many benefits are already a lot. If there are more, it will squeeze out the working time, right? No more. Yang Ruoqian was disappointed. Those are indeed some old-fashioned things. They can't be compared with our company. Are you sure you really don't want to come? What kind of benefits are good? This is it? In the Kuiguang Group, this little benefit is called employee abuse. I thought I could learn a lot of things in fancy names, but it turned out to be nothing. Yang Jinayu was really stunned. What do you mean it can't be compared with our company? Could the benefits of the Kuiguang Group be better than this? But after all, she is a professional translator. She quickly suppressed her curiosity and controlled her facial expression. Mr. Yang, I'm very curious now. What is the level of your company's benefits? Mr. Yang silently took out the employee code and thought guide he carried with him from his bag and handed them to Yang Jinayu. Yang Jinayu took the 2 booklets with a smile, put the snacks on the table aside, and read them carefully. As she read, the smile on Yang Jinayu's face gradually froze. Instead, there was shock in her eyes. The daily meal allowance is 500 yuan per person! Exclamation mark. The company will enforce forced rest if the workload exceeds the standard! Exclamation mark. No overtime, but there is loss of work pay for leave! Exclamation mark. Every anniversary will hold an anniversary celebration with a high degree of freedom, and company tours will be held from time to time. If the project is successful, the company will use the profit to organize activities to reward employees. If the project fails, the company will organize a grand encouragement project to let employees forget the pain of failure in enjoyment. What kind of outrageous 3-dimensional defense mechanism is this? But when she saw thought guidance and Yang Ruoqian's involution theory, the expression on her face gradually changed from shock to thoughtful. Involution is actually a vicious competition. People should think more about themselves, not the company and the boss. Rest when you are tired, sleep when you are sleepy, and boldly ask for rewards when you create value. This is the natural right of a person. Are these things what the boss of a company should say? Are these two booklets something that employees can see? Exclamation mark. Yang Jinyu looked up at the young boss in front of him, as if she saw a ray of idealism from him, and saw something that almost no one else could see. Vision. When others were racking their brains to think about how to make more money, Mr. Yang was thinking about how to maximize the potential of employees, and how to make both employees and companies achieve long-term and healthy development, even if it means sacrificing short-term interests. In the old company, I was just a translation tool in the eyes of the leaders. The leaders always blamed why employees earn so little, why they can't overcome their physical difficulties, and do more for the company. But in Kuiguang Group, I seem to be treated as a real family member. Leaders will also blame employees, but they blame them for not considering their own health, and why they put work in such a high position. Why do parents' reproaches often warm people's hearts more than leaders' chicken soup? Because the starting points of both parties are fundamentally different. If you don't abandon the dark and join the light now, when will you wait? From today on, she is a glorious employee of Kuiguang Group. Boss Yang, I understand. Yang Jinyu looked solemn and presented two booklets with both hands. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I don't know what you understand. I hope you really understand. Yang Ruoqian took the booklet and put it back in his bag while complaining in his heart. Every employee in the company said that they understood, but they turned around and began to prepare for the backstabs of various major organizations. Then, Kuiguang Group welcomes you? This is the first time. I can't wait to go to work. Yang Jinyu kept a dignified sitting posture and smiled. Good. It's done. Another department that burns money, but does nothing is about to be established. However, since it is poaching, the old employer must also give an explanation. Have you thought about what to do with your old company? Yang Ruoqian asked. After I get off the plane, I will call my old employer and inform them that I'm leaving. Yang Jinyu thought for a while and said, I will go through the resignation procedures as soon as possible after returning to China. Before she had seen the welfare benefits of the Kuiguang Group and accepted their ideas, Yang Jinyu never thought that she would take the initiative to resign. But after seeing it, she could never go back. As soon as the voice fell, the voice of the flight attendant suddenly came from the plane broadcast, announcing that the plane was about to land and everyone was asked to fasten their seatbelts. The scenery of the modern city was getting closer and closer. With a burst of tinnitus, the plane landed steadily on the airport runway. After getting off the plane and picking up the checked luggage, Yang Jinyu took out her mobile phone, turned on international roaming, and dialed the number of her leader, her former leader. Beep beep. Soon, the call was connected. Hey, Zhao Yan, what's wrong? Are you having any trouble at work? The leader over there seemed to be a little busy and said casually, you have to learn to overcome it yourself. The leader knew that this work was a personal trip of the boss of Kuiguang Group, and basically there would be nothing that she couldn't solve by herself, so she didn't take it too seriously. If there is any trouble, just find a way to solve it yourself. Anyway, it's been like this in the past. Yang Jinyu took a deep breath and said, Leader, it's just a small matter. I want to resign. I'm letting you know now, and I'll give you a written notice when I get back. The leader answered almost immediately, well, okay, you can make your own decision on this small issue, and let me know after the report comes back. What did you say? Resignation notice? The leader, who was originally absent-minded, was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. What the hell did he resign suddenly? Wasn't he working well before, without any signs? Yang Jinyu dragged her luggage to a corner with few people and whispered, Leader, I'm sorry. I will try my best to cooperate in the handover. Little Yan, don't be in a hurry to leave. What can't we talk about? The leader is worthy of being a leader. After the initial surprise, he quickly adjusted his state and began to try to control the initiative of the conversation. First, tell me why you want to leave. This question seems very simple, and there are only a few answers. For example, there is an emergency at home, or other companies have offered higher conditions to poach people, or because of personal health reasons. As a company leader, you can roughly guess. Asking this question is nothing more than throwing out a brick to attract jade. No matter what Yang Jinayu's answer is, the leader will first give her a few sips of chicken soup, remind her of her dreams, remind her of the position she has worked so hard to get in the company, and try to eliminate the factors caused by impulse. After the ideological offensive, there is the financial offensive. If someone wants to leave, it's nothing more than not enough money. As long as the money is increased, what problem can't be solved? After this set of offensives, there is basically no one who can't be retained. The leader still attaches great importance to the simultaneous interpreter and hopes to retain her. Generally speaking, her work attitude and ability are very strong, which saves time and trouble. Hearing the leader's question, Yang Jinayu answered without hesitation, because of the dream. The leader who wanted to use dreams to give Yang Jinayu chicken soup. No, how could the plan go wrong from the beginning? What the hell? Dreams? Exclamation mark. I have only heard of leaders using dream chicken soup to poor employees, but I have never seen employees choose to change jobs because of dreams. There is no way to continue chatting today. A drop of cold sweat ran across the leader's forehead. He forced a laugh and advised, Xiao Yan, no matter how big the dream is, it can't be eaten, right? People, sometimes you have to be realistic. As he spoke, the leader himself felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this conversation. Why do I feel that my lines and Yang Jinayu's lines are reversed? Shouldn't Yang Jinayu angrily say that dreams can't be eaten, and that as a leader, she should advise employees to work harder for dreams rather than money? If they continue to talk like this, the conversation will die. Yang Jinayu sighed and said, not only did they give me dreams, they also gave me high salaries and benefits. I'm sorry, leader. Hearing this, the leader finally relaxed. Oh, it's still a matter of money after all. How big of a deal is that? Xiao Yan, you can tell me directly if you are not satisfied with your salary. I'll make the decision. Starting from next month, your monthly salary will be increased by 10%. You should work harder in the future, and don't forget the leader's promotion of you. A 10% salary increase is indeed a very large number, enough to show the sincerity of the leader. But Yang Jinayu couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Because the condition offered to her by Kuiguang Group was an additional 50% on top of the original salary, and this was just pure salary. When all kinds of subsidies are taken into account, the gap is even greater. I'm not afraid of bad people, I'm afraid of people being compared to people. Leader, I'm sorry, you still give less than that. Let's part ways in peace. Still less. The leader was shocked. Which company is so arrogant? The dream is not comparable, and the money is not comparable. The leader thinks it is time to change his mindset. Hey, Xiao Yan. People should have a long-term vision. Salary is just a superficial appearance. What about benefits? What about the environment? What about your own career development plan? These are not simply measurable by money. Yang Jinayu, who had wanted to hang up the phone a long time ago and start working for Mr. Yang, said patiently, but the benefits over there are also a little better than yours. What? Exclamation mark. Even the benefits are not as good as this. Exclamation mark. This is not easy to deal with. The salary is not comparable, the benefits are not comparable, but Yang Jinayu is indeed worth the cost. After thinking it over again and again, thinking about the previous simultaneous interpreters who were not very useful, could not quickly prepare to express their ideas, and were expensive, the leader gritted his teeth, endured the pain of heavy bleeding, and reported another number, 15%, based on your original salary. How about it? After this, people on both sides of the phone were silent. Both sides were speechless. After a long time, Yang Jinayu sighed and gave the old leader the last step. How about it? Forget it? The number you gave is indeed a little different from that over there. Leader. A little different? Wasn't it just a little different? Exclamation mark. The leader was a little confused. Xiao Yan, you, just tell me, how much is the difference? Yang Jinayu thought for a while. It's more than 20,000. If you want me to give up, just be more accurate. How much more than 20,000? The leader almost couldn't help rolling his eyes. A mere 20,000. There is no way it can have this effect. Who are you trying to fool? Yang Jinayu scratched her head a little embarrassedly. More than 20,000, an extra 150,000. The leader on the other end of the phone was so angry. 20,000 plus 150,000. That's 170,000. It turned out to be a direct 50% salary increase. No wonder I couldn't persuade him. In their eyes, there is no essential difference between me and a clown. If I treat the 10% and 15% salary increase as a treasure, and a 50% salary increase would be better than hiring a new simultaneous interpreter. The leader's last thought of retaining me was also cut off, and he said rather boringly, "Then I wish you a bright future. Remember to go through the formalities when you come back." After that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. Yang Ruoqian, who was listening to the whole process, laughed and said, "Let's go when the notice is in place. The car is waiting at the airport gate." "Ha, you want to compete with Kuiguang Group? Do you have the strength? You are useless, even if you are given the opportunity to retain me." The two quickly arrived at the airport gate and found the reserved car. "Mr. Yang, please go first." Yang Jinayu opened the door of the rented luxury car and started to communicate smoothly with the driver. Soon, the driver drove the two to the World Game site. The scene was crowded with people and bright lights. At a glance, there were countless heads, which was enough to show how popular this game was and how amazing its potential economic value was. After checking the tickets, Yang Ruoqian took out his mobile phone, opened the chat window with Ruan Minor, and typed, "Where are you now?" Chapter 195. Mr. Yang, who is overwhelmed by wealth. A few minutes later, Ruan Minor sent a message, "Boss, we are now preparing for the game in the lounge. Have you arrived?" From the tone of her voice, it seems that the pressure is not too great. It seems that the results of the training match are very good. In esports competitions like this, in order to maintain the team's competitive state, each team needs to constantly find other teams to compete to maintain its feel. The results of the training match can reflect the state of the team to a certain extent. Yang Ruoqian typed, "Here, now in the audience seat." Although Yang Ruoqian is the boss of the team, he came to the game site on a whim after all. He did not register with the game officials and did not get a staff badge. If he wanted to enter the lounge, he needed someone to pick him up. Not long after, the game official staff followed the instructions and came to Yang Ruoqian's location. After a brief communication with Yang Jinayu on the side, Yang Jinayu turned to Yang Ruoqian and smiled. He asked if he could take a photo of us. "We need to confirm his identity. There are many people in the venue, and if you don't take a good photo and send it back to Ruan Minor for confirmation, it is indeed easy to recognize the wrong person." After taking the photo and confirming their identities, the two got the staff badge and followed them into the training room. In the training room, Yang Ruoqian saw the somewhat nervous YTG players. Facing the quarterfinals of the World Championship, the fledgling team members will inevitably feel nervous, even if they have defeated strong opponents and are already regarded as the favorites to win the championship. If they can win smoothly, it will be the first championship trophy in the history of this game to fall into the domestic competition area. As the team carrying the last hope and the team closest to the championship, even if the opponents behind are not strong, they still feel huge pressure. Success is taken for granted, and failure is absolutely sinful. Which team that just entered the World Championship, including the coaching team, is not tense all day long? No one has experience in this area. The most important thing is that the boss is here. This is even more tense. The boss is here. Looking at Yang Ruoqian and Yang Jinayu who followed behind him who walked in from the entrance of the lounge, Ruan Minor hurriedly called the teammates over. Several people came out, holding food and drinks in their hands, and looking at the boss, they were all a little restrained. Although their training hall is just opposite the Kuiguang group, and can be reached in 10 minutes, the Otakus don't want to face their leaders. They are Otakus, and they are too strictly controlled, so they only met once when Yang Ruoqian first inspected the training hall. Fortunately, the boss is quite easygoing. If they meet the kind of boss who likes to pump people up and give instructions such as only winning but not losing, they will probably be more nervous. Seeing these young men who are not much younger than him actually maintaining such a good competitive state, Yang Ruoqian took a deep breath. waved his hand and smiled. Everyone sit down. Everyone sit down. I just came to see it when I have nothing to do. Don't be nervous. From a personal point of view, Yang Ruoqian certainly doesn't want YTG to win. Otherwise, once they win the championship, Kuiguang Group will be a little overwhelmed. However, things that harm others and benefit oneself should not be done. For several players, missing this championship may mean that a whole year's efforts have gone to waste. Yang Ruoqian will not deliberately cause trouble for them. Of course, his attitude must be made clear. You are still young and will have many opportunities in the future. Even if you lose this game accidentally, the company is very satisfied with your current achievements and will not blame you. Show your best and most confident heroes. Don't be too obsessed with winning or losing, and don't pay attention to the influence of the outside world on you. If you win this game, it is your credit. If you lose, it has nothing to do with others. Don't feel burdened. Just have fun playing the game. Do you understand? What if you lose unexpectedly like the other team? It doesn't matter. When you come back, the company will still give you the original bonus in full. I unilaterally declare that you have won. In short, first tell them that they don't have to win this game, and then tell them that, whether they win or lose, they will get what they deserve. I hope this will be helpful. After Yang Ruoqian finished speaking, he looked at the faces of several team members and observed their reactions. As expected, the young men who were originally a little uneasy showed a little stunned emotion. They put the drink bottles on the table and said in surprise, "Boss, this is not good, right? How can you get the bonus after losing the game? And how can the boss say if you lose before the game even starts?" Yang Ruoqian acted like a boss and said in a very mature manner, Okay, I'm here to affect your mentality. Go back to your room and rest. Ruin Minor, you stay for a while. These internet addicted teenagers were more ruthless than each other in the game, but they were socially anxious monsters in real life. After hearing the boss's words, almost everyone stood up at the same time. But it seemed that they felt that it was not good to leave so directly. One of them scratched his head and his brain twitched. He handed the unopened hot dog in his hand to Yang Ruoqian and asked, "Boss, have you eaten? I just have an extra one." As soon as this thoughtless remark came out, the internet addicted teenager wanted to slap himself twice. What are you talking about? When others give gifts to their bosses, they either give a whole set of Maozi and Huazi, or a Leo Band's pancake worth 88,000 yuan, or simply don't give anything. How could they give away the hot dogs they bought too much? Seeing his teammates looking at him like he was stupid, he just stood there in embarrassment. Yang Ruoqian was a little amused, but he still took the hot dog. Got it. Go relax. The game will start soon. After all, it was a young man's intention, and although Yang Ruoqian came in first class, he basically didn't eat anything on the plane for a mere 3-hour flight. It was still quite disgusting when the plane took off and landed. If he ate too much, he might vomit. Holding a vomit bag and vomiting with tears streaming down his face, how could he maintain his image as the boss of a big company? Maybe this is the burden of a big boss. The internet addicted teenager who handed over the hot dog was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly ran towards the lounge. After the door of the lounge was closed, Ruin Minor, who was kicked out of the U Mansion a year ago and earned less than 4 figures a month, glanced at Yang Ruoqian, then glanced at Yang Jinayu, and asked seriously, "Boss, what can I do for you?" Yang Ruoqian looked at Hot Dog and asked, "I'm busy recently. Have I paid enough attention to your project? Do you have any difficulties? If so, please feel free to ask. Why is it that other esports clubs are losing money to gain publicity, crying poor at every turn, and even often exposed to wage arrears scandals, but our club has nothing? From the beginning to now, it really has not taken the initiative to ask the company for a penny, and even made a lot of money for the company in return. And didn't we agree that the internet addicted teenagers have poor self-control? The ones with poor self-control are about to win the championship?" Ruin Minor, who can already stand on her own, thought about it and shook her head vigorously. "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, there is no problem with the funds, and the team members are very self-conscious. It can be said that it is perfect." Highly self-conscious? Yang Ruoqian asked casually. Yes, I asked them to think carefully. Do they want to get a quick fix, indulge themselves, and occupy the company's resources with a clear conscience, but they can't produce a decent result at the end of their career, and they will be unemployed after the game becomes outdated in a few years? Or should they restrain their laziness, produce a good result, and become famous from then on? I told them to see their career life clearly, and asked them if they want to have such a good working environment in the future, or enjoy it for a few years, and then return to the internet cafe to do nothing. Oh, it's the account you calculated for me before, Mr. Yang. I changed it a little and told them. Yang Ruoqian was completely speechless after listening. So, under your teachings, a group of internet addicted teenagers directly became struggling, right? The most important thing is that Ruan Minor also said that she used her own rhetoric, which directly blocked all the words Yang Ruoqian wanted to say next. As a boss, you can't hit yourself in the face, right? Yang Ruoqian did say something similar, but the purpose of his words was to pave the way for providing jobs for internet celebrities who might become outdated, and to increase the cost investment. As a result, Ruan Minor quoted and applied the words indiscriminately regardless of the occasion, and directly excited the group of internet addicted teenagers. This is the importance of being cautious as a boss. If Ruan Minor had not quoted Yang Ruoqian could naturally ask them not to work so hard, telling them that it is the nature of young people to be playful, and that they must play more at such a young age. But now that Ruan Minor used the big quotation technique, Yang Ruoqian didn't know how to respond, and he really shot himself in the foot. Yang Ruoqian, who was stabbed in the back, suffered this loss, and forced a smile. What about you? How is your live broadcast career? You have been busy with competitions recently, so you can't take care of the live broadcast, right? A person's energy is limited. Even if Ruan Minor is a hard worker, it is impossible for her to take care of live broadcasts and competitions at the same time. Sure enough, when talking about live broadcasts, Ruan Minor's face immediately fell. Boss Yang, it's better if you don't say it. There are indeed problems there. Encountered problems. Hearing this, Boss Yang, who was overwhelmed by the huge wealth, immediately straightened his back. That's great. The company has always had a lot of problematic projects, but they are no longer problematic after being run by employees. Now a project that was originally fine suddenly has a problem, which is simply moving. For an anchor of Ruan Minor's size, the problems can be big or small, but as long as you are willing to run it, it is no problem to throw a few million at it. What's the problem? Why didn't you bring it up earlier? Yang Ruoqian was overjoyed. Any problems must be solved as soon as possible, and they must be solved without future troubles. Just tell me, how much does it cost? Ruan Minor scratched her forehead. No, Mr. Yang, you misunderstood. It's not a matter of money. I was exposed. Now everyone knows that I'm the female anchor who doesn't show her face during live broadcasts and is very good at scolding people. Being exposed means that the vest falls off and a person with two identities is exposed to another identity. Now there are so many people coming to my live broadcast room to give gifts. I guess there must be millions of transactions. Before, I promised that if you give the most expensive gifts, I would end the broadcast a little later. In the past, I made money by volume, and not many people gave such expensive gifts. Even if they did, there wouldn't be many, so I could finish the promised time very quickly. But after I got caught, so many big brothers came to give gifts at once, and I can't pay back the live broadcast time. What should I do? Millions of transactions. Big brothers came to the live broadcast room. So this is a problem you are talking about? The absurdity of this statement is comparable to the rich losing the right to struggle. Yang Ruoqian, who was originally excited, suddenly looked at Hen. How did you suddenly reveal your identity? Well, after the game, the official occasionally played the team voice chat. Unfortunately, one time, the official selected the voice chat between me and my teammates, and my old fans heard it right away. Okay, the game is about to start. I won't bother you anymore. Let's go. After finally going abroad, Mr. Yang, who was hit repeatedly, picked up the hot dog on the table and left the lounge with Yan Janayu. Seeing the boss leave, Ruan Minor also stood up and called the teammates who had left before. The tall and thin boy who delivered the hot dog before asked curiously, "How is it, boss?" Did the boss say anything? Did he emphasize the importance of our game? The boss of a large group put down so many important businesses in the company and came to watch their game. This is really impressive. Ruin Miner rolled her eyes. The boss came all the way here and emphasized that we would have a way out even if we lost, just to relax our mentality and help us reduce the impact of all external factors on our state as much as possible. Can't you see it? What's the importance of the game? Mr. Yang makes tens of millions of dollars every minute. Does he need a little money? The boss is really obsessed with money. Why did he provide us with such a good training hall? It's not like you haven't visited the training halls of other clubs. Even the training halls of major old clubs can never compare to YTG. Some training halls are so dirty and messy that they are no different from slum garbage dumps. Ruin Miner glanced at the time. What we have to do now is to adjust our mentality. Don't worry about everything else. There is only one goal, that is to win the championship. Listening to Ruin Miner's words, everyone was moved. As a boss, he could take such a subtle care of an employee who had only met once. In this competition, even if it's not for himself, but only for the boss, he must get the championship. Win the championship. At the same time, outside the lounge, the host's voice was faintly heard. Please invite both players to come on stage. Thanks to the book friend 2018062820474813 for the reward. The boss spent the money. Chapter 196. Is this how you accept an interview? Yang Ruoqian came to his seat, watching the video of the team's pre-match harsh words played on the competition stage and the host's passionate introduction to all the contestants, and yawned imperceptibly. The introduction of the two teams before the game was quite boring. No matter whether the team was strong or not objectively, the organizer of the game always had to try his best to praise the team from all angles and show some wonderful operations and kills. In short, it was to make the two teams look evenly matched as much as possible. Since it was a live game, Yang Jinayu, who was sitting next to him, had to translate in real time, otherwise Yang Ruoqian would not understand Bang language. Soon, all the pre-match links were over, and the two sides started to fight with real swords and guns. Then, after only more than 10 minutes of the game, the evenly matched game had lost its suspense. To put it bluntly, it was a one-sided massacre, and the degree of one-sidedness even made Yang Ruoqian wonder how this team made it all the way to the semi-finals. After more than 20 minutes, an exciting and boring game ended. It was exciting, because it was rare to see a world championship that was so bloody. It was boring, because there was almost no suspense in the game. Perhaps the only suspense was how many times YTG could kill the opponent. And it seemed that, because they were stunned in the first game, YTG played better and better in the next two games. In the last game, the commentators on the Chinese channel even started to laugh and joke. The opponent's top laner was taught a lesson by our forehand and backhand, and now his mentality is about to collapse, right? You see, he has lost confidence after being beaten. Now this game is torture for him. In fact, we can understand them to a certain extent. After all, we were in this position before. By the way, did you hear that the boss of the YTG club also came this time? How about the director? Give the boss a shot. Okay, let's see how the boss reacts when he sees his team perform so well. Wow, so young. There is a beautiful woman beside him. He is worthy of being the big boss. At this time, Yang Ruoqian, who was watching the game in the audience and could not listen to the commentary of the Chinese station, looked at YTG winning the game expressionlessly, unaware that the camera was already pointed at him. I shouldn't have any hope. I will quickly develop new projects after returning to the company. Yang Ruoqian complained, tore off the hot dog wrapper in his hand, and swallowed half of the whole hot dog directly. It was not because Yang Ruoqian was extremely hungry, but because he didn't want to take a small bite like this, with his mouth full of food residues, which would affect his image. After finishing dinner in a dozen seconds, Yang Ruoqian glanced at the competition stage. The players of both teams were shaking hands perfunctorily. The winner stayed, and the loser went home. However, there was not much frustration on the faces of the losers. On the contrary, they were in high spirits, and it didn't look like they were swept out 3-0. The next thing was also very simple, which was to accept interviews from the official game divisions, express their victory speeches, and then look forward to the finals. On the stage, the host of the Chinese station walked up and asked the YTG players some very basic questions, such as what they thought of the game, what they thought of their opponents, what they thought of their next opponent, and whether they were confident in winning the championship. Although the players were excited because they had won the victory, they had not really won the championship after all, and they were worried about being embarrassed, so they answered the questions very cautiously and did not make trouble. Just when everyone thought that this was an ordinary interview, the host suddenly changed the subject and said mysteriously, "I heard that your boss also came to the scene today. What do you think he feels now?" Ruoqian Minor had just finished the game and her mind was in a mess. Without thinking, she said, "Since he is here, why don't you ask him directly?" As soon as the voice fell, the director wisely put the camera on Yang Ruoqian. Suddenly, Yang Ruoqian's figure appeared on the screens of the entire competition venue at the same time. The host lady glanced at the screen and said jokingly, "I wonder if Boss Yang has time to accept our interview?" Knowing that the boss of YTG was coming to the scene, the game officials must have urgently learned about it. It was not surprising that the host knew Yang Ruoqian's name. Although Yang Ruoqian did not have a microphone at this time, the camera was facing him after all, and he only needed to nod and shake his head to express his wishes. In fact, Yang Ruoqian himself did not have much interest in being in the limelight, but this time when faced with the opportunity to be interviewed, he thought about it and agreed. A bold plan has emerged in his mind. According to the theory of relativity, if you can't make yourself weaker, then making the enemy stronger will have the same effect. Controlling the variables. Everyone's club is composed of these internet addicted teenagers. The training methods are similar, and there is nothing special about the coaches. What is the reason why YTG is so brave and has achieved what countless old clubs cannot do just 1 year after its establishment? In addition to the personal factors of the players, there is only one answer: the training environment. As long as you find a way to popularize your training methods for the players and raise the level of all other clubs as a whole, then relatively speaking, won't YTG be weaker? After being led to the stage by the staff, the host looked Yang Ruoqian up and down and complimented him in a joking tone. "Boss Yang is really young. You should play games normally, right? I was busy making money in my last life, and I'm busy losing money in this life. What games should I play? Occasionally, I play games, but they are single player or online PvE games. This kind of high intensity competitive games are almost impossible to touch. Yes, I play often. I'm an old player who has been playing since the server was launched, so I have a lot of experience in how to adjust the mentality of players." Yang Ruoqian's expression was relaxed, and his demeanor was calm. He almost believed what he said. Sure enough, the host immediately became energetic when he heard this, and hurriedly asked, "Oh, then can we have the honor to listen to how Boss Yang manages the club?" In order to make his words seem more credible, Yang Ruoqian did not say it directly, but kept it a secret and deliberately hesitated. "Well, Boss Yang, please tell us. Everyone is very interested in your successful experience." The host is very good at livening up the atmosphere, and every word he says is very measured, without any moral blackmail. Seeing that the foreshadowing is almost done, if he continues to shirk, people may not ask anymore. Yang Ruoqian coughed twice and said mysteriously, "As someone who plays games frequently, I can deeply understand how much impact unscientific training methods will have on the players. Therefore, YTG's training methods are different from those of other clubs. Maybe many people think that playing games is just moving the mouse and keyboard. It is a technical job rather than a physical job, which is actually a misunderstanding. Esports players already have many bad habits, sitting in the wrong posture, and have a lot of problems with their cervical spine, lumbar spine and hands. They are full of injuries at a young age, and they can't even use 50% of their strength. What's the point? So I arranged various massage equipment in my training hall and have dedicated masseurs on hand 24 hours a day. As long as the players want, they can get a free massage with no limit on time or number of times." The host seemed to be surprised that Yang Ruoqian would give such an answer and cast his eyes at several contestants in disbelief. but he found that they all had a matter-of-fact expression on their faces, as if this is how the training hall should be. Yang Ruoqian, who was in the state, continued to talk. In addition, don't always force the players to do anything, let them do it consciously. For example, if you want employees to move around more, move the training hall to a downtown area, or directly to the center of a shopping mall, and then give these players some consumption cards every day, so that they have to go to certain places. Talent and technology can only rely on the players themselves. What the club has to do is to keep their bodies in good condition, to cope with high-intensity competitions that last for several hours. No matter how good the technology of other teams is, their state will decline after one game, and they will be in a trance after 3 games. They can't even concentrate in the 5th game. Won't they be beaten by us? After that, the host, who was supposed to be seamlessly connected, stayed where he was and was silent for 3 full seconds. What Mr. Yang said seemed to make a little sense, but why did it feel like all of these things had an unavoidable prerequisite? Isn't this expense a bit too huge? Ahem. What Mr. Yang said made me suddenly curious about YTG's training base. In order to make his words more authentic and credible, Yang Ruoqian spread his hands indifferently and smiled at the camera. It's okay. Everyone is welcome to visit YTG's training base to verify whether what I said is true. China, Jinhae City, Jayabund. Shanghai Anayu, who had finished a day of filming, was at the dining table, eating noodles while watching the live broadcast on his mobile phone. When Ruoqian came closer with some curiosity and asked, "What are you watching? Live game competition? When did you play computer games?" "This schoolmate of mine plays only simple mobile games. She is so clumsy that she played games all day during the anniversary celebration to get a new mobile phone. If she dares to touch a computer PvP game, she will be scolded by her teammates and have a mental breakdown. The anniversary celebration of Kuiguang Group can't be said to be a slack, it's simply a sea of letting go." "No, the landlord is being interviewed," Shanghai Anayu said without hesitation. "It seems that they have made it to the finals. So impressive. Why do you care so much about other people's affairs?" When Ruoqian just glanced at it twice, then looked away with no interest, thinking carefully about your next development path is the right way. The filming of The Boys is gradually coming to an end, and various publicity campaigns are being carried out simultaneously, with very good responses. The crew was secretly worried before that they would be attacked by superhero fans who were trying to get attention, but this did not happen at all. On the contrary, it was these fans who were most interested in the early promotional videos of this movie, because they can tell at a glance whose image these anti-superheroes were inspired by, and they can quickly get into the role. After all, this is the first movie jointly developed by Kuiguang Group and Chengyu Group, so the publicity and promotion naturally have to pick the best clips. Shanghai Anayu, a newcomer with a pure and beautiful appearance and excellent acting skills who has never officially appeared in public, immediately caused quite a stir. Even some sharp-eyed and gambling companies have sent cooperation invitations to the company. Things like making movies are extremely random and accidental. It is normal for the same actor to make a masterpiece in one movie and a bad movie in the next. While the reputation is good and the popularity is high, it is imperative to hype it up and increase the popularity. Shanghai Anayu watched the interview with great interest and asked absent-mindedly, "Senior sister, just help me arrange it. I'll listen to you. This is your own business. Can you pay more attention?" When Ruoqian smiled, bent her fingers, and tapped Shanghai Anayu's forehead lightly, "What are you going to do after the filming of this movie? Stay at home idle?" At this time, the interview session of the competition was also over. Yang Ruoqian took the unfamiliar young lady and quickly left the competition site. It seemed that they did not plan to stay overnight and were going to catch the night flight back. "Oh, listen to the company's arrangements." Shanghai Anayu blinked and turned off his mobile phone. "Such a big company, can't they arrange for a small unknown like me?" "Then do you know what the company said?" When Ruoqian sneered, Shanghai Anayu was about to drink the soup with the bowl of noodles in his hand, but he paused after hearing this and asked, "What did the company say?" "The company asked us to consider and arrange it ourselves." Speaking of this, when Ruoqian couldn't help but shook her head vigorously, What a magical scene is this. The artists don't fight for resources themselves, just lie down and let the company ravage them. The company is even more outrageous, throwing precious resources directly to them, and as for how to squander these resources, the company doesn't care at all. Shanghai Anayu was a little confused. Although she was naive and romantic, it didn't mean that she didn't understand some basic industry rules. Then, what about advertisements? What about variety show invitations? And what about the operation of social media accounts? When Ruoqian took a deep breath and explained them one by one, business orders, you can accept them or not. Variety shows, if you don't want to participate, forget it. Social media accounts, you are in control, you can post whatever you want. She added, these are the original words of the company's operations and agents, not me. After that, they both fell into silence. After a long while, Shanghai Anayu showed a puzzled look. Senior sister, why do I feel that our company is different from other companies in an indescribable way? With so many resources invested, it's obvious that the group is operating Shanghai Anayu normally, but why does the group's attitude seem to be indifferent? It's a bit like, do you want this gold bar? If not, I'll throw it in the trash. It feels like the autonomy is a bit too much. Congratulations, you finally found it. When Ruoqian said weakly, it's really cause for celebration. It's okay, I believe in the landlord's arrangements. It will be wrapped tomorrow, just wait for the arrangements. Shanghai Anayu was confused for a while, and then she was no longer confused. It's not that she understood something, but that she just put the problem behind her and didn't think about it anymore. You said the landlord will be back later. Should we prepare a surprise for him? You'd better hurry up, they are blood relatives, and they evolved by devouring their blood relatives. Yuan saw this scene in the deep sea. A confused, toddling salamander said cautiously, blood relatives. Eat you. A monster covered in pus struggled to crawl over and said in a vicious voice, blood relative, eat me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Mr. Yang's Foolproof Plan. Yang Ruoqian and Yang Jinayu said goodbye at the airport, and it was already 12:30 in the morning when they returned home. Walking quietly to the door of his house, just as he was about to take out the key to open the door, Yang Ruoqian saw a small plastic bag hanging on the door handle again. What the hell? Yang Ruoqian was stunned and took the plastic bag off the door handle. Chang Ziking shouldn't do this kind of thing, right? The main reason is that the two of them are too familiar with each other. If there is anything, they can basically say it directly, and if there is anything in their hearts, they can express it directly on WeChat, without sending something like this. The only one who can do this should be Shanghai Anayu, who lives next door. Last time she gave herself a mobile phone like this. What did you give this time? Yang Ruoqian felt like opening a blind box, and his originally tired spirit was also slightly lifted. Whether the things are good or bad, as long as they are free and the results are uncertain, they are very interesting. Of course, if there is an excellent performance report inside, Yang Ruoqian will probably faint from anger, but this possibility is not very high. Shanghai Anayu was filming a movie, and Yang Ruoqian knew about the large number of resources that could not be rejected maliciously, otherwise they would be judged as passive operations. It was probably just a small gift or something. Yang Ruoqian reached into the plastic bag and touched it. It felt cold. It was an iron box. He took it out and saw that it was actually a box of cheese wafer biscuits. Just like the last time he gave a mobile phone, there was still a note on the box, and it was still written in a line of beautiful handwriting. Landlord, seeing that you ate so poorly while watching the game, I'll give you a box of biscuits to replenish your body. After eating it, Yang Ruoqian complained, if you really want to replenish your body, a box of biscuits is not enough. Give me something valuable. How do you know if I can stand the test if you don't test me? However, this kind of cheese wafer biscuit tastes very good, and Yang Ruoqian likes it very much. accepting the gift with peace of mind. Yang Ruoqian opened the door, and just as he raised his foot, he suddenly felt that something seemed to be wrong. Why did Shanghai Anayu know what he ate? It was normal for her to know that he had flown to the competition site to watch the game, but why could she also know what he had eaten during the game? Yang Ruoqian certainly didn't think that Shanghai Anayu was a stalker. He immediately realized that perhaps the scene of him eating a hot dog was accidentally photographed. No way. It only took a dozen seconds. Could it really be such a coincidence? Mr. Yang, who had originally planned to go home and go to bed, was no longer sleepy. He changed his shoes, locked the door, sat on the sofa, turned on his mobile phone, and searched on Bilibili. As soon as he typed the 3 letters YTG in the search box, the first ranking in the search bar was YTG advances to the finals, and the second ranking was actually YTG boss appears on the screen. This. Yang Ruoqian reached out and clicked on the video. Before he saw the official content, he saw a lot of barrages floating across the screen. In the comment area, the discussion was also quite turbulent. Fuck, is this the big boss of YTG? So young? Not only is he richer than me, he's also more handsome than me. I suddenly don't want to play this Earthol anymore. Is this a rich second generation who used his parents' money to start a business? But I heard that YTG started from an internet cafe team and worked their way up. I can only say that they deserve to make this money. Their vision is impeccable. Then you are wrong. I specifically looked it up. This boss started from scratch and built up his business in just 1 year. Really? Why haven't I heard of him before? The main business is in the entertainment industry. The esports club is probably just a project he invested in casually. He doesn't lack money at all. So what? He eats hot dogs the same way as me. Ha ha ha. By the way, does anyone know if this boss is married? Is the lady sitting next to him his wife? Yang Ruoqian looked expressionlessly at the camera of himself swallowing a hot dog with the abyss mouth and was speechless for a long time while watching the passing barrage. Forget it. It's just a embarrassment. I, Mr. Yang, have no money, but I have a very thick skin. Without a thick skin, how could he make up so many seemingly reasonable, but actually nonsense theories to fool employees? As long as it doesn't bring profit to the company, it's fine to become a little famous. Anyway, Yang Ruoqian basically doesn't show up in public and doesn't make money from his performances. This level of fame cannot be monetized and cannot damage the company's finances. The internet has no memory. It won't be long before the YTG championship storm is over, and this matter will probably be forgotten soon. Judging from YTG's sweep of the semi-finals, winning the championship is basically a foregone conclusion, because the paper strength of other opponents is basically comparable to this team. As for not winning the championship, Yang Ruoqian has basically given up the fantasy and is ready to face the reality. Sleep. The next day, Yang Ruoqian took the biscuits and drove to the company. Because the distance between the studio and the company is different, and Chengyu Group's requirements for employees are also different from Kuiguang's. Although they don't require early arrival, they are somewhat different from the weird companies, like Kuiguang Group, that encourage employees to be late. Generally speaking, Shanghai Anai will go out more than 20 minutes earlier than Yang Ruoqian. After get off work, she will drag Wen Ruoqian to play outside for a while, and will go home a little later. So although Yang Ruoqian and Shanghai Anayu live very close, they don't meet very often, unless they meet on purpose. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Have you had breakfast, Mr. Yang? I ordered the same hot dog. Would you like one, Mr. Yang? Looking at the employees who looked relaxed, waved, and joked with him, Yang Ruoqian's mouth twitched slightly. After all, a young boss who doesn't have any airs and treats employees so well, no one has a reason to hate him, and they all joked with him naturally. Just like a young teacher who doesn't manage too much, loves to give rewards, and teaches well, students are more friendly to such teachers than in or of them. Moreover, the attitudes of the younger generation of employees and the older generation of employees towards the company's leaders are also different from the heart. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand to indicate that he had eaten, and then turned around and said, "All company executives, go to the conference room in half an hour to hold a meeting to discuss the planning and outlook for this quarter." After that, He walked into the president's office, turned on the computer, carefully read the PPT he prepared, reviewed it, and copied it to the USB drive. Of course, Mr. Yang's computer not only has the PPT of the new project, but also the successful summary experience of more than a year. After summarizing the esports project into successful experience, Yang Ruoqian took another look at his new plan. If you can't do the industry yourself, then go and acquire other people's sunset industries, acquire a company with poor performance and close to bankruptcy, and then inherit their entire original team. Can this not be a loss? If you can't make a loss yourself, then buy a loss-making company and let people with experience in losing money help you lose money. As a boss, if you don't have the talent and ability to lose money, then hire a team with this ability to serve you. In fact, Yang Ruoqian had thought of this method before. But at that time, the Kuiguang Group had just started. First, there was not enough money, and second, there was no corresponding artist or business binding, so it could not be included in the company's profit and loss statistics by the system. Now Yang Ruoqian has actors and singers, and the funds are becoming more and more sufficient. The idea of acquiring other companies and expanding the industry has room to be realized. Looking at the time, President Yang unplugged the USB drive and walked into the meeting room confidently. The company's executives have already taken their positions, waiting in their seats. Adhering to the consistent style of the Kuiguang Group, Yang Ruoqian did not say anything nonsense before the meeting, and directly brought up the main course. In short, with the expansion of the company's business, we have to look further ahead. The old live broadcast business and the brokerage business in the entertainment industry are currently very healthy, but the industrial structure is too single and the risk resistance is insufficient, so we need to expand more businesses. Listening to President Yang talking on the stage, the executives below did not react much. The company has now developed to this point, and the cash flow has expanded to the point where it doesn't know how to spend it. It is normal to expand the business at the right time. It's time to make some investments. In the end, Kuiguang Group should develop into a comprehensive entertainment giant, not just an agency. What everyone is curious about is that Mr. Yang is very good at selecting people, scripts, crews, and partners, but can he still create miracles in terms of business analysis? What business does Mr. Yang want to do? Wang Zikin nodded and asked. Looking at the curious eyes of his subordinates, Yang Ruoqian opened the file, and a well-made PPT was instantly presented to everyone. The next step for the company's development is music production. That is, to open a record branch company to better customize the singers in a detailed and professional manner. The focus of this quarter is on the record company. Does anyone have any opinions and suggestions? The reason why Yang Ruoqian didn't tell his employees about the plan in advance was that he wanted to hear the suggestions they came up with on the spot at the meeting, rather than the suggestions after careful consideration. Once this was said, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at each other. Among them, Lin Ko, who knew the most about the relevant industry, widened his eyes. It was not that he was shocked by Mr. Yang's foresight, but that he was shocked by the fact that Mr. Yang could come up with such a flop idea. The current era is different from the past. Music production companies can be regarded as sunset industries. The old companies are either under the big groups or they are fighting to the death. There is basically no way for new entrants to survive. Even if they can make a profit, they only earn a hard work fee. The real income does not belong to the producer at all, but to the platform. In the past, you can still sell discs, operate copyrights, and hype the popularity. But now, the music playback mode has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even if discs still have a certain market, they are no longer the first choice for the public to listen to songs, nor are they the mainstream of the current market. Without traffic, a song is likely to be ignored. In other words, if there is no support from the platform with huge traffic, a good song may really be buried, unless the song can be so good that it can bring traffic to the platform in turn. Good wine needs no bush. So, now that the song is produced, and the copyright is sold, other things have nothing to do with the record company. Unless a special contract is signed, or the exclusive copyright agent is appointed, how to operate the songs, and how to make subsequent income are all matters of the platform. If the Kuiguang Group has a platform with huge traffic, then it doesn't matter if it sets up a record company. After all, it can draw traffic for itself and save a wave of middlemen. But the problem is that Mr. Yang doesn't have a reliable platform to cooperate with at all. Even the old partner Cheng Guy, who doesn't directly operate related businesses. Now, 99% of record companies will lose money. The remaining 1%. After a moment of silence, Lin Ko suddenly applauded. Mr. Yang's suggestion is good. Very insightful. Even a company like Youfu can maintain a balance of profits and losses on the books when setting up a record company. Mr. Yang, who is 2 levels higher than the useless people in Youfu, can't he make money easily? The remaining 1% is undoubtedly someone like Mr. Yang. After a set of logic, Lin Ko quickly convinced himself and firmly believed that the company's record business would become the mainstay of the future. Originally wanting to hear the employees' refutations, Mr. Yang was stunned when he heard Lin Ko's praise. What's going on? How could such an outrageous plan be approved by others? And it seems that Lin Ko's praise is not the kind of flattery, but the praise from the heart. In fact, it's not that the employees below the stage don't want to refute, but at this time, even if they have a lot of doubts, they all force themselves to hold back and don't say it. This is especially true for Songdan Liri, who switched jobs with a high salary. After her suggestion was adopted in the opposite direction last time, and the company became famous for one plan to harm 3 sages, she vaguely realized that the internal logic of Kuiguang Group is different from that of other entertainment companies. Just like playing chess, she is limited by her vision and ability, and can only give the boss suggestions on how to eat a certain chess piece of the opponent, but the boss considers the whole situation. Even if a chess piece is lost, it doesn't matter. The star chef Yu Hang is the same reason. He has completely made a name for the company's catering business and let countless people know about that restaurant. What's even more terrifying is that even though everyone saw Yu Hang cooking the extremely poisonous 9-turn large intestine on a variety show, some people still went to Yu Hang's restaurant and even asked him to cook. This opened Song Danlo's eyes, who was traditional in her thinking. So now, when Song Danlo makes her own suggestions, she will be very cautious and try to put herself in the position of the boss. Will the record company be similar? Maybe. Mr. Yang has his own considerations. Look at the other old employees. One by one, they didn't say a word, and the one called Lin Ko agreed without thinking. After working for so long, Song Danlo clearly understood that these executives were not flatterers, but talents who really had skills and could always show outstanding performance. They didn't raise any objections. They must have understood Mr. Yang's intention. I didn't understand it because my thinking was still a certain distance away from these old employees. But it doesn't matter. Song Danlo at least realized that Mr. Yang must be right about opening a record company. There was no one objection in the room. It's impossible that everyone was drunk and I was the only one sober, right? I can't figure out the logic of the conclusion that Mr. Yang is right, but it's normal that I can't understand genius. Anyway, I just need to know that Mr. Yang is right. Under this premise, I will not make mistakes if I give Mr. Yang advice based on my own experience. Thinking of this, Song Danlo raised her hand and coughed twice. Mr. Yang, I have some suggestions. Chapter 198. Is there someone willing to take over? As a traditional conservative, Song Danlo slowly gave her suggestions. I think we can open a record company, but we should try our best to avoid going on the same track as other companies and avoid entering into a hand-to-hand combat mode. Although Song Danlo's words were relatively general, everyone present still understood them. Kuiguang Group itself has singers and needs for music production. Although the market here is not large, it is still barely enough to support a small studio-like company with a small number of people. Moreover, Kuiguang Group will definitely recruit more singers in the future. It seems to be a good idea to set up a branch company that only focuses on solving the internal affairs of the group and take on external business as it pleases. It has low costs and risks, and it can also reduce the cost of the group's music production. Mr. Yang nodded repeatedly while listening and wrote his notes on the computer. You can open a record company, but you have to follow the same path as other companies as much as possible and not get caught up in a brutal hand-to-hand combat mode. After writing, Yang Ruoqian asked again, what do you think? should be done in detail. He could guess Song Danlo's thoughts, but the various experiences of success that always came out of nowhere could hone a person's cautious character. When asking questions, you must ask every detail. Mr. Yang today is no longer the Mr. Yang of yesterday. He now acts with 2 words, cautious. Song Danlo did not doubt him and continued, register a new company and find some talented lyricists. Now it is different from before. The cost of lyric writing is not very high. For composing music, we will find some niche people who have market and audience, but whose style is not popular at the moment, to reduce costs as much as possible, and create our own unique style of music. The team should be as small and elite as possible, led directly by the company, with flat management, so that it can become a workshop that produces fine products with the highest cost effectiveness. HMM. Song Danlo's well-reasoned explanation finally confirmed Yang Ruoqian's original decision to directly acquire a record company that is about to go bankrupt. Yang Ruoqian was relieved, so he shook his head and started to talk nonsense from the perspective of risk and return. There is nothing wrong with what you said, but you ignored my first words. A record company is the focus of our group's future development, and it should be placed in a strategic position. If we follow your plan, this record company will certainly not lose money, and it can even effectively reduce the company's costs, but it is very different from the strategic goals I set before. Positioning that does not meet the strategic goals. Song Danlo joked. Thinking about it this way, it seems so. Mr. Yang should want to develop the record company into one of the core businesses of the group, not just a tool to reduce costs. Well, what do you think? Song Danlo asked hesitantly. Originally experienced and looking for a company to retire, she thought she would work as a teacher and consultant at Kuiguang Group. But after coming to Kuiguang Group, she found that many of her experiences were no longer applicable, and even many of the successful actions of Kuiguang Group were incomprehensible to her. Whether from the motivation or the logical analysis, it was completely confusing. But the problem is that these projects were successful. Faced with such a devilish team, she had to ask humbly, some record companies can't continue. Is it really entirely because of their ability? Yang Ruoqian smiled. Not necessarily. My general plan is this. You arrange your people to put aside the old projects at hand and investigate several record companies based on your own experience and preferences. Select those companies that have strength but cannot continue to operate due to other off-site factors and make a list. We will select a record company that is most suitable for the group from this list and directly acquire all the shares. I believe that under our leadership, this record company will definitely shine as it should. No wonder I can't lead them at all. Let this group of losers struggle slowly and lose money slowly. Everyone's mind was full of question marks. Did you hear it right? Directly acquire the company? Exclamation mark. How much does it cost? Let alone other things. If you want to absolutely control a company, you only need to hold more than 66.7% of the shares. There is no need to acquire all the shares. Holding 51% of the shares is only relative control when making certain major decisions. As long as 1/3 of the weight is against it, the decision can be directly vetoed. Therefore, to absolutely control a company, you need to control more than 2/3 of the shares. Moreover, the Kuiguang Group has a very mature leadership team. Why should they inherit all the members of a broken ship? Isn't the best way to lay off all those bloated and complicated management teams, reorganize the people who really do practical things into a team, and accept the direct leadership of the company? Could it be that Mr. Yang has absolute confidence that he can bring a company on the verge of bankruptcy back to life just by indirect management and the formulation of the general direction? It must be like this. Mr. Yang, you are really courageous. The expressions on everyone's faces changed one after another, from the initial confusion to amazement. Being stared at by his subordinates with such eyes, Yang Ruoqian seemed calm and composed. There is no way. Finding some flops is already the minimum standard for maintaining the judgment of active operation of the system. If you forcibly recruit outsiders, it will be immediately regarded as a violation. You can only settle for the second best. If you can't recruit outsiders, just recruit a bankrupt team. 10 minutes later, all the work of the new project and new plan was roughly arranged and completed, and the remaining specific operations were handed over to the various executives. Sometimes, being too detailed will make things better. Of course, Shoyuki, the absolute variable, was excluded by Yang Ruoqian, who told him not to intervene in the management of any projects of the record company, and just to manage the work of Yu and Deson's new team. The pile of businesses handed over to Yu and Deson's team are already very mature, and no matter how they are managed, there should be no accidents. Anyway, it is impossible for Mr. Yang to fall twice in the same place. It is a foregone conclusion that those broken projects can make money for the company, and it is an unchangeable fact. Mr. Yang's mentality is already very stable. If it earns less, it will be a pleasant surprise. If it loses money accidentally, it will be a celebration for all. The same thing, with different mentality, will have different emotions. In order not to get a heart attack at a young age and end up like in his previous life, Yang Ruoqian has lowered his requirements for the company's various businesses. After the meeting, Yang Ruoqian planned to pack up and talk to the manager of Shengjing Haoyuan about the plan to purchase and expand the office building. Yes, the new record company team will be retained intact, but the company address must be moved to Shengjing Haoyuan. In this way, buying land, decoration, food, and various benefits that the group headquarters should have are not a small amount, which is another huge expense. Just as he stepped out of the meeting room, Lin Ko, who had just been extremely active, quickly followed him and whispered, "Boss Yang, can I take up a little of your time?" Yang Ruoqian turned his head with some doubts, looked at the biggest traitor in Yufu, thought about it, and nodded. "Okay, let's talk in the office." Yang Ruoqian still admired this former competitor. It was not because of his ability, but because the first 5 million he earned from the system was because of Lin Ko's forced poaching, which allowed the system to lock the number of fans in advance and settle the rewards in advance. If it was delayed for a few more days, the bonus would directly become a fraction. If it weren't for Lin Ko's friendly assist, Boss Yang would probably still be carrying a debt of 5 million. Oh, it would be great if every competitor was as warm-hearted as Lin Ko. Just say it, if you have something to say. Yang Ruoqian sat down on the office chair. "You sit down too." Lin Ko hesitated a little, glanced at the door of the president's office, and confirmed that it was closed before speaking. "Boss Yang, I have some news about the record company. Do you want to hear it?" Yang Ruoqian immediately showed an interested look. "Tell me about it." As expected of someone who came from a big company, he has some news about everything. Lin Ko nodded quickly. "I used to work on the Yufu Live broadcast project. I have nearly 10 years of work experience, you know. When I first joined the company, Yufu had a branch company related to music production. I was lucky enough to meet the people there, but later the senior management of Yufu judged that the entire record company industry was going downhill, so they sold the company at a high point. Facts have proved that at least in this decision, Yufu is still very wise. A company can develop to this level today, no matter how bad it is, no matter how many stupid things it has done, it must have done a lot of things right." However, Yang Ruoqian also noticed Lin Ko's wording. They sold the company at a high point. Meaning, not long after the record company was sold, they began to decline. Is this company still there now? Yang Ruoqian asked casually while thinking. "It's still there, even in Arjunhei," Lin Ko said with certainty. "It's just that their current business situation is not very good. Well, it's very bad." Lin Ko thought about it and changed his words. "Very bad?" Yang Ruoqian continued to ask. "Hey, Mr. Yang is Mr. Yang. He really doesn't give you a chance to be polite." Lin Ko paused and finally said angrily, "Mr. Yang, to be honest, they are about to go bankrupt. Last month, they almost couldn't pay their salaries. It is estimated that the capital chain will be broken in half a year at most. The capital chain is about to break. How could a company that was once under the big banner of Yufu?" Mr. Yang couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Look at Yufu. They lost a lot of money when they poached an anchor, made a web drama, and made a movie. A few years ago, they even had a record company that was about to lose money, but it was sold out without knowing what was good for it. They can lose money whenever they want. How cool. This is a case of drought and drought. So, why did they go bankrupt? Yang Ruoqian asked with great concern. What went wrong? He was really concerned from the bottom of his heart and even wanted to get an answer. These are all rare experiences, ready-made. Lin Ko thought about his own situation and then thought about the situation of these old colleagues and couldn't help sighing. The first is the change in the overall environment and the second is the failure in decision making and production. Failed to grasp the market, adjusted too slowly, and led to their rapid elimination. Even if the audience of music has some stickiness, it is sticky to the singer, not the record company. The last song may still be a phenomenal hit, but the next song may not be popular. Yang Ruoqian thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that this company seemed to have some potential to become a part of Kuiguang. If you can't come up with a bankrupt project yourself, just take over the bankrupt project, skip the process, and fast forward to the result. How can such a treasure company not be included in your command? He asked. So what you mean is that we can acquire this record company? No, no, no. Mr. Yang is joking. I don't have such a big face. Lin Ko waved his hands and shook his head vigorously. Although the company is going to close down, there are still a few people who can do things in it. What I mean is that if you want to acquire the record company, you can dig those people over by the way. Yang Ruoqian smiled and said in a tone that saw through everything, those people are your friends, right? Lin Ko, whose little thoughts were seen through, was a little panicked. He actually didn't want to destroy the company's atmosphere, otherwise with the authority he has now, it wouldn't be difficult to secretly recruit 2 idiots. Lin Ko's hand can't reach the record company, but he is the third in command of the agency department. It's not difficult to just pull a few people into the company as anchors and get a salary. But Lin Ko clearly had such authority that he still came to report to Yang Ruoqian, which shows that he still protects the company's working environment. Yes, yes. Lin Ko nodded, wanting to help his brother, and then shook his head and explained. Boss Yang, I know that the group has extremely high requirements and a good atmosphere. I just want you to give them a chance to try. If they don't meet your requirements, you can just let them lose their jobs. Yang Ruoqian smiled. Unemployed? Lost what job? Lin Ko didn't react for a while. Please organize the information of that company and send it to me. We will go to investigate together in a while. If there are no accidents, we will acquire them. By the way, tell their boss that we are willing to acquire them. From Lin Ko's description, this company is already in a state of precariousness. Otherwise, give them some hope of survival. What if the acquisition plan is not out by then, and they go bankrupt directly? Yes, yes. Lin Ko was a little overwhelmed by the sudden surprise, and nodded and thanked him repeatedly. Boss Yang, thank you. Although he was a little dizzy with joy, Lin Ko still maintained basic rationality. The boss gave me face. I absolutely cannot just accept it. Face, I must return it. Lin Ko thanked him profusely and backed out of the office. Soon, a document was transferred to Yang Ruoqian's computer. Jinhae City, Spark Records Co. Limited. The boss Ma Yuan was anxious and made one phone call after another, asking for projects, asking for loans, urging employees. It was obvious that he was in a desperate state. Bang! Ma Yuan hung up the phone with a look of despair on his face. You don't even want to lend me a bridge loan. It's over. Suddenly, the office door was opened, and the assistant rushed in without even knocking on the door, panting and his face flushed. What's the matter? How can you be so flustered? Ma Yuan, who was almost suffocated, shouted angrily. The assistant didn't bother to apologize to the boss. He said excitedly, Boss Ma, the phone is for you. Chapter 199. I don't feel comfortable taking this money. How about I kneel down for you again? Ma Yuan looked at his assistant's excited expression and asked in confusion, who called you? What does he do? He knew that anyone who could call Spark Records now was either here to collect debts or to defraud, and there was no way anything good could happen. The company's financial crisis was no longer a secret. The news that came out from nowhere made all the creditors move. They pestered him like flies, constantly calling to urge him to pay back the money or deliver the project. Even a company that was originally doing well would end up bankrupt if it encountered a run, not to mention Spark Records, which was already a candle in the wind. Out of sight, out of mind. After receiving countless such calls, Ma Yuan couldn't stand such harassment and simply handed it all over to his assistant. Delay if possible, and prevaricate if not. In short, if you don't have the money and urge bankruptcy again, you won't get a penny. After a company goes bankrupt and liquidates, the first thing to settle is the salary of the employees, then the bank, and finally the creditors. The assistant shook his head and said, "Boss Ma, they said they have the intention to acquire our company and hope to find time to inspect it." What? The intention to acquire? Ma Yuan's first reaction was not joy, but confusion and suspicion. First of all, there is no need to say what kind of company Sparks is. There is no hope of profit from the acquisition. Secondly, the intention to acquire sounds like a pie in the sky. Don't let them be scared away by the negative and dilapidated atmosphere of the company after they come to inspect it. But now the company is in a state of waiting to die, and there is absolutely no hope of getting out of it by relying on itself. What if there is really a sucker who is willing to acquire this mess? Let's try it out. Ma Yuan nodded slightly and asked, "Did they say who they are?" "Boss Ma, I know that person. His name is Lin Ko. We had dinner together recently." The assistant's hands were shaking with excitement. "He is an old employee of Yufu. He recently switched to Kuiguang Group. I heard that his position is not low. It should not be fake." Kuiguang Group. Ma Yuan, who originally thought that this matter had little hope, stood up from his chair, surprised and happy. "Are you sure? Are you sure that their company really has the intention to acquire it, and they are not bragging to you? In Jinhei City today, who does anyone who is doing business related to the entertainment industry doesn't know Kuiguang Group? How many people are scrambling to get a job there, and how many companies are rushing to sign cooperation contracts with them? Kuiguang Group's qualifications are a bit shallow, and its vision and cooperation threshold are also very high, but it can't resist the money. Is this Lin Ko really qualified to decide such an important matter?" "It's true, Boss Ma." Lin Ko said that their boss has made a preliminary decision. The assistant nodded vigorously and seemed to be happier than Ma Yuan. It's not that he is loyal to Ma Yuan, but because as a creator, only Spark Company can provide him with such a relatively stable creative environment. If the company goes bankrupt, it's hard to say whether he can find a new employer. As for the boss's assistant, as a small company that is not very formal and is desperately pursuing cost reduction and efficiency improvement, it is normal for one person to have multiple positions. To be honest, he has no good feelings for this opportunist who knows nothing about music, likes to give blind orders, and likes to shirk responsibility when problems arise. Great, great. Ma Yuan paced back and forth in the office excitedly. "So, you quickly notify everyone in the company, put down everything at hand, and raise your spirits. Organize all employees in the company to do a general cleaning. Whether the company survives or not, it all depends on this acquisition." A few minutes ago, Kuiguang Group, Lin Ko's office. "Well, that's the way it is. But I can't promise you anything about this. You should prepare yourself well, and try to show your strengths. Don't hide or fabricate your weaknesses. Don't treat Mr. Yang, who has run such a big company in just 1 year, as a fool." Lin Ko had just finished speaking when a burst of ghostly howls came from the other end of the phone. "Brother Lin, Master Lin, you are too good to your brothers. I can't repay you. Don't be disgusting. Just remember to treat me to a big meal later. Just a big meal is not good. Should I kowtow to you 3 more times? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm hanging up." Lin Ko felt nauseous and at the same time a little emotional. If I hadn't made up my mind and sent my resume to Kuiguang Group, what would I be like today? I shouldn't be unemployed, but I guess I would just get a not so high salary and start grinding my qualifications in the live broadcast track that has already started to go downhill. Fortunately, I made the most correct choice. Unwavering anti-UFO. Lin Ko hung up the phone, printed out the sorted information about Spark Records, and returned to Mr. Yang's office. "Boss Yang, these are the documents. Would you like to take a look?" "Put them here." Yang Ruoqian stared at the computer without looking up. Lin Ko nodded, put the documents neatly in a place where it would not affect Yang Ruoqian's work and did not disturb his boss's work. "Okay, Boss Yang, call me anytime if you have any instructions." With that, he left the office. Yang Ruoqian, who was watching the latest episodes of The Voice of China, was watching movies, drinking tea and eating snacks leisurely, and did not look at the documents on the table for the time being. Suddenly, accompanied by a slight knock on the door, the office door was pushed open. There was only one person in the company who could enter the office without waiting for Boss Yang's approval. "What's the matter, busy man? Is there a problem with the acquisition of the company?" Chang Ziking walked into the office, took the documents sent by Lin Ko in her hand, and took a quick look. Yang Ruoqian reluctantly moved his eyes away from the computer screen and nodded gently. "I don't know much about their company. Can you tell me about it?" "The acquisition of Spark Company is the top priority now. As long as the operation of this bankrupt company can be stabilized, and the status quo can be maintained, it will be a stable loss-making project that can be solved once and for all. I think they are a broken ship." Chang Ziking sighed, sat down casually, and muttered, "Private enterprise, 5 shareholders, excluding security guards and other personnel. There are a total of 45 employees on duty. I have written many niche boutique songs, and made pop songs. I made some money by relying on copyright. The main source of income now is individual customers from various channels. Some are individuals who are just playing around on a whim, and some are small singers who have no money and can only find them. There is almost no user stickiness. Whether you can make a living depends on luck. The profit model is extremely unstable." Listening to Chang Ziking's introduction word by word, Yang Ruoqian was secretly amazed. Traditional anchors rely on audience tips to earn income, which is already very unstable, but at least the anchors will have some loyal fans who will pay for love no matter what. It sounds like Spark Company has no repeat customers at all. It must be said that being able to do things to this extent is also a kind of ability. An ability that makes Yang Ruoqian jealous from the bottom of his heart. As time goes by, the copyright income of old songs has gradually decreased, and the revenue in the last 3 months has fallen below 30,000. Individual customers are their current pillar industry, but because of traffic problems, the source of customers has decreased a lot, resulting in a cliff-like decline in income. Yang Ruoqian probably knows why this record company recently revealed that the capital chain is about to break. It turns out that the pillar industry has collapsed. What about the cost? How is their company's current operating cost? Mr. Yang, who is becoming more and more satisfied with the company, asked again. Chang Ziking flipped a page of the information in her hand, glanced at it, and said with a smile, "There is no accurate number for this, but Lin Ko still helped us make an estimate. The rent of the office space is about 12,000 yuan per month. The labor cost of employees is about 150,000 yuan. The interest on the bank loan is 50,000 yuan per month, and other miscellaneous expenses are integrated together. It is estimated that there are 10,000 to 20,000 yuan in costs, and the total will not exceed 250,000 yuan. 45 employees, and the labor cost is only 150,000 yuan? Exclamation mark. The average monthly salary of each person is 3,333 yuan, and this is just the average, and the salary of some managers will definitely be much higher than the average. In other words, it is estimated that many people in Sparks are barely getting by with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan. Although this company can only bring a loss of 250,000 yuan a month, it has a lot of room for improvement. Align all employee salaries and welfare benefits with the headquarters of Kuiguang, change the office space, cut all cost-cutting and efficiency-increasing strategies, and find ways to increase the cost of music production. Now it seems that this record company does not have many hidden dangers of profitability. Without touching the overall framework, just raise the cost as much as possible. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and asked again, "What procedures are required to acquire a company? What should I pay attention to? Oh, I almost forgot that this is the first time for you, a big boss, to acquire someone else's company." Chang Ziking smiled and joked, "In fact, acquisitions are still risky, especially for the company you want to acquire. Tell me more about it. What are the risks?" Mr. Yang perked up. "From the perspective of probability, the more risks, the better. There are always many mines, and one of them will explode. First, find a professional accountant to check their accounts. At least there should be no misappropriation of funds or running away with the funds. Also, we are not professionals, so we certainly don't understand the depreciation of their assets, various equipment. We certainly can't depreciate them at the rate they say. We need to ask professionals to do an assessment. If we decide not to acquire them in the end, this will be another investment with no return. However, Spark's company is in such a bad operating condition now that it should not be able to find other buyers. Their largest shareholder, Ma Yuan, should be very anxious to sell the company to us in order to get out. The initiative is in our hands, and the acquisition price will not be very high. It can be acquired for at most 200,000. Only 200,000? Yang Ruoqian could not hide his disappointment in his tone. How come acquiring a company by yourself is like a small matter, with hundreds of thousands of dollars, and there is no sign of spending a lot of money? How can a few $100,000 fill the current profit gap? It won't be long before the huge sponsorship fees from the sponsors of the esports team will be deposited into the company's account. Chang Ziking flicked the documents in her hand with her fingers and raised her voice a little. Don't think that the number of 200,000 is small, but Kuiguang Group will inherit all the debts of Spark Company. Now that the two are together, as the boss's wife, she has to feel sorry for the company's wallet. He owes so much money outside. Even if we don't pay a penny, the actual cost is huge. The reason why Ma Yuan is trying his best to prevent the company from going bankrupt is also very simple. After all, if he delays for one more month, he can legitimately take one more month's salary from the company's finances and suck more blood from the company. Until the company can no longer pay a penny of salary, he will set a very high depreciation price for the company's pile of shabby assets and distribute them to employees to offset their salaries. Not only can he inflate the price, but he also saves the cost and effort of selling second-hand equipment. Yang Ruoqian listened to Ma Yuan's creative approach, and his eyes were inevitably a little dull. Isn't this very money-saving and cost-saving? How can the company be in such a mess? Does making a loss also depend on talent? With such a strong operating capability, the company can still make a huge loss every month. This shows that Spark Company has great potential and there are still many projects that can be lost, but it will not affect the main business and will not affect the development of the company's framework projects. Chang Ziking mentioned a few other details, but Yang Ruoqian listened rather perfunctorily. He has decided to acquire this company. Chang Ziking has a strong observation ability. After seeing that Yang Ruoqian did not continue to listen carefully, she put the information in her hand back on the table and nodded. That's the general situation. Do you want to go and investigate it in person? Yang Ruoqian smiled and said, of course I have to go. I have already made an appointment. Lin Kao and I will go together. What's the use of making an appointment? Chang Ziking was a little dissatisfied with her husband's careless attitude and frowned slightly. Be prepared in advance. Even a shabby company can give you a bright scene for a few days. You have to make a surprise inspection. Surprise inspection. It's not impossible. Although Mr. Yang didn't care much about whether Sparkling Company would do a face-saving project, it would be good to know the real situation and see how rotten his subsidiary is. What if this company is rotten on the outside, but golden on the inside? Mr. Yang, who was not confident in his luck, agreed with Chang Ziking's suggestion. Okay, arrange 2 inspections. Lin Kao will go for the first time and I will go for the second time. The time interval should not be too long. 1 day will be enough. The first day after the face-saving project is the best time to reflect the real situation of a company. Chang Ziking nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then I will arrange it. You take care of yourself. Mr. Yang, who couldn't wait to recruit a powerful general, added, let's arrange the date for this week, as soon as possible. Gods erode reality, and demons confuse the world. But soon, they found a problem. The king of hell, who was rampant in the world, suffered from mental torture. One day, he knelt in agony at the door of the shelter. I'm going crazy. No matter where I hide, he can find me. Please, take me in. Hercules cried every day in the hospital. Doctor, is there any hope for me? That little beast uses a glowing hammer to open my skull every day. The mother of night gritted her teeth. He is really bullying God. There is no privacy at all. Now I dare not turn on the light when I take a shower. Kyo Yuan held the hammer of fate. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't see anything. Chapter 200. Following Mr. Yang, eating 9 meals a day. When Lin Ko got off work in the afternoon, he looked at his phone and found that the task assigned by the higher-ups had been assigned. Tomorrow morning at 10:30, he would have to go to Spark Records for the first wave of inspections. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Brother Lin, I took a taxi. Would you like to come up together? We live just 2 steps away, so it's just right to save the taxi fare. Lin Ko waved his hand and said to him, you can go back by yourself. I have some personal matters to deal with today. Okay, then I'll go first. The employee didn't ask any more questions. He took a bag of honey popcorn from the pile of snacks in the company and followed the crowd into the elevator. Lin Ko packed up his things, took the next elevator downstairs, hailed a taxi, and went to a small restaurant. After more than 20 minutes of driving, the taxi was close to the suburbs and stopped in front of a somewhat old building. After paying the fare and getting off the car, Lin Ko looked at the building in front of him. Through the rusty windows, he could vaguely see the 4 shabby words Spark Music on the 5th floor. Lin Ko shook his head slightly, walked into the private room of the small restaurant downstairs, ordered some home-cooked meals, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message to someone. Haven't you come down yet? Soon, the message came. Brother Lin, wait a minute. I have something urgent to deal with here. It will be solved in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. TSK. If this 5 minutes of overtime was put in the Kuiguang group, it would be established as a negative example of the company by General Manager Yang. Recalling the past, Lin Ko inexplicably felt as if he was in another world. There were at least 12 or 13 people who knew him at Spark Records, but now only 3 are left. Although he developed very well in Yufu, Lin Ko was promoted very quickly among the same batch of employees who joined the company, but everyone who knew Lin Ko had a good relationship with him. After all, he was still a leader who was considerate of his brothers. However, after Lin Ko was fired by Yufu and started working at Kuiguang, he no longer mentioned his work to these old colleagues. Others were also very tactful and did not ask again. Of course, both parties tacitly agreed not to mention this matter, and they considered the problem from different perspectives. The old colleagues thought that Lin Ko was fired and bullied by his leader Zheng Weineng for several months. He finally found a new job in another city. Everything had to start all over again, and the salary and benefits would definitely be much worse than before. Kuiguang Group is not bad, but it is still far behind Yufu. Even if Lin Ko's position in Kuiguang Group is the same as when he was in Yufu, both of them are agents, but the treatment of the two is definitely very different. How can I expose the scars of my old leaders and colleagues who were good to me now? Lin Ko never mentioned the new job for the opposite purpose. Since joining Kuiguang Group, his life has been getting better and better, and he was afraid that his brothers would explode if he told them. The salary on paper is twice as high as that in Yufu, not to mention all kinds of miscellaneous benefits and bonuses. Although he is a manager, he is not a human resources manager. 1 or 2 of his former colleagues are not good enough to be artists or anchors, and they can't help their brothers, so it's better not to say it. Now Sparks is likely to become a branch of Kuiguang Group, so Lin Ko and 3 old colleagues took some time out to meet and reminisce. 5 minutes later, 3 people pushed the door and walked in. They were all dressed in simple white-collar clothes. Zhao Huang, this way. Brother Lin, you must be very busy at work, and you still take the time to treat us to a meal. The assistant named Huang Wei came over with a bottle of newly bought white wine in his hand, smiling. I'm late. I'll punish myself with a glass later. It can be seen that Huang Wei is very concerned about the acquisition and probably loves this job very much. Whether Kuiguang Group will eventually choose to acquire it is his only hope for whether he can continue this job. Shouldn't he get some information from his old leader? Hey. Lin Ko immediately raised his hand to stop Huang Wei from opening the bottle of wine. We won't drink this wine today. We are here just to chat. Huang Wei immediately put the bottle of liquor worth 3 or 4,000 under the table, with an inexplicable expression on his face. Really chat? Really chat? Lin Ko smiled easily. Work matters. We will talk during working hours. This is the rule of our company. I will treat you to this meal. All the dishes are your favorite. Don't be polite. This Kuiguang group is quite humane. Haha. Brother Lin looks good. It seems that you are doing well in the new company, Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Ko's appearance, the few people who were embarrassed to ask the old leader about the new work environment also relaxed. If you are not doing well, you will definitely not behave like this. It's really good, much better than the lousy place in you mansion. Lin Ko, who was still grudgeful and hated you mansion, took a bite of the dish and said vaguely, the boss is not bad. Yes, the company is smaller, the boss is young, the atmosphere is good, and the work is easy. Even if the salary is a little lower, it's worth it. Huang Wei couldn't help but open the conversation at this time. Unlike us. Hey, Brother Lin, can you tell me about your new company? Lin Ko deliberately put on airs and pretended to be a leader. How can you let the leader speak first? You speak, and I will speak after you finish speaking. After eating a lot of food and drinking a lot of tea, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively. When leaving the company, Huang Wei confirmed that the boss Ma Yuan had already driven away. At this time, he was in the box, so his voice was a little higher. It's no different from before, half dead. It seemed that the management headed by Ma Yuan had been dissatisfied for a long time. Huang Wei began to complain to the old leader crazily and complained crazily. Among these managers, a small number of them are Ma Yuan's aunts and uncles. I think he wants to bring his own dogs to the company to guard the house. There are people with connections everywhere. We just put up with a few scoldings, but the problem is that these people with connections know nothing. They just give orders blindly all day long. They put their own agenda in the tasks assigned to us and want us to make songs they like. The sales target is also funny. It seems that they have never conducted any market research. They just came up with it in their heads and decided it by slamming the table. In the end, the project failed and they just left and put all the responsibility on us. Can the songs made according to his requirements be sold? Then the company went downhill. Many people ran away, and those people realized the seriousness of the matter and began to blindly follow the trend. They asked us to do whatever was popular and hired some internet celebrities to be singers without deeply analyzing the reasons for their success. We failed. We are trash. As a result, we made a song completely according to the requirements of these managers, and it flopped as expected, so they blamed the audience for this period of time. Stupid and crazy. In fact, the previous things were not bad. Lin Ko just listened to it as a joke while eating, until the last sentence came out. He finally couldn't hold it anymore. His own product was not recognized by the market, and he actually blamed the market? I have a question. Lin Ko picked up a few fish bones and asked in confusion, how on earth has your company been able to persist until now? It's because we employees have developed a small program and attracted some individual customers, but the traffic has been cut recently and it's almost gone. Huang Wei sighed. Hey, don't say it. It makes me angry. What about you, old leader? Lin Ko picked up the teacup and smiled calmly. I'm okay. I'm responsible for the anchor business and some actors business at Kuiguang. Have you heard of the dragon son-in-law? The leading actor was brought up by me. The dragon son-in-law? Huang Wei himself doesn't like watching dramas. In addition, he is very busy with work. He can only have some fragmented entertainment time to relax his body and mind. He didn't think of this popular drama at once, but just a few seconds later, he found the relevant memory in his mind. Some time ago, various popular clips were edited out. Huang Wei asked uncertainly, yes, is it the actor whose mouth looks like a hook when he smiles? Yes. Lin Ko nodded calmly, as if it was just a trivial thing he did. This drama is so popular, and I heard that it directly led to a wave of copyright fees similar to novels, and there are also advertisements. Hiss, Brother Lin, have you become rich secretly? Lin Ko drank a cup of tea. It's okay, better than when I was in Yifu. Congratulations. A few of us thought you had some problems before, but we didn't dare to ask you. You know us brothers, we only get a salary of 2 or 3,000 a month, and we can't help much. Huang Wei congratulated from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ko comforted him. It's okay, aren't we going to be colleagues again soon? How can it be the same? You are the manager of the company headquarters, and we are adopted children who are taken in. We don't love or care. It's good enough if the new boss doesn't lay off employees or reduce wages. Huang Wenyi shook his head, not optimistic about the future. Kuiguang Group wants to acquire such a broken company, and it must have seen the opportunity to make a profit. But these people can't find a job after leaving, and they beg the boss to keep them. Isn't it just at the mercy of others? The record company industry is now a buyer's market. Then you are wrong. Lin Ko was proud and superior from the bottom of his heart when he talked about the group. Our boss has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Having said that, Lin Ko no longer hid it and openly told about his grievances with Yang Ruoqian, his embarrassment after being fired by Yufu, and what happened after he came to Kuiguang Group. As for Mr. Yang's various farsightedness, miraculous operations, the company's salary that exceeded the industry average by a lot, various welfare bonuses, various paid vacations, paid activities, new concept work delay compensation issued after mandatory vacations, etc. They were also mentioned in passing. The 3 people from Spark Company, who were originally eating and drinking, just listened to the story at first, but the more they listened, the more shocked their expressions were. So much so that they didn't even have the heart to eat in the end. It's not that they can't stand seeing their old boss living well, but this is too shocking, a bit like a fantasy. It's fine if they are willing to hire someone who has a little bit of a grudge as an employee, the big boss is generous. But with this salary level, the annual income of a security guard in Kuiguang Group is higher than the 3 of them combined! Exclamation mark. Huang Wenyi is not the kind of narrow-minded person who can't stand seeing his brother driving a Land Rover, but now his brother is not driving a Land Rover, but a private jet. It's normal to be unable to compete with the leader. It's normal to be unable to compete with peers, and you have to admit defeat, because you are not as skilled as others. But how come other security guards and cleaning ladies can earn more than you? Exclamation mark. As for the anniversary celebration, the punitive salary increase, and the punitive vacation, they have even gone beyond fantasy and entered the stage of nonsense. Brother Lin, are you sure you are not tied to some fraudulent company? Huang Wenyi looked at the table of sumptuous food in front of him and had no appetite. Of course, this was a joke. Kuiguang Group is likely to be rated as a model enterprise in Zhenhe City. It is a major taxpayer in the local area and has deep ties with Chengaiyu Group. In addition, there are many anchors and online dramas. It is obviously a company that does practical things and will never commit fraud. Lin Ko looked at them with the look of "You are really ignorant. Look at you. You have been in a garbage company for a long time. Don't you know that the outside world has changed? Follow Mr. Yang and eat 9 meals in 3 days. Don't you understand? Change. It won't be like this, right? Besides, they are just suffering. It doesn't mean they have no social circle. Don't they know what the outside world is like?" Huang Wenyi was silent for a long time, then suddenly stood up and raised his teacup. "Brother Lin, I heard that the Kuiguang Group will send someone to inspect us tomorrow. Can you help smooth the relationship?" Lin Ko sighed. "First, the person inspecting your company tomorrow is me, unfortunately. Second, I will report the situation of your company to Mr. Yang truthfully. I don't want to lose my job because of such a small matter. So, you'd better pray for the best. The most I can do is not to make things difficult for you. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, it all depends on your personal luck. Mr. Yang's review standards are extremely strict, but this kind of strictness is not in various hard indicators. He pays most attention to the potential of a company and its future development space. Prepare well. Although your company is terrible, it can be selected by Mr. Yang for inspection and included in the acquisition plan. It must have done something right." Huang Wenyi was very moved. "Okay, Brother Lin. We must prepare well." Friday, 9:30 in the morning. Yang Ruoqian sat in front of the computer, looking at the inspection report sent to him by Lin Ko. Click. Accompanied by the sound of mouse clicks and scrolling wheels, Yang Ruoqian quickly finished reading the report. It must be said that the report given by Lin Ko was still very objective and almost truthful. Even if Spark Company did a lot of face-saving work and superficial work, some internal things could not be disguised. Unfortunately, Lin Ko, an old-fashioned man, was absolutely piercing about such things. The company is rigid and inflexible, and the efficiency is extremely low. There are huge contradictions between employees and leaders, and there is discord within the company. The company's management is chaotic and irregular. Overtime is serious. The sensitivity to the market is extremely low. One after another shortcomings were listed in front of Yang Ruoqian, and he was overwhelmed. He couldn't help but be happy. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. Yang Ruoqian thought Spark Company was a shabby house at first, and it would fall down if a gust of wind blew. Now it seems that describing it as a shabby house is a bit insulting. This is clearly a stinking sewer. Chang Ziking sat on the side, glanced at the screen with her beautiful eyes, and asked knowingly, "How is it? How is the company?" Faced with this soul-searching question, Yang Ruoqian fell into a moment of silence. After a long while, he quickly said, "The current Spark Company has not found its own differentiated track, missed the opportunity to complete value transformation through the accumulation and reuse of potential energy, and lacks a unique handle to find the vertical field it is good at. The blockage of industry co-construction and carrier channels has led to the comprehensive failure of the point line surface combination of focus play, and has never been able to finally detonate the explosion point in the red ocean industry of records. At the same time, Spark Company did not use its influence to empower local resources and connections at the beginning, and missed the window period for collaborative operations. The attempt to transform the industrial structure failed, and the segmented fields were not accurate enough. It stepped on the qualitative and quantitative unstable mines. The critical path life cycle of all businesses is too short to build an industrial moat. But even if the month-on-month performance growth fails to fully meet market expectations, business development encounters bottlenecks. The implementation of new plans faces growth earthquakes. Active customers show irrational changes. Business volume fluctuations cause intense distrust on the supply side, and cognitive structure misalignment leads to the inability to match explicit players. I still believe that, after solving these problems, Spark Records will burst out with amazing power." Yang Ruoqian said all these words fluently without any draft. Chang Ziking, have you watched too much Yes, Prime Minister recently? Otherwise, how can you make up such a long and difficult sentence? Ahem. In short, their current development is average, but I think there is still potential and there is a lot of room for exploration. Yang Ruoqian explained in a polite and not awkward tone. Okay, whatever you want. Chang Ziking would not interfere too much in the company's business, especially when Yang Ruoqian made the decision himself. You are going to make a surprise inspection of Spark Company today, right? When are you going? As an old employee who has been with the company since its inception, she still admires Yang Ruoqian's ability. I'll go later, or you can come with me? Okay, it doesn't seem to be enough for you to go alone. Chang Ziking agreed immediately. By the way, call the driver as well. After all, it's a visit between companies, and sometimes face saving is also very important. Oh, yes, don't forget to bring your identity information. Listening to Chang Ziking's well-organized arrangements, President Yang sighed in his heart that it was great to have someone to help deal with these tedious matters. After tidying up their clothes, Yang Ruoqian and Chang Ziking quietly came downstairs of Spark Company. Before entering the elevator, Yang Ruoqian notified the company and asked them to convey the message that he had arrived. The elevator arrived at the 5th floor. The metal door had just opened, and a man who looked to be about 35 or 36 years old and wearing large framed glasses ran over in a panic, almost bumping into Yang Ruoqian head on. Sorry. The man apologized quickly and tried to get into the elevator. Huang Wei was of course anxious. Just now, the boss gave him an order to put down all the work in his hands and go downstairs immediately. No matter what the price, no matter how much it costs, he must delay the chairman of the Kuiguang Group for half an hour. After welcoming Lin Ko yesterday, Ma Yuan, who felt good about himself, immediately ordered all those face-saving projects to be cancelled. As a result, at the most chaotic time, the Kuiguang Group actually informed him that Yang Ruoqian would come to inspect in person. If such a messy scene is seen, the acquisition plan will most likely be ruined. for the bright future of all the staff of the entire company, whether it is treating them to a meal, washing their feet, singing K, inviting everyone who can be invited, spending everything that can be spent. Every second that can be delayed is a second. Mr. Yang raised his hand slightly. Hello, I'm Yang Ruoqian, the chairman of Kuiguang Group. Do you know how to get to Spark Records? Hello, Mr. Yang. After all, Huang Wei was not as good at dancing with the sleeves as Lin Ko. Faced with the emergency, his mind went blank and even his tongue was tied. Seeing this reaction, Yang Ruoqian understood immediately. Your boss asked you to go down and pick me up, right? No need to bother. I came here today on a whim, just to take a look on the way. It's over. It's still a step too late. Huang Wei wailed in his heart and finally struggled. Boss Yang, how about I take you to have a foot bath? Yang Ruoqian glanced at Chang Ziking with his peripheral vision and refused righteously. No need to bother. I have something urgent to do later. I will leave after just one look. Seeing that the big money owner was firm in his attitude and time was urgent, Huang Wei, who was speechless for a moment, could only smile awkwardly. Then, Boss Yang, please come in. Our boss Ma Yuan is waiting for you inside. There was no way. People came too fast. It was impossible to delay, and he could only hope for a miracle to happen. Yang Ruoqian followed Huang Wei into the company, and the first thing that appeared in front of him was the crowded, densely packed and extremely narrow office area like a pigeon cage. Moreover, the company's environment was not very good. There were fragments of broken colorful balloons everywhere on the ground, ladders hastily hidden behind potted plants, and various office supplies that were wiped clean, but could not hide the old ones. The employees who lacked orders were obviously idle, but they still tried to pretend to be working seriously. TSK, in order to cope with Lin Ko's inspection, Spark Company did a lot of face-saving work. Unfortunately, Lin Ko didn't seem to buy it. As if knowing that the image of his company had been completely destroyed, Huang Wei got a cup of hot water from the water dispenser and pointed Yang Ruoqian in a direction. Mr. Yang, please go over there please, have some water. Yang Ruoqian was too lazy to expose these tricks and walked to the door of Ma Yuan's office with Chang Ziking. Before he could reach out, the office door was opened from the inside. Ma Yuan put his phone in his trouser pocket and hurried out. When he saw Yang Ruoqian, he immediately showed a surprised and angry expression. Boss Yang, I'm so sorry. We were just discussing a big project. Didn't I ask my staff to take you to a place with better environment to discuss it? After that, he turned his eyes to Huang Wei and scolded. Zhao Huang, what's wrong with you? The company is under renovation. Boss Yang is a person of such status. You let him come to such a place to breathe exhaust gas? Did I teach you the basic principles of hospitality in vain? P.S. I'm back to form. From today on, the daily update will be restored to 6,000 words. Stop playing badly. Starting today, those 3 long and difficult sentences can be said in layman's terms. Spark Records has not found its own characteristics and advantages until now, and has missed the opportunity to use its own resources and capabilities to create more value, and has not found the type of music it is good at. At the same time, it has not cooperated with other peers, and has not established its own sales channels, which has led to the complete failure of their various strategies, and has never been able to stand out in the highly competitive record industry. At the same time, Spark Records did not use its influence and connections to cooperate with local resources and talents when it just left UFA Group and missed a lot of good opportunities. They wanted to transform and innovate but failed and entered some fields that were not suitable for them. The company's overall risk resistance is very weak, all businesses are very short-lived, and it is unable to establish its own advantages and barriers. But even if their performance is poor, they can't make a profit. They are close to bankruptcy. Fewer and fewer customers are willing to pay for their products. Banks are no longer willing to lend them money, and they can't find investors in the market. I still believe that, after solving these problems, Spark Records will have great development potential. The speech is adapted from John Kahn Jr. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.